I believe you are quite aware the situation has changed since last we spoke.
The truth is still the truth, and a bargain is still a bargain.
And Mayor Cermak is now deceased.
Yes. What does that have to do with our contract?
I do not recall signing a contract with you, Mr. Heller.
We had a verbal agreement. I'm sure my uncle here will attest to that.
Nathan, please. You're being most rude.
But Dawes reacted just as I knew he would.
Lewis, as a family man, I quite understand your position. As for you, young Mr. Heller, you should not have spoken to the papers of this. It was a breach of confidence.
Nothing was said of our arrangement being a confidential one. Besides which, I was in fact discreet.
How so?
I didn't tell the reporters why I was offered the job at the fair. Void our deal, sir, and I'm going to be put into an embarrassing light. I will have to inform the press of your involvement.
This reeks of blackmail, young man.
It reeks of business. Our arrangement is binding in my view, and if you feel differently, I'll be noisy about it.
Nathan.
I'm not a big wheel like you, General, but us little wheels can get good and goddamn squeaky when we don't get our grease.
My secretary will have contracts ready for you to sign this afternoon at 4. Please return and sign them. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robin Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your master of ceremonies. What ceremonies those are, I don't know. Robert Meyer Burnett, and we're from Midnight Metal, episode number 93. And guess what? It wouldn't be a show without my compatriot, the man, the man, the myth, the legend, the Prince of Darkness himself, Dave Parker.
The Prince of Darkness. You're fucking crazy.
Hey, man, you did watch all of the Ozzy Osbourne concert. Come on, man.
Oh, I did. Yeah. We'll get into that. We'll get into that as well. What's up, everyone? How are you? Geez, Rob, like only a 2-week gap here. And we're back.
You know, we're back. We're back. We're mad. We're black. Just like in Lethal Weapon.
I'm mad. You're black. We're going to.
It's true. Boy. It's going to be one of those nights.
Hey, everyone. I'm just checking. Do I sound too loud? Do I sound too low?
You sound great. Babe, the dulcet tones. I mean, you're giving me an erection. You sound so good. Come on.
Oh, the Russian.
There you go.
I think you should dub yourself the master of cinemonies, not ceremonies.
Cinemonies, yes. On this show, I'm the master of cinemonies. You know who wants to be the master of ceremonies with you? Castle Grayskull. She's in the chat.
I know.
She wants to sin with you.
Grace is there. She's there. Hello, everyone.
I'm going to bring her on, man. We're going to get really metal.
Yes, Rob does read super chats. He does.
Oh, we super chat the shit out of this up in this mug. But you know what?
Rob makes all the money and giving it to me, you guys.
We haven't made any money yet. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to bring on some randos later.
Oh boy.
Okay, so how it works?
Never know what we're going to get here.
Yeah, if you've never watched this show before, and you know, I used to do lots of late night drunken streams, and these would go on until 5 a.m, and they were great. I don't do that much anymore, but so if you want to talk some Superman and tell us what you thought of the movie, little later in the show, I'm going to put out a link in the live chat. You'll see it, and it's going to be kind of on a first come first served basis. And there's no guarantee. If I don't like the looks of you, you're 86. You're out, buddy.
Because that's the way Rob likes to do it. He likes to put out.
Yeah, I do. I like to put out.
He's a giver.
I am a giver. I'm definitely a giver. I mean, on this show, I like to take, though. I like to be an insatiable bottom. Depends what you're doing.
Use a little more proximity effect with your mic. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Does it mean the mic needs to get closer?
Closer?
A little higher, maybe? If it's too high, let me know. Anyway.
I'm not too high.
We're lucky I have sound at all. For some reason, my mic didn't want to
So
work.
what we're going to do is we're going to bring you guys randomly, if you want to come on the show. Oh, look, Castle Grayskull calls you beautiful.
I saw.
So, yes, we read super chats. So if you want to comment, you can use the tip link There's a tip link. It's in the description. You can use the super chat if you want. But also, we're going to give you an opportunity to come on this show and speak yourself. If you're not comfortable speaking live on the internet, though, I would suggest not coming on. You have to have a scintillating personality, a good camera, and a nice microphone.
Yeah, if you're just like, seriously, if you're like drunkenly holding your phone up and going,
oh, no, we like that too.
Chances are you'll be on featured heavily and then cut down for a shame feature later on.
We don't do that. I don't cut people down to make shame features.
I do it.
I leave that up to people like Film Gob. He can do those kinds of things.
Just for my own personal, entertainment.
You make shame videos and watch them yourself?
Yeah, I shame myself. I watch old episodes of this show, and then I go, why?
That's a unique. Wow. See what you learn on Midnight Metal. You just never know what's going to happen on the show. So
Never
Dave,
know. We know one thing. It'll probably go on till 4:30 at least with Rob.
No, I got to get up early. We have a very esteemed friend of ours having his 70th birthday party tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
The writer of The Crow, the writer of The Hills Run Red that you directed.
That's right.
Mr. Dave Scow, who I took to New Zealand.
Personally, on your lap.
Yeah. He rode me all the way down across the Atlantic and Pacific, the Indian Ocean. Actually, we just crossed the Pacific. What can I say? But
you went the back route as usual.
Yeah, I like the back route. That's what rim jobs are for. Oh wait, what? Kinky Sphincter has been a member for 54 months. I'm kidding you. It does. I'm not kidding you. It says it right there. Kinky Sphincter.
I know.
I was thinking about. There you go. 54 months. Thank you, Kinky Sphincter.
How have you? How has your 54 months of Kinky Sphincter been, Rob?
It's been great. I'm into a little femdom play. It's good.
Blue Rain.
What are we talking about?
Blue Raincon says, I thought Dave Parker died. I did. Can't you tell? Look at me.
He did die.
I died.
And he came back.
I die many deaths. But I can't be stopped. Unfortunately for all of you. Rob can't stop me. I'll talk right over him. I'll just butt up and just like, it's all done, man.
It's because we've known each other for so long. What can I say?
That's true. I know how to shut him up.
He does. He does know how to shut me up.
So,
Francesco Valdez starts us off with a very important question. Am I going to get the InArt Superman or the Hot Toys Superman? So for those of you who don't know, we are talking premium 6-scale figures here, and Francisco asks did I say Francesco? It's Francisco Valdez. So there's two companies. InArt is a company that came in after the fact, and they make higher end figures than even Hot Toys. Better likenesses sometimes, better. Hot Toys is, it's kind of the difference between a Koenigsegg and a McLaren. But not that anyone would know how to drive one of those or even have one. Although somebody in the chat might, or getting a Bugatti or like a Veyron. But that's different.
Sure.
Well, if I had a Veyron, I'd probably have a lot of bukkake in my life too, but I don't. I don't. But I'm going to get one of the two. The InArt looks pretty tasty, I gotta say. It looks.
I'm going to get one of the two.
One of the two. I'm not going to.
He's getting both.
I'm not going to get both.
Not like he needs it, but he's getting both.
DB asks if I've spoken to Gary.
He'll get a Clark Kent and then a Superman.
They don't make a Clark Kent yet.
They will.
I don't think they will. I don't know. So, but it's a good question. I probably will rock the InArt. It looks great, and I think it's better than the Hot Toys. But you know what? We've only seen proto pictures, but I did not pre-order the InArt when it went up. So, I'll wait.
Do you still do like you did with your Mego action figures and go around the observatory?
I cannot tell a lie.
And go, Superman's going to fly, and ooh, what disc is he going to pick?
Dave, I do that.
Cool.
What's the point
Why
of
don't you
having
film that?
I could. I could film myself doing.
Do you do little rock concerts with the rock band too? And then you play some Prince and go.
I do. I sing Prince,
and then you have Freddie Mercury sing some backup.
I do.
Cool.
Ever since I met you, baby, you are on your way to be wed. Yes, I do. What? Demonetized right then and there. It just happened.
Hey, guys, do you all just when you buy these high-end figures, do you all play with them as well? Curious.
I don't think you really play. I mean, it's fun to pose them and make displays and stuff. I don't know if you play with them.
Lou Rincon was a Shogun Warrior and Big Jim guy. I had both.
I love Shogun Warrior and Big Jim.
Big Jim, my favorite.
I had both the Jumbo Machineder Shogun Warriors and the diecast Shogun Warriors.
I did not. I only had the big ones.
Did you have a favorite? I mean, everyone would say Mazinga, I guess, but I like Dragon.
I like Raiden.
Yeah, Raiden's good
a lot because he had the little spaceship that came out of his head.
So did Mazinga, man.
I mean, my favorite Shogun Warrior was Godzilla.
Right, I never could. They didn't sell that in Seattle. I could never find one.
Oh, that's
the
so
Ray
sad.
Infinity show says I definitely want on to talk Superman. Hold your horses there, Ray. We'll see if we'll bring you on.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, DB wants to know if I've spoken to Nerdrotic about soups. I have not talked to Gary about soups. B-Town just became a member of the channel.
Nice.
We had a great member chat today. So I want to thank all the members. It was a long one. Miss 50 and Still Metal says, I want to meet Miss 50 and Still Metal, to be honest. Tack says, sends in a tip and says, I loved Superman. Wonderful start to a new universe that left me wanting more. I find it interesting how many similar themes Gunn and Snyder's Superman handled, such as where is Superman's place in world politics and learning to be a symbol of hope. But with, I don't know if there's a second part to this. Maybe you're typing it now. I don't see it. But that's interesting. So, Dave, I haven't even asked you. We have not talked about this. What did you...
This is a candle, just so you know. Someone said, is that a 6-scale skull? It's a candle. It bleeds if you light it.
You tell people it's a candle. It's really the skull of the first virgin you sacrificed.
Oh, that's a little small little skull there, buddy.
Well, she was tiny.
Well, Rob, I want to talk about, so last weekend, there was a major event that happened. So Black Sabbath and Ozzy played their very final show in Birmingham, England. It was the, back to the beginning show. It was this 9-hour festival with a ton of bands and even 2 super groups that played. You had Pantera, you had Slayer, you had Anthrax, you had Metallica, Guns N' Roses, all before who else? You had Gojira, which was an amazing set. You had Youngblood, who came out. Part of the supergroup was Youngblood came out and sang Changes, and everyone was sort of looking at this kid going, who the fuck are you? And then by the end of it, they were like, who the fuck are you? It was pretty amazing. One of the supergroups had Sammy Hagar and Tom Morello and Nuno Betancourt. One of the great moments of this entire festival was Steven Tyler came out and part of the supergroup. Now, Steven Tyler, they'd retired Aerosmith because his voice, and the doctor said that he would never get to sing again. He came out, sang 3 songs, and fucking killed it, and sounded so good and was amazing. The guy is almost 80 years old. It was absolutely incredible. Jason Momoa was like the master of ceremonies with it. He went out to the pit and moshed during Pantera, which was wild to see. And all building up to Ozzy taking the stage and doing 4 songs of his as a solo artist, and then 4 songs with Black Sabbath, 4 or 5 songs, I think. And that was it. It was the last time they were going to play. And it was really, really emotional. It was really cool. I don't know if anyone in the chat saw it or not. It was, and that was the thing.
I watched some clips of it.
So they streamed it, it was all for charity. There was no, with the exception of obviously paying costs for the venue and getting people there and all that shit. Everything else goes to charity, to a Birmingham Children's Hospital. And I don't know if that includes the hundreds of thousands of people who got the stream, the live stream, but it was absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, that's right. Tool played.
Oh really?
Tool played amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. So I don't know if, so again, it looks like some people here watched it. It was absolutely incredible. I'm so glad I didn't miss it, because who knows if I mean, they don't put concerts out on physical media anymore, it seems like, and especially like a 9-hour festival. I had no fucking clue. So I was so glad that I got to see it. It was really, really amazing. So if some of you got to see it, very cool. Sorry if you missed it, but that was by far like the most metally moment of this year so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty spectacular. Yeah, I wanted to know what you thought of it. Thanks for that.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
We have not talked about Superman.
No, but we need to talk about one other thing first, Rob.
Uh-oh. Okay, let me put you back.
Well, there's if you guys obviously look, we're going to talk Superman. We're going to get all into it and everything. But I have friends of mine, Jeffrey Reddick, who was the creator of Final Destination, and another friend, Paul Etheridge, have this movie out. It's now on VOD. It's called The Other. Now, you're going to look at the poster and everything and go, what is this generic sort of shit? Or what is, you look at the trailer and go, eh.
I would play you the trailer, but I'll get demonetized.
Look for The Other 2025 for the trailer. Check it out. It's on VOD. It's an independent movie, so they could all, if you're a horror fan, they could definitely use your support. But I will say this, it might feel like a slow burn movie and everything else, but man, when this thing goes, it goes so batshit crazy you can't fucking believe it, and it just turns into pure awesomeness by the end.
Sounds good to me.
Really, really fucking cool. So yeah, I just wanted to give that a plug because it's Jeffrey Reddick's birthday today. So I told him I'd shill and shamelessly plug his movie, but it's because I'm a fan. They both did they did a great job with it. Shawnee Smith from the Saw series is in it. It's really good.
That's really cool. Well, listen, let me just read tax full on tips.
Whatever you pressed now gave me the live show feedback.
I didn't press anything.
Now it's gone. Anyway, okay, let's go.
Okay, so here's what Tack said, his full quote, or her full quote. I don't know. Tack is Tack. Loved Superman. Wonderful start to a new universe that left me wanting more. I find it interesting how many similar themes Gunn and Snyder's Superman handled, such as where is Superman's place in world politics and learning to be a symbol of hope, but with much different execution. This movie captured the fun and hope of the character in a way I feel only the 1978 movie handled this well before. All of my hype and expectations were met by this film. S tier. By the way, I have faith Gunn will use the Bat Family. I agree, and I'm really excited after the end of this movie to see Supergirl, which is based on Tom King's Supergirl story, which is a pretty hardcore story that Supergirl and Krypto participate in, but the tone is very different. So I'm gonna be very curious to see how they deal with that. Oscar Herrera says Superman needed more Clark Kent, in my opinion. I believe that there was. Well, we'll talk about this, Dave. I have a question. I have a theory about this. It would have made the Pa Kent scene hit even harder. I love the film. Kiddo's first comic book movie in theaters. That's cool, Oscar, that you were able to do that. John Suntra says, ready with super thoughts when you send the link, guys. Major Chai Chai says, don't forget the skulls for Dave. I sent you, Rob. Yeah, I'm going to bring them to him tomorrow. Tax says, this movie made me especially excited for Brave and the Bold. I think a tone like the Arkham games with a look similar to the Schumacher film and Mission Impossible, John Wick type of stunts and action. Have faith Gunn will use the Bat Family. RRTNZ said Superman was not bad and not great. I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Very much James Gunn's Guardians of Metropolis. Not a Superman film, especially when you think about who actually saves the day. The real star was Crypto. And Francisco Valdez says, the Superman movie got me excited for comic book type movies again. Well, Dave, we haven't talked about this, but I ask you, what did you think of James Gunn's Superman?
Well, I went in it with almost no expectations. I was just sort of going in. I thought it looked fun, and I was just going in with that. I liked the movie. I thought everyone's performance was really good. I feel like Nicholas Hoult needs to grow into Lex Luthor a little bit more. He still feels a little young. Not that he has to be Gene Hackman age difference, but I just feel like. But again, it's weird because I know when you look at the very early comics, they were contemporaries in a weird way.
Yeah.
So
Smallville too, with Michael Rosenbaum, who plays, by the way, Nathan Heller in True Noir.
No, you don't say. But Thomas Logan, I am not the keeper of the super chats. He got Francisco Valdez's. What do you want from me? I can't keep track of everything, Thomas. That's your job.
I just read Thomas Logan's. Thomas Logan says, "What the fuck was Gunn thinking with both sets of parents?" I don't know. I really liked Ma and Pa. I love Ma and Pa Kent because they finally felt like country bumpkins instead of like saviors.
Yeah, I mean the thing is with there's a I don't know if you'll agree with this. One thing that was it sounds kind of funny when I say it. There was a nobility lacking throughout the whole movie, which I don't mean as a negative, but there was.
I know exactly what you mean.
There wasn't a nobility with the Kents. They weren't these precious salt of the earth people that were the wise sages. They were just people. They were people
that lived in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they weren't super rich or anything like that. And you would think, well, if my kid's Superman, they'd probably be well set up. But I thought they were great, and I thought Pa Kent's speech was probably the most emotional part of the movie. I like the fact that he did something, that James Gunn did something different, in the fact that Superman by far was the most human sort of depiction of Superman I've ever gotten.
Yes,
he's a guy who can do these amazing things, but he's just like he says at the end. Look, I make mistakes all the time. It's a very different, Christopher Reeve Superman would not admit that.
Well, also, I mean, the Christopher Reeve Superman was in the Fortress of Solitude for 12 years, learning from Jor-El. They were traveling the 28 known galaxies in holographic virtual form. And so the Superman that we met in Richard Donner's Superman was the Mac Daddy. I mean, he, and you got to see that he could play the bumbling Kent, but also when Lois Lane was introducing him, he was like, "I know what's up, Lois. What's going on?"
Yeah, but the thing is that but with the Donner film, I mean, the biblical allegories are so prevalent in such a way, in the weight, he could be, he could be Moses, in that, whereas you don't feel that in this, because I'm not steeped in comic. I didn't know who Mr. Terrific was. I'm aware of I'm aware of Hawk Girl. I know who Guy Gardner is. I thought all that stuff was fine. And the actor who played Mr. Terrific is really good in it. I didn't fall all over myself like a lot of people are with that character yet, because I just don't know. And if you're thrown in without a lot of backstory with some of these new characters, I'm not saying you need that, because then the movie would be way too long. There's just I think it's one of those movies that when I watch it again, I'll probably like it more a second time, because I was just sort of like taking it in, and just it looks great. Crypto is great. I think it was a very shrewd move, and then explaining what Crypto is it was like, okay, that's kind of funny and stuff.
Do you want to?
I don't know. Has everyone seen it? Can we just talk openly?
Yeah, this is an open spoiler discussion, but I wanted to tell you that. So in 2011, when DC rebooted the universe and made it the New 52, do you know who wrote? Well, you don't, but Mr. Terrific got his first ongoing series He was created and introduced in the Spectre comics back in '97. But do you know who wrote the first? You're gonna love this. The first Mr. Terrific comic series. Eric Wallace.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
Eric Wallace, who was in Phil Lamar, played our friend Eric Wallace in my movie Free Enterprise.
Well,
So, and then Eric Wallace
talk more like Eric Wallace in the movie, and then I would have gotten it.
And then of course the real Eric Wallace went on. He was the executive producer of The Flash, the latter seasons of The Flash. He was the showrunner. Yeah.
I thought, I like that it's like they addressed that the destruction costs millions of dollars, but it's not like everyone dies. I mean, like superhero saves people. That's kind of cool. I mean, I think there's probably a lot of things in it that I didn't pick up on or get, like, is the pocket verse, is that, with all the weird, almost Minecrafty sort of architecture to it and stuff, it was like, well, are we, is that a Brainiac thing? I don't know if I don't know what the Easter eggs are in this movie. If are, I don't know what they are, so I could be missing a lot of things. I don't think I should have to know them to be able to pick up on stuff, and maybe it's more just, again, it's an Easter egg. It's like for those who know, but I'm sure there are some in there that I just didn't pick up on. I thought making Jimmy Olsen a player was really funny. I like little things like Miss Tessmacher, and she's selfie queen and everything, and it's like, oh, she's fucking smart. She knows exactly what she's doing. Again, she knows what she's doing. So I like that a lot. But the thing, I think ultimately I walked out of it going, yeah, I had fun. That was great. I didn't say it was great. I had fun with it. But I just think, with the shows, for me personally, I have superhero fatigue across the board. None of these things are moving me or charging me when I'm watching it the way they used to. And I just think it's just, there's...
Do you think it's because the superhero film form is only about heroes taking on villains? I mean, there isn't much you can do. Like, some people would say that, okay, well, Rob, what about something like The Watchmen? But the thing is, The Watchmen as a comic was a deconstruction of the whole comic book form. And what was really interesting was the movie doesn't work nearly as well as the comic book works, because the movie was more of a recreation of the comic book than it was an adaptation of the comic. So the self-reflexive nature, like I think it's issue 5 of Watchmen, that the panel design is the same forward and backwards. I mean, there's so much stuff going on in that comic. And even though I really liked seeing what Zack Snyder, how he slavishly recreated many scenes from the comic, he didn't adapt it for the medium of movies, if that makes any sense. He recreated things, but he didn't... It kind of doesn't work. Like, if you watch the extended version where the kid's reading the... Tales, the Black Freighter comic, it doesn't make any sense that they put that in there, because nobody knows what that's referring to. That how in the Watchmen comic there were no superhero comics. There was, because why would you do that? Masked vigilantes, and that's where the comics, the Tales from the Black Freighter came from. And it was a really odd choice to include them as an animated sequence. It was cool that they included it, I guess. But it's like you're this kid's reading a comic book, but they animated the sequence, and it's just a very... And I think that, the problem with Zack Snyder as a filmmaker is a lot of the things that he does, I think, are very superficial. His imagery is great, but it's very superficial in terms of... the way it looks is exactly what it is. It's not... There's not much deeper meaning in those films.
Snyder is probably the... who has created live-action splash pages.
Yes, yeah, and there was cool things. I mean, as I said, I'm a big fan of Man of Steel as a science fiction film. It's a great science fiction movie. It's a great first contact story. The whole thing with the Codex and recreating our world that was destroyed and all that. I really liked all that stuff, and I liked all the imagery. But that movie is on the way other end of the spectrum than Gunn's Superman is.
But
I
I'm
like.
okay with, and I'm okay with that because the
Yeah,
thing
me
is,
too.
I like Man of Steel and I like it as a Superman movie. I like what he did with Superman and that stuff, even though it was a much more. It was operatic in a very different way than other ones. It was a dark opera. It was Wagner.
Yeah.
Compared to other ones, and I like that. What's funny, because I talk to people and they keep going, "Oh, the Snyder Bros are all up in arms about Gunn's Superman and everything else. The Snyder Bros," and I'm like, well, I get why they call him that, but wasn't it Christopher Nolan who actually set the tone for these movies, and he was the executive on them? So it was
He was on the first on
sort of
Man
his
of Steel.
jumping off. It was his jumping off from his Batman movies, and that sort of same tone was adopted for these. So Nolan never gets any sort of flack for this, but it's not like he was hands off completely. I just find it interesting that it's always Snyder. He's like, but Nolan had a pretty hefty hand in establishing a tone that then was taken over for these movies, with the exception of Aquaman, which to me feels like a much more fun Harryhausen kind of adventure movie more than a superhero movie.
Yeah, Deez Webbo says, "This Superman wasn't my cup of tea. It was too cheesy. It was a Superman version of Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. It was too silly of a tone for me." And Thomas Logan says, "Man of Steel takes a donkey crap on this film. Forget about which film has the better soups. Both Cavill and Cornsweet are excellent, but Superman 25 is pure cheese."
Why is it cheesy? I'll say this. Well, I'll tell you the one thing that I think. Well, a couple things. The casting, I think Gunn nailed. Now, do they have to grow into these roles? And I think you suggested that there was a lot of stuff probably cut out of this movie with some of the characters.
That's what I was going to say. It looks like this movie was hacked to bits.
I thought
to me,
Cornsweet was really good, really, really good. I thought the Lois Lane was probably the best one we've gotten since Margot Kidder.
Yep,
by far. Like she had that close, that sort of bringing up baby, kind of, banter, and still had she had that intensity. Funny thing is, like, their interview was probably one of the more interesting scenes for me, because it's like it's showing characters and actors acting and stuff, because we've seen all the big shit that you could possibly see now.
Well, that's why
you see it in different ways. So it's like the character stuff to me was way more interesting, because I think that's where the superhero fatigue comes out. It's like, yes, you have to do it. You have to raise these stakes. You have to have the buildings fall over and stuff. But I've seen all that.
Well, that's the thing. I think my biggest, I quite enjoyed the movie, and I looked, for me, it's not cheesy, it's whimsical, and there's a difference. A huge difference, and I knew it was going to be that way. I've been talking about this for months. And the thing is, for me, what I missed, my biggest criticism of the film, like you said, those are scenes. There are very few scenes between people that aren't involving action in this movie. Like, here's a whole world. I loved the brief moment that we saw Lois and Jimmy and Clark at the Daily Planet. Kat, Wendell Pierce is totally wasted in this movie, and he must have had a lot more to do. And I'm sure that I've heard, I've read that there was a structure to this movie. Like the way it was originally set up is it's a day in the life of Superman. And I guess they even had title cards that said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I'll bet you the movie, James Gunn's cut of it, was 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I'll bet you he thought it was great. And it probably was great. And all of these characters had scenes. I had the same problem with Denis Villeneuve's Dune. I love his Dune movies. Mm-hmm. But those scenes, like when he goes, when the beginning scene with the Gom Jabbar and put your hand in the box, that scene, and Denis Villeneuve has said, I don't like dialogue in my movies. If I didn't have to have dialogue, I wouldn't. But in Dune, the characters, you want the characters to talk to each other. And there's very little of that. And there's very little of that in Superman. You don't, like I would love to have had Wendell Pierce. Like, there's the great scene in Superman Returns where Frank Langella's like, listen, Lois, you know, you want a Pulitzer. Nobody remembers nobody remembers what you wrote to get the Pulitzer. People just remember that you got one. You know, and you have the whole scene, I want to know this and I want to know that. They could have used the Daily Planet to, I mean, we learned about plot elements. It was Basil exposition. But they could have used the Daily Planet to tell us more about the world. And instead the decision was made, let's drop us in this world. And I think that the problems that people are having that like something like Man of Steel is this movie has very little real interplay between characters. It's all mayhem all the time. You know, there's never a moment like, it would have been really interesting to have Superman, like the robots, their comic relief talking about crypto. Superman could have been using them like they're probably, I would imagine the Superman robots are monitoring the world for Superman. You know, like they were talking like they were basically janitors but you know, they're running everything. And it would have been interesting to see them, like they just told jokes about crypto. But it should have been like, I would love to have seen, well, here's what's going on. Superman gets his ass kicked, and they probably would have had an assessment of the Hammer of Barovia, and you don't even get a sense that, I would have thought these guys would have had a tactical readout. They would have understood. You guys are seemingly you're matched power wise, and there was no character interplay. That was my big criticism. I'm sure it was all cut out. That was a conscious choice because people said just get to it. And you know, for James Gunn, even though he's the head of the studio, he's still Warner Brothers, and David Zaslav is still above him. And he's still him and Peter Safran, and he realized I don't think James Gunn needed to be told to cut down the movie. He understood the assignment. They were test screening this movie. They were showing it to people, and people were giving them feedback like, you don't need this, you don't need that. Let's just drop people into the action. But I think that if there was more character interplay like their interview scene, I think the people that disliked this movie would have liked it a lot more. Because the characters and the actors were all like Mr. Terrific in the comic used to lead the Justice Society of America, you know, and he has like 14 PhDs and patents, and he's kind of Mr. Terrific is kind of the Tony Stark of the DC universe, and he's out in front. He's not like Bruce Wayne, who's this rich guy who's kind of in the background, but Mr. Terrific is way out front. He's really like Tony Stark. And everyone knows him, and he's really accomplished. And I would like to have seen more of that. Like, look, that scene when the garage door is going up, and it's a joke. Like, I would much rather have seen Lois and him have that a witty banter conversation where you saw just exactly how smart Mr. Terrific is and how Lois holds her own talking to him, because she knows everything there is to know about him. And that's what was, I think, missing from the film, is all the character interplay with all these great characters. Because even like, you know, you cut to Lex Luthor, who's at the Pentagon briefing the government. Like you just cut into that scene. I would like to have seen, like, what does the government think of Lex Luthor? Like, it would have been like interesting to see a scene where they're discussing Lex's arrival and every one of those people has a different opinion of him. Like, why are we trusting this guy? And they could have used all this to fill in more of that universe. And I'm sure they have all that stuff that it was just gone.
It's interesting, you know, and people are bringing up a lot of good points. Again, I feel like if I see it again, and I don't know if I'll go to the theater and see it again, or if I'll just wait and watch it again, that I'll probably enjoy it more for what it is. But it is definitely, Guardians of the Galaxy 1 is much better at balancing their characters and relationships and everything else. But I agree with you. I think that stuff could have been beneficial. What do you think? Jumping around, part of me thinks like, okay, the big bad that he has to fight basically himself at the end. Is that the engineer? What? No, who is that? It's not the engineer. What's the name of the character?
Well, it's not. It's the Ultraman. You know, they call him Ultraman, okay. But the thing is, it's not. Ultraman's from Earth 3.
Well, let me ask you this though: would Metamorpho have been a better big bad being manipulated by Luthor because he can create kryptonite, and what he can do? could he have been manipulated to be like the foe to like stand against him because he can do kryptonite and shit like that?
Yeah,
and
I mean that.
and he's got those stakes with his kid. I just like it's like you sort of get Metamorpho like starting to do some kind of cool stuff, and then he's done. I'm just sort of like, that's a neat character who could, you know, be the one thing. And Luther's got him. He can manipulate him just as much as he can have Ultraman be, you know, manipulating Ultraman. So I don't know. I was thinking that the other thing that I mentioned it to you earlier today that I found that it was really interesting with this sort of reboot of the character and of the world and everything is one major problem I had with the movie was the score. And it wasn't that they used John Williams' score. I just thought that it was ill used, and it didn't give you that. It didn't lift you up not even just lift you up. It just didn't. It didn't do what. And again, it's probably impossible to top John Williams' score as far as a superhero score goes, but you needed to try. And I just don't think that the score helped this any, and making it feel higher stakes and more heroic and stuff like that. The other thing that I found really interesting is with the Fortress of Solitude, it's just like the Donner film introduced the crystals and everything, if I'm right.
Yeah.
It's weird that certain things continue to carry through.
I agree.
With I mean, Singer brought it back for Superman Returns, and now the crystal thing is brought back again now. So give credit to Zack Snyder for not doing the Fortress of Solitude with crystals and shit like that, you know. Yeah. So, but I thought I was like, wow, you're doing your own thing, but yet you're still reminding the audience. And I wonder, I'm just curious. I'm curious what that choice is. You know, why he went that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting look. I think James Gunn this movie had to do a lot of interesting heavy lifting. And while, look, as somebody who's read comic books my whole life, I mean, I grew up reading at summer camp those big collections of Silver Age. You know, you get those big black and white 1,000-page digest stories and reprints of things from the 50s and 60s, and I love those things growing up. You know, I loved all, and there was
the oversized, the big comics.
Oh yeah, those were great too, like Superman versus Spider-Man or Superman versus Muhammad Ali.
Oh man, that was the best.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, it's like I don't have a problem with that, but what I was disappointed. I mean, if I have any, and again, I really did like Superman, but I think that it felt to me like it was a truncated version of a bigger movie that would have been more fulfilling as an experience. Because like you said, Andy from Argentina pointed out, you know, the scores for superhero movies, rightly or wrongly, there's a expectation in the audience. And I think one of the things that Zack Snyder's Man of Steel did, the Hans Zimmer score for that movie is incredible. You know, that you know, that slow, it's incredible, and it was modern and it worked for the film. And this film, you know, it was interesting because the score was not like a big symphony, there was electric guitars, and I understand, but there was not. The music, I think, really worked against the kind of movie that they were trying to make.
It made me feel,
and there were two. They went back and rescored it. There's two composers.
Yeah, it made me feel, and maybe it was the electric guitar. It just doesn't feel well placed in this. The score made me feel like I was watching a really expensive episode of television. And again, I enjoyed the movie, and look, and James Gunn's a punk rocker, and you can't say that he isn't putting his stamp on this stuff, which I'll give him credit for that, because you know what? We can all talk and what should be done, this and that and everything else. Doing a Superman movie in today's world might be one of the toughest challenges you could possibly try to pull off. And the nice thing is, whether we like it or not, or whether other people like it or not, or other people who love it and stuff like that. People are going to the movies. They're seeing it. Mostly, from what I can tell, people are having a really good time. And that's ultimately, that's what's important. It doesn't have to be all for me. Look, I'm old. I've got plenty of movies to, that I can go to and see that, hit my fancy and everything. But we're analyzing this, so I get it. But yeah, I don't think the score to me just didn't do it any favors. I thought the songs were fine, but the score itself didn't work for me. I do have a question for you and for the audience out there.
Lay it on us, buddy.
Hall of Justice, cool or cheesy?
I loved it.
I thought it was cool. I was like, oh, wow, look at that.
I mean, and that's of course going back to the Super Friends cartoon.
But where was Gleek and Wendy?
Well, yeah, that's the first season of Super Friends. You know what I wanted? I wanted
Wonder Twins are going to end up somewhere in this world much to the hate of everyone, but they're going to be like these cool punk rock teenagers.
Well, I'll tell you something. You know what I missed? I wish they could have worked this in. I know it couldn't have been Ted Knight going, meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice. They could have done something like that.
No, would it have been bad to do more comic book styled transitions, or even have like a banner in front of shots and make it feel like a live comic book? Would that have?
Well, I mean, Ong Lee did that in the Hulk, and I don't know if that was entirely because again, you're mixing and matching styles. Like I don't think when you're watching a movie, I think using comic book panel iconography is a little odd.
You know what? Seeing the Hall of Justice made me excited for?
The Justice League movie?
No, the Legion of Doom. that. Come on.
Thomas Logan says the engineer and Hawkgirl were atrociously cast and depicted. Well, first of all, I love Isabella Merced. I think she's amazing.
Find her. Does Hawkgirl always screech like that in the comic book?
I don't know what that was all about.
That was not that didn't hit me so hot. But
no, well, that was another thing. You needed, they introduced the thing about Mr. Terrific, Guy Gardner, and Hawkgirl was clearly he was taking a lot of that from the mid '80s Justice League, which is one of my favorite things ever. And I liked all of that, but and I was surprised I liked Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner as much as I did. It's going to be really interesting to see how this universe unfurls with the Lanterns TV series, which seems really serious. And then how the Hawkgirl and Peacemaker and Guy Gardner are working together. I mean, they're trying to find more people to be in the Justice Gang, I guess. And I mean, it's really wild. I don't know. There's a lot of people.
It's not the actress. I would say it's more of what she had to play as far as Hawkgirl goes that probably isn't sitting right with people because she didn't have a ton to do.
But she was. I thought she was good in what the things she said.
Nathan Fillion didn't have a ton to do either. But what he did was. But again, it was for easy laughs. Again, Gunn's good. Look, just because we're seeing these iterations shown to us in this movie like this. He's good at layers with characters. The Guardians films showed that. People can be funny and then they can have seriousness. So I wouldn't expect everything to be just flippant for every movie.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. And I think the Supergirl movie is going to be very different than this film. By the way, there's some people have some really interesting comments. Whippersnapper says, damn it. Whippersnapper says, and why can't I see what Whippersnapper? I just fucked it up. Whippersnapper is talking about, God damn it. I don't know why this Stream Elements gives me such a hard time. But I know. This is a really great, this is a great comment. Luthor was able to create a pocket universe, but for some reason he was hell-bent on taking over a random country in the Middle East. Well, the thing is, his pocket universe was not part of Earth. You know, he's already turned it into like his pocket universe. He's got all different kinds of people incarcerated there. Governments are dealing with him, but he wants his own kingdom. And you hear in the movie that all the people are. He's got a cult. Luther's got basically the cult of Lutherites. You know, like Otis. We find out his henchman is named Otis, and all the people that work for him. And they say in the movie that he's running this kind of cult. And I really found that interesting. And I think, and he talks about being the king of this, you know, they talk about he wants to run this country because that's what he wants. You know, he wants adulation and worship. And I thought that was pretty interesting. A performing artist says, not the Superman I was hoping for, but did what I needed to do most to entertain and be fun. This Superman is missing Reeves' intellect and cleverness. And Tony Reyes says, box office success for Superman will speak volumes. A lot of the hate is going to age badly. Well, we'll see. 1001 Johnny says, Hall of Justice, F&A. That's right. DJ Farn says, Scott Pilgrim is one of the best comic book movies. Everyone knows, though, that the greatest comic book ever made is Blue is the Warmest Color. Come at me, bro. Anonymous says, Hawkgirl yells like that in the DCAU. All the credit to Maria Canales. Canales? Atrocious? Nah, bro, let him soar.
Cool.
And Anthony, 6 Kill Mafia, sorry I missed the stream tonight, says he gifted 5 memberships to the Burnettwork. Thank you. We will be having another, I don't know if we have bi-monthly, we have two we try and have 2 membership calls a month for members, and this one lasted 5 hours today. But in 2 weeks is Comic-Con, so I don't know about that yet. Thomas Logan says, Corn Sweat saves the movie. He's truly a discovery. Oh, he's great. He was great in what, Pearl? He's a great actor.
In Pearl, there's a Ryan Murphy show he was on called Hollywood that he was good in.
Yep.
It's a little risque, but you know.
Yeah, he's a great actor, though.
He's really good, and he does make a really good Superman. When I saw he was in the running as one of the contenders, I was like, I hope Gunn goes for the guy because I think he's really good. And the thing is, he's got to, you know, it's tough. You got to grow into these parts, especially with the approach. When the approach isn't an origin story and everything else, again, thank God we didn't have to have another origin story.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to grow into this little. And remember, he's only been Superman for what, 3 years?
3 years.
Yeah, cut him some slack.
Right. Well, that was another thing. I loved how the movie began. You know, 300 years ago, there's been metahumans on Earth for 300 years and all that. I have to tell you, there's certain things about the movie that I really loved. I mean, I loved Krypto, but what I loved even more is when you find out at the end that Krypto is Supergirl's dog. In the Tom Kinks, because why does Krypto have a cape? You know, living in LA, how many girls have you met that dress up their fucking dogs? They don't go out. I mean, you know, girls are always dressing up their dogs and wearing capes and sweaters and all that shit. And I thought it was hilarious when she's like, where's the dog? Mimicking what Superman did in Luthor's office. Where's the dog? And, you know, it was all set up. Oh, that's kind of you have a dog? Well, it's kind of a foster situation. And, you know, it didn't occur to me that it would be Supergirl's dog, even though I should have known that. But I just loved when Millie Alcott stumbles in and Superman's like, yeah, she likes to go party in solar systems that have red suns. I mean, there was a lot of big swings in this movie that I really enjoyed because it really did feel like reading the Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis Justice League comic that was drawn by Kevin Maguire, the whole famous one punch when Batman decks Guy Gardner and takes him out with. I mean, I'm glad they didn't save that. I thought with the scene where he says, make a move, Big Blue, that Superman would deck him. I'm glad they are saving that moment for Batman and Guy Gardner because it's too iconic to just waste.
You know, it's funny because someone just said, you know, oh, no one gave Henry Superman any slack, and he was Superman for days. I don't know. I don't have a problem with the Man of Steel and Henry Cavill as Superman, and throughout all the movies he was Superman in. So, look, I don't know. The thing is like, these characters, these things aren't precious to me. Their movies, their entertainment and stuff. My life isn't gonna live and die by an iteration of this character or these characters. To me, it's all like, I'm just glad someone's doing something different with them. And what this movie, if this movie didn't do anything else for me, it made me curious to see where they're going to go and what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, it's interesting as the Ray Infinity show points out that Superman sets up Peacemaker season 2 because there is that pocket universe. There is, or however they're going to, I don't know how that all works, but you know, Hawkgirl and Guy Gardner are in Peacemaker season 2. We know that, and they're going to make this continuity work. And I think it's going to be interesting. 1001 Johnny says fans hardly gave Cavill's Superman slack. Good thing Cavill and Corn Sweater made of steel.
Ooh, slick. Oh, and Rob, let me correct you when you said Blue is the Warmest Color is the best comic book movie. We all know it's Jim Wynorski's Vampirella, okay?
You're right. Okay. By the way, DJ Farnes says, was anyone able to watch the 2025 Superman in the same theater they watched Superman in 1978? I saw 1978 Superman at the John Dance Theater in Bellevue, Washington. Now it's a church. I too saw Superman at the John Dance Theater in Bellevue, Washington in 1978. The same theater I saw Logan's Run. The same theater I saw Spy Who Loved Me. The same theater I saw Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Movies like Somebody Killed Her Husband. I mean, no, the John Dance Theater. Oh, you're leaving. The John Dance Theater was also the headquarters of the Sterling Recreation Organization that ran those theaters before they were purchased. Factoria, South Center, Northgate, and I had a pass. The Cinerama was an SRO theater where I saw Blade Runner. I used to go see the 70mm festivals that the film festival would put on. I saw Arthur there. I saw Tootsie there. I could sit there and I could regale you, Dave, I could tell you basically every major movie from 1975 to 1988 when I left Seattle, where I saw every single movie I saw.
Once upon a time, this was all orange groves.
It's true. Hey, man, DJ Farnes brought it up, man. If you want to talk about Seattle movie history and Seattle video store history, I'm your guy.
Well, I saw Superman the movie at Merrill's Theaters in Burlington, Vermont, and I don't know if it's still there. Probably.
Well, there you go.
I saw that there. I saw Young Frankenstein there. I saw the Pink Panther Strikes Back. I was a youngin'. I could barely talk or walk or anything when I saw those stuff.
Well, this is an important point that Whippa-Snappa is trying to make here. More civilian casualties, MOS, Man of Steel, or Superman. Well, you have to remember that in Superman, I'm willing to bet when they've had metahumans for 300 years. The cities are probably used to this kind of thing happening. They probably have amazing, like, how do you evacuate the city? They have the evacuation procedures probably go off without a hitch. I wouldn't be surprised if they have giant underground passageways, whereas in Man of Steel, no one's ever seen anything like this before on Earth, ever.
They definitely had an evacuation system already in place.
Yeah, I mean, and so you have to assume, and this is the thing, you have to, one of the things that really bothers me about fandom these days is based on what you're watching, you have to infer certain things are true about the universe that you're watching. And if metahumans have been around for that long, there have been metahuman conflicts for hundreds of years. So mankind's used to it. And we only saw a fraction of the metahumans that are on this planet. I mean, and if you watch the scene where Superman and the Justice Gang are fighting the kaiju, they're able to position it when they blow up its poor heart. I mean, I love the fact, can't we get him to an intergalactic zoo or something? But they kill it, and Superman maneuvers it there's like a park and sets it down where there's no damage, that's been done or whatever. So you have to assume that in this particular universe that human beings are very aware that these things. I mean, one of my favorite things in the whole movie is when Superman comes back to his apartment and Lois is there, and you see the giant imp, the intergalactic imp, and it's because I've been wondering, what is that? Because the first picture that we saw was Superman pulling his boots on, and I thought that whatever that, and I love the fact that he's like, nah, they can handle it. There's certain, like, Superman knows that it's an intergalactic imp, and let the Justice Gang deal with it. And I thought another thing that was really interesting was that Superman's in the Justice Gang. He's part of it. You know, they work together, and he probably has. I don't know if he's a full-fledged member. I don't suppose Maxwell Lord pays him, but you can't tell me that there wasn't a scene with Maxwell Lord and the Justice Gang that was cut out of that movie. Because when you see Sean Gunn at the end of the film, it's like, who is that? Unless you know who Maxwell Lord is, and that's, of course, who Pedro Pascal played in Wonder Woman 84. But yeah, it's the same character. But now we've got a different. Maxwell Lord was introduced in the Justice League, that mid-'80s Justice League comic, and he was the man in control. And they've done some really interesting things. If you read the Identity Crisis comic series, hoo boy. But I love Maxwell Lord in Justice League, and the fact that Maxwell Lord really wasn't depicted in this movie, that he had no interaction with the Justice Gang, like Maxwell Lord was hilarious in Justice League, so you know that a lot of this movie wound up on the cutting room floor. I would love to see he's never done a director's cut. He probably never will, but I would love to see his original cut with everything in it, because I think it would be wildly in it. I would watch this movie for 3 hours.
You know, it's interesting. Twisted Reality brought up a point of going, just because it's different doesn't make it good. I just wanted to bring that up, and it's like giving a movie a pass for not being woke doesn't make it good. Look, all fair points. I'm not trying to be, you know, a diplomat here and everything like that, but good is subjective. People are obviously liking this movie, and just because that doesn't necessarily mean everyone hated Man of Steel. You know, I'm sure. Look, guys, remember when Tim Burton's Batman was coming out? Before it came out, the protests, the letter campaigns against Michael Keaton playing Batman. I mean, this has been going on for a long time.
Well, here, by the way,
do you know how many guys? I don't know. I'm going way back into the way back time machine here. John Wayne did a movie called The Cowboys, where he's shot. It's the first time he's shot and killed. The uproar was insane. You can't kill John Wayne. So again, this isn't really hitting on Twisted Reality's point, except that good subjective. It's like what you like, guys, right? I mean, that's why we're all here, because we love this stuff. And if we don't find what we love in one thing, we've got thousands of other things that we can go to. That's the amazing thing about what we have. It's like, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it's like, you know, that's the thing. If one thing doesn't float your boat, there's always something else.
Yeah, I mean,
but again, that's just me. That's my thing. Is like, I'm not beholden. I'm not so. And Rob's different. He can say, and you talk about this all the time with a particular series that went in a direction that you didn't like, that a lot of people did like, and they liked that portrayal. Though your points are valid.
No, they didn't. Not really.
But the points are valid that you made. But then you have other things that you can go to and watch. But again, I don't have this devotion to these characters, to any of them now, because they're all like, look, if I was so against doing something different and everything, then at least for me and the stuff that I like, then I would diametrically hate John Carpenter's The Thing and David Cronenberg's The Fly and the Blob remake and this and that, because it's like, well, that's not the way they were. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, but they were all. But here's the funny. This is okay. There's some good points. I mean, the Ray Infinity show says, "I wonder what Batman was doing during the final fight." Batman was probably taking care of somebody in Gotham City. I mean, if you have a planet that's full of metahumans, it's not like Superman's going to call in. The Justice Gang is working out of Metropolis. There's probably superheroes all over the world in different parts of the world, and it's not like they're going to rush. There was nothing that you would call in I mean, you saw how everybody worked together. You know, like Mr. Terrific and Hawkgirl and Max Guy Gardner and Superman, they worked pretty well together. They had Metropolis pretty well sorted out. And in the movie, you got to see some things like Luthor began this frontal assault against Superman that was pretty extreme, using his the fact that he had Planet Watch. He had his whole army, his private army, his Stark army, whatever. And then he had the private universe that was, by the way, under contract by how many people? Because he talked about how the countries of the world were putting his... And the thing is, the great thing is Luthor's going to get off because he's exposed too many powerful people, because they use his prisons, and they put... The fact that he puts his ex-girlfriends in there that displease him.
He just ain't going to get off with Miss Tessmacher. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of really... So you have to assume that in a world where... And this is where I think fandom... I guess because I've read so many books and comics over in my life, I've learned how to extrapolate certain things. I don't ask myself questions like that because I just assume in a world full of metahumans... I mean, like... The police force in Los Angeles does not know what the police force in Cincinnati is doing. Unless they have some kind of crossover, you don't have the police force from some neighboring state come over, unless Trump is sending troops into Los Angeles. But you don't have that. I mean, there's all kinds of different criminal stories happening all around all of our great 50 states. And unless somebody's leaving a jurisdiction, our police forces have their own problems to deal with. And I would imagine that in a world like this, metahumans on the planet would have the same thing. It's just like in Justice League, you had the Rocket Reds, the Russian Rocket Reds that were introduced in Justice League. That was all very cool. And there were superheroes from all over the world, and that dealt with certain problems. And I think that's what we're going to get. And in the case of Metropolis, you're dealing with the people that live in Metropolis, and are based in Metropolis. And that's what we're seeing. But there's going to be stories like this in every city. That's why the Batman family will probably be mostly active in Gotham, which I can imagine. I'm
glad that they didn't make, Gotham City just across the way.
No, that was a huge mistake. Like both Gotham and Metropolis were supposed to, I think, be derivations of New York. But I always thought that Metropolis was more New York and Gotham was more Chicago because of all the crazy villains and the Chicago mobs of the 20s and all of that. And so I always saw them as two very distant cities. I mean, 1,000 miles apart. It made no sense. One of the things about Zack Snyder's movie, and talk about extrapolating, is I could never figure out, how does Superman, who's a reporter, who would hear about the Batman, because Batman had been active for a very long time, would never just fly across the bay and check out what Gotham was all about. And maybe I should meet this guy. And it's because Superman, I mean, I know he's new to the game, but still he wouldn't. It was just so weird when they meet in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, and they clearly are playing a game. They know exactly who each other is. But it's like, Batman's never met Clark Kent before. I'm watching that and I really bumped on that. I'm like, what is Zack Snyder saying here? Does Superman know who Bruce Wayne is, but Bruce Wayne doesn't know that Superman's Clark Kent? I mean, he wouldn't know that after what went down in Metropolis. I would have, if just those kinds of things didn't track with me. Yet everything in Superman that we just saw, in my mind, I filled in all of these questions. Like, I didn't have any questions about the world because James Gunn and I are the same age and we read the same comics, so I understand where he was going with a lot of that stuff. So, I didn't bump on it the way I thought. Darth Plato says he saw Superman in '78 at the Larkspur Theater in Marin County, I guess. Ooh. That's interesting. And Bajero 3 says Superman sees someone who looks just like him and zero emotion about what he does to him. Even Man of Steel had a "what the fuck did I do" moment after a snapped neck. Well, I mean, you know, he got thrown, that bus took him out into that black hole. Also, if Superman's seeing a clone of himself, you know, it's kind of an abomination that shouldn't exist anyway. Now, you can get into the idea of the ethics of cloning, but I never had the idea, we never saw that character as having agency on his own. You know, like they said, Luthor had a database of every one of Superman's moves, and that's why he would call out, and he had trained Ultraman to know exactly what those moves were to counter. So, which I thought was really interesting. You know, that Luthor's counting out those moves, like when he's hitting Superman in the face, and Luthor's like, 11, 11, 11. And I thought some people didn't like that. I thought that was really interesting and clever and weird.
It's different. You know, look, it's different. You know, again, do I love all of it? No, I didn't walk out of there going, "Oh my God, this is the best, this is the amazing experience I've had in cinema forever." I'm trying to remember the last time I had an amazing experience in the cinema. It was interesting. No one in my theater, which was full, no one cheered during it. No one clapped at the end.
Oh, people did, and when I took Elizabeth the second time,
they laughed. You know, at times.
But Jero 3 says something interesting. The problem is this Superman wants to everyone. It does want to everyone. I think that was, and again, I think the way that the film was cut down, I think everybody would have liked the movie more if it had more character stuff in it. People talking, just, you know, conversing, so you got to know these people more.
It also was very episodic.
Yeah, it was. It was very. It was episodic.
It would dip to black a lot and then go up, and here's a new scene. It wasn't. So it was very, you know, episodic, which is different.
KO says, yo, what's good, my brothers? This movie is better the second time. Much love. I enjoyed it more the second time because I knew it was coming, so I could just kind of bask in it.
Okay, so
Bert,
I have a question for you, though. Sorry. Oh, go ahead with Bert first.
Bert has been a member of the channel, a PGS hero, for 39 months. Bert, thank you for that. I very much appreciate that kind of support. Bert says, James Gunn royally blew his chance to bring back the underutilized character Ross Campbell from Superman Returns. Justice for Ross Campbell. Of course, everybody knows that I'm Ross Campbell. I played the great Ross Campbell in Superman Returns. And you can, if you want to pause on it, you can actually see me for about 15 frames.
Wow.
And I'm resolving into focus. But and I'm not credited as Ross Campbell in the end credits. I'm credited as like NASA reporter. But I appreciate that, Bert. I appreciate that you're looking out for me. And Ross Campbell should come back. And one day I will bring Ross Campbell back. And if you really want to know a secret, I don't know if this is... I made Ross Campbell my porn name when I was in Star Wars XXX, and I was in the movie that Kylie Ireland directed with James Dean, who told me I was a great actor. I was like, I was like Jim Morrison in The Doors. You got a great penis.
He would know, right? He would know.
He would know. Hey, he was in the Canyons with Lindsay Lohan that Paul Schrader directed.
Okay. Question for you. Were there cameos or Easter eggs in the people who were jailed in the Pocket universe?
You know, I didn't see enough. I'm sure there were, but I didn't see enough of that. I wasn't really paying attention to that.
Anyone watch it? Anyone out
That's
there?
That's a good question.
Did I miss any like kind of obvious Easter eggs or cameos in there that I should have?
That's a good question. A good question. By the way, 1001 Johnny says, "Oh, come on, Rob. If Soups cares for a kaiju, he'd care for a clone." To me, it was just a simple him or me situation, as he had to pop his own arm out. Yeah, that's probably true. But again, with a world full of metahumans, you know, I don't think that a lot of this kind of stuff would be necessarily that unique. I mean, somebody cloned Superman, you know, Superman didn't even realize. He was like, oh yeah, that's how you got into the fortress. You had my DNA. So,
actually, yeah, Rob, sorry, Will Reeve replaced Ross Campbell in a much better way.
Yeah, that's right. Will Reeve, he was. And by the way, he was a much more compelling reporting presence. Hayden Saints says, fun seeing Will Reeve's cameo. Learning about him and the rest of the family in the Superman doc was great. I agree. I thought it was great that they did that.
Okay, here's a question for you. Sorry.
Yep. Well, one more. The Ray Infinity Show says, does Superman happen before or after Creature Commandos? Because Rick Flag Sr.'s back seems to be fine. You don't heal from a broken back overnight. That's a good question. I do not know the answer to that. Maybe it's after. I would assume it's after. Let's go with after for the time being.
So maybe my question is more, and we'll ask it when we have people on as well. What thing do you absolutely not want to see in another Superman movie from James Gunn? Could be a character.
That's a good question. I don't know. There's nothing I don't want to see. I feel like there's so much that I wanted to see more of that there's nothing I don't want to see.
So you don't want you're good with Mr. Mixelplick or whatever.
Oh, you mean stuff like that? I mean, look, I think if anybody could make it work, James Gunn could make it work. You know, Mixelplick. Yeah, I
go through the Super Friends pronunciation.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something. I don't know. I mean, there's so many things in the whole Superman canon. What I really want to see is I just want to see it be made cohesive. You know, if you've got this universe, I think what I want to see real human gravitas and stakes. And the only time you got to see it with the interview scene with him and Lois, you got to see it with his interaction with Pa Kent. You know, you got to see. I would like to see more. Like, I like character interplay. I like characters talking to each other. You know, I did like Mr. Terrific a lot because he was kind of opining and telling us what was happening. Like, he was filling in the blanks. Like, he's like, well, if they have a pocket universe, there'd be this, and that's a proton river. You know, I felt that there was a lot of him explaining things, but I bet as a character he would have a lot to say, you know, just in general. And it would be interesting to see moral and ethical questions ruminated on over these in these films.
Let me ask you, do you think that a Superman movie has to be earthbound? Because I wouldn't mind seeing a Superman movie that is more like intergalactic.
Oh, I like it. Go to Warworld. Go to see Mongol. And the Lanterns. They're doing a Lanterns TV series. You got Aaron Pierre and you've got Coach Taylor. You know, that are Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. I can't wait to see that because that brings in the Guardians of Oa. I mean, I would, dude. If somebody said to me, Rob, you can make any movie you want in the DC universe now, what would you do? I would be like, Omega Men. I want to do the Omega Men. Either that or Teen Titans, but I would do. The Teen Titans is too big. Somebody might actually let me do Omega Men, but that's what I
mean. I guess we are getting Supergirl is probably going to be a more intergalactic movie.
It is. It is a more intergalactic movie.
That. So I guess that's how they're doing it. But it was like if they did Brainiac and it wasn't the Earth. If we had other stakes, then the Earth is going to get destroyed instead. I wonder how people. If people would be embracing to that or not. So
I mean it's a great question. It's a great question. I mean, I think they definitely will because a lot of the DC characters are cosmic characters. You know, like the Green Lantern Corps there's so many. I mean, just the Corps and all that. Those are cosmic characters.
Sure.
And
But that didn't work so well the last time Green Lantern graced us.
You know what though? I thought the Guardian stuff. The problem that I had with Green Lantern was Hector. Well, they went with Parallax and all that goofiness. It was a tonal issue, but I did like what they did with Oa, and seeing the Guardians and seeing all the different like Kilowog and all the members of the Green Lantern Corps. I thought a lot of that stuff was really, really cool, but they just couldn't decide on what the tone was. That's why I'm really excited to see what they do with Lanterns, the TV series.
So this Superman was inspired by a certain era run of the comics in a way. Correct?
Well, it was done All-Star Superman, mostly. And then there was a Superman for all seasons. But I do think the 80s era DC, it's interesting because there's pre-crisis stuff and post-crisis stuff. And then, the Supergirl storyline they're adapting was fairly recent. So it's going to be interesting to see where he's going. I mean,
is there so now that they've done that, is there a particular run that you would personally like to see them do, given what you've seen based on this movie? That could be interesting.
That's a good question. I mean, but it's weird because it's compartmentalized. Like, I really liked the Sinestro Corps War. Like, Jeff Johns did a really great run. There's a lot of runs that Jeff Johns did, whether it was, he wrote a lot of DC stuff that I liked. His Justice Society of America comics I really liked. His Green Lantern comics I really liked. But they were fairly insular. I'm
talking specifically Superman, a run of Superman that you would like to see them do.
Not
that would fit in with what Gunn is already setting up.
Not necessarily, because it was not really. Not a run that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, because there's so many. They did so much different kinds of stuff. We already saw Superman. I did like the death of Superman after Doomsday killed Superman and everyone thought he was dead. I liked the bringing back the Eradicator and John Henry Steel and the Cyborg Superman, the Cyborg and the Superboy Prime, whatever. I liked that. I thought that was really interesting. I could see, but then you have to kill Superman, which I don't want to see them do. So
we don't need to see that. But
no, but there's a lot. There's a lot of stories about, like, with New Krypton. There's so much stuff that they could draw upon. But look, I keep going back to the Justice League comic, the mid '80s comedic Justice League. The problem is even the villains were a little goofy, but there's some great stories in there. And then there's like the JLA run that had stories like Journey to Babel, but the Tower of Babel. And there was, I don't know, there's so much stuff they could mine, but nothing really comes to mind.
Okay, interesting.
So,
I wondered.
1001 Johnny says, not calling it a surprise for Superman, just saying he would care for a clone if he could care for a kaiju. But the thing is, I guess, that kaiju was also created by Luthor. They were both Luthor's creations. But I think that, and again, that's kind of a fault of the movie, that Superman, he's seeing a clone of himself, but he isn't that surprised about it. And I guess in a world of metahumans, maybe that kind of thing happens more. Mr. I. Krappenschitz says, I finally caught you live. As a prog metal musician, I love your "These Are Hard Times" shirt. Oh, you know what? You wear occasionally on Campia. I love playing in 5/8 time. You, my friend, are the only. So I found this shirt that I thought was one of the. I love my geeky T-shirts.
Yep.
He's walking away. I found a shirt that I thought was one of the most clever T-shirts that I have ever found, and it says "These Are Hard Times," and it's got 2 time signatures on it in for musicians in what tempo they play, and Mr. I. Krappenschitz is the only person who ever mentioned that. I think I've only worn it twice, to be fair, because it's a fairly new shirt, but I thought it was so clever. And, music humor is not necessarily my thing. I just thought that shirt was really clever and bought it. And, it's funny. I showed it to Elizabeth, and she's like, I don't get it. Just like, That's fine.
I've
It's
got a
fine.
question for you about your shirt right now, Rob. When it
Yeah?
gets hot, does it fill in?
No.
Oh.
But that would be really cool if it did. I just thought this shirt was rad. Again, when I saw the shirt, I'm like, oh, I have to have that shirt. I got stopped in the grocery store, and a woman asked me about it and didn't understand. It's so, we know what it is, but trying to explain this to somebody, you're 2 seconds into explaining it, and you sound like a douche. You can't explain this what it is. If somebody doesn't know what it is, trying to explain it to somebody is just it does no matter. I can be as charming as can be, but 2 minutes or 2 seconds into my explanation, I'm just a douche. I sound like a douche to myself trying to explain what this was.
Shit at Comic-Con though.
Yeah, people love it.
You're going to Comic-Con, right?
Yeah, I have panels on Thursday, Friday, and Sunday.
I haven't been in so long.
Well, you should go.
Makes me I can't afford one. I can't afford it, and two, just
It
makes me sad. We had amazing Comic-Con. That whole span of the '90s was an incredible time. It was never going to get better because it was not so. It was big, but it was not so massive that it was just a pain to go.
No, it was incredible. That year was at '94 when Full Moon had the big booth.
That was that '94.
It was '94.
But then the years after that too were.
It was incredible. I mean, this will be my 37th Comic-Con.
That's pretty amazing.
It's insane.
It is.
Tony Reyes says, "Give me Superman and the Forever People."
I don't know who the Forever People are. Sorry.
The
guys.
Forever People are part of the Fourth World that were introduced in the comics Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, drawn and created by Jack Kirby. The Forever People are part of Apocalypse and of course the people that want to see James Gunn or Zack Snyder finish, they would not want the Forever People in his version, or maybe they would. I mean, Granny Goodness was in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I was excited for that.
You
Thomas,
are excited about grannies. I know that.
I'm going to be there. Might as well get it in early.
What do you mean you're gonna be there?
Thomas Logan says there's less cheese in Hamburger the Motion Picture from 1986 than in Superman 25. Do a trailer reaction with a DP for Hamburger the Motion Picture. I mean, look, here's the thing.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen Hamburger the Motion Picture
excited.
either. I know the movie.
I know of the movie.
But I think that the funny thing is look, there is a group, there's a significant number of fans that only want a certain kind of flavor of these movies. And I'm one of them. I'm one of them. Well, I think because we take them seriously. And for us, it's watching a look, when I watch Batman Forever, I don't get much out of it. And when I watch Batman and Robin, I can barely get through it. What I want, is what we got. Remember when growing up, even if you go back to watch The Adventures of Superman with George Reeves in the 50s, or you go back to watch the Captain Marvel serial of the 40s, the Captain Marvel serial, it's 12 episodes. It's still one of the best superhero things ever committed to film. If you take it under consideration that it was, I mean, the suit, the Captain Marvel Shazam suit in that serial is amazing. And so there has been a flavor of superheroes depicted. I mean, the Batman series of the 60s sort of.
You didn't like the Batman series?
I did when I was a kid.
Right.
I liked it when I was a kid, but after Superman in 1978, Superman in 1978 took a genre that was essentially ghettoized, that was thought of as being for children, and it took the comic book superhero and made him a part of Americana in a way that had never been done before. And once you have Superman the movie, and you can see that the first part starts with this epic sci-fi vision shit on Krypton. Then you have the Smallville stuff, which is Norman Rockwell Americana that, speaks to everybody. And then you get into Metropolis and you meet Superman and Lois and everybody. And then you meet Gene Hackman and the movie kind of changes. But even in Superman the movie, when Luthor says, "Look, I'm going to send 2 nuclear missiles in either direction, and you can only capture. You're only going to be able to stop one." And Superman makes that choice that Miss Tessmacher makes him choose. Like because he's Superman, he has to save Hackensack, New Jersey first before he can go get the other missile. And that was a great thing to do. And now theoretically, you could say Superman could fly fast enough that he could get them both, but not in this case because they're moving very fast, and he's already and that was a great way to do that.
Well, he wasn't angry enough yet to turn the world so fast he could.
By the way, he doesn't turn the world back. He just goes back in time himself.
Well, whatever it is.
They visually represent that with the world turning back.
Well, yeah, so he wasn't angry enough to fly to do that.
Well, I mean, look, when you'd have to turn back the other way, too. I don't know. I mean, I thought it was good.
Look, I have no problem with it. I think I think there are things about Schumacher's Batman Forever that are good.
Yeah, I do too.
It was a wild swing, and boy, it hit people then. They because Batman Returns was not loved, and it was very dark, and people didn't like it.
Even though that's my favorite. I love Batman Returns.
It's great.
I love it. It's got so much great stuff in it.
Outside of the Nolan ones.
Yeah, but even Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight Rises has a lot of stupid shit in it that makes no sense. And as much as I do think it's epic, there's a lot about The Dark Knight Rises I love, but there's so much in it that I'm like, wait, what? Yeah. So one stock market exchange gets attacked and suddenly Bruce Wayne's powers turned off? Like what? He doesn't have diversified investments across the globe? I mean, there's so many, and the cops in that movie, I always watch that movie and I think, what is the time? So 100 days have passed. The cops are stuck underground for 100 days. They can't get out. I mean, there's so many things in the dark.
Each other.
What's that?
They're eating each other.
Yeah, it was weird.
We're going raw meat territory down there now.
Yeah. Daniel Villarreal says, Rob, have you read Invincible and The Boys? Because this Superman movie felt like it combined those two stories from the comics. I have. As a matter of fact, I have absolute editions of both of those, or quote-unquote absolute editions. They're not DC. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Look, there's a lot that Invincible and The Boys, they took liberally from a lot of other things and made a heady concoction. And look, they're great too. I'm a big fan of The Boys TV series.
Yeah.
But those comics stole liberally from depictions from earlier comics, as well. So,
yeah.
But I like them both.
Dumb shit in every movie.
Yeah. Well, but there's a lot of those elements.
What's the dumb shit in V for Vendetta?
Nothing.
Thank you.
There's yeah, I don't think there is dumb shit in every movie. But 1001 Johnny says, no, the Forever People weren't introduced in Jimmy. It was their own book titled The Forever People that Superman guest starred in, feeling that Silver Age blues that no one is as super as he is to relate to, Kirby's Space Hippies. Was that true? I don't know about that. I don't know. Because as a matter of fact, I just recently read that omnibus.
What do you say, Rob? Should we invite someone to?
Yeah, we'll do that. Let me just see. I just want to read this. New gods, blah blah blah. I want to find out. Well, they were. That's true. They were introduced in the Forever People 1. That was when they were first introduced. So there you go. But they fought Darkseid and Glorious Godfrey in 3 and Kirby.
This is so interesting. One of the people Trick or Treat AZ, Batman Begins was fine, but the other two were meh. Okay. See, it's just it's all different for everyone.
It's true.
Some people like the fine delicacy that is Wes Craven's Swamp Thing, and some don't.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's interesting, 1001 Johnny. I was under the impression that the Forever People were actually also introduced where Darkseid was introduced. Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen. I didn't realize that they were introduced in their own comic in 71.
Thomas Logan, we can't do the trailer reaction. We'll get demonetized. And
we can't.
Rob needs the money.
Well, yeah, and also then it's not getting strikes against your channel is never a good thing.
We'll do it privately for you, though.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. So what we'll do, Dave, is this is a first come. I know John Suntress is here. Now we're not going to let everybody in.
John Suntress is here?
No, he's watching. There's people watching.
I did a TV episode that he was in. I edited a TV episode of something that he was in. He was the commentator, the sage that they go to for advice.
Oh, well, there you go. No. So I'm going to send in. I'm going to put the chat. So if you want to,
okay. Thomas Logan said this: don't show the trailer, just watch it and we watch you, because that'll be fascinating.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to watch Hamburger the movie.
Another time we'll do a whole Midnight Metal episode where you just watch things that you can't see.
Yeah.
That'll be a real hit.
S-Beam says, S-Beam has been a member of this channel for 53 months. And he says, I'm still rocking and rolling Midnight Metal for the win.
53 months, just like Kinky Sphincter.
Just like Kinky Sphincter. It's true. It's good.
Maybe
it's good to
the
have.
Same person.
So for those of you who've never done this before, we haven't done it in a long time. We are going to send out a link. It's going to be posted in the live chat. If you have a good camera and microphone, and you have to be using Chrome as your browser. Chrome is the best browser. We'll let people in, and hopefully you'll have something to say. But here we go. Let's see who decides to show up.
It's like chat roulette.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you've never been on, if you've been on the show before, let's hold off and let's see if we can get some people that have never been on this before. Rando, we call you Randos, and there it is. There's the link.
Not Rondos, Randos.
Not Rondos, Randos. So
is Castle Grace Skull gonna be jumping on that link?
I don't know. She washed her face. So it'll be interesting to see who's gonna come on.
Someone says Alan Moore's Saga of the Swamp Thing should get a big screen adaptation. Look,
I agree.
I'd like to see it, but I don't think
1001 Johnny, I said you can't. If you've been on this show, you can't. Come on. 1001 Johnny's been on the
honor system here.
Yeah, I'll bring you on, but we have to wait. I'll bring on John Suntress because I'm gonna bring on John because
he's absolutely fascinating.
John is actually a luminary. And he will have something. And look, okay, John, when I put you live, I want you to say one thing. You have to go guilty. Just like that. You have to do that. You have to do that. Okay?
He's going to make us look smart. Smart.
He is. I'm smart. Not like they say. So this is John Suntress from the Word Balloon podcast. And I'm going to put him, I got to put him in. But now the light's off you. Hang on, you're not live yet. You had the great light going, so you had your face. Wait, can you say something? Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, everyone, this is John Suntress from the Word Balloon podcast. He is now going to be on this show. He is live. Hi, John. How are you?
Guys, good to talk to you. And Dave, oh my God, were you in Prophets of Science Fiction?
Dude, you're so loud. Can you just turn down?
Oh, of course I will. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Me too. All right, I'm adjusting my microphone, Rob.
Yeah, just drop it a little because I can't control it.
I understand.
Yeah,
I'm working on it. Okay.
So John, the question for you, I would ask for you. I mean, you've been covering the comics beat. You've been a broadcaster in Chicago. You're an actual luminary in the world of comics. No one has done more interviews with comic professionals than you have. Your entire podcast, the Word Balloon podcast, is all about that. So my question to you, sir, is, have you seen Superman, and what did you think of it?
I thought it was excellent. Can I speak gently? Is that working, Rob, or am I still blasting?
Yeah, just speak.
Okay,
Yeah, just speak gently. Speak, friend,
I'll
and
be
enter.
Bing Crosby. All right, everybody, let me tell you a little story about Superman. I'm a big fan. No, I thought it was excellent. I hear the complaints, and I agree with you guys in terms of more Daily Planet would have been nice. I suppose the music was not a factor, but I could say that about some Marvel movies as well and other movies. But no, I really thought it was excellent. I give it, I gave it 5 out of 5. I really had a great time, and I love the tone. I love the Kents. God, I agree. Forgive me, Rob, on Word Balloon. I just re-released. You guys were talking so much about Justice League International. I just re-released my J.M. DeMatteis. Kevin
Is it?
Maguire
Is it?
cover.
So it's DeMatteis. I am saying it right. So DeMatteis is the way to do it.
That's right.
Yeah, Kevin
But
Maguire
yeah.
follows me on Twitter, and I love Kevin Maguire.
Awesome.
I
I
love
love seeing him at conventions. He's a great man.
He is a great man.
But I thought it was terrific. I really did. I really enjoyed it. It made me feel good. I think it was a great reset. And I'm excited for the seeds that Gunn has planted.
Yes, I am too. I mean, but now, how do you feel about? Here, I'm going to put us all three in the same frame. How do you feel? Yep. Oh, that's Pruitt Taylor Vince has had that his whole life. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that actor. Yeah.
Well, he had that in Jacob's Ladder. I mean, every time he's been, it's yeah. Yeah, and I think, a lot of people, because they are, I mean, I hate to generalize and say country bumpkins, but they are, the salt of the earth people. They're not, I mean, you go from Kevin Costner to Superman's parents are Kevin Costner and Diane fucking Lane. And it's like, come on. It's please. It's fine,
It would have been fun if they gave him different things to do, man. Don't you think? I mean, and also, I'm sorry, I don't buy the waving off of the tornado. I'm like, the guy has super speed. I think he can save you and still conceal. I didn't like the paranoia of the Kents. And what I liked about these Kents were they're just good, downhearted people. And every era has troubled times. But there are people that still raise their kids to be good kids. And I think that's what we got.
Yeah, I do too. And I thought that was really interesting. But again, they're not the typical, they're not the kind of Kents that people want to see, and I think that people want to see more movie star quality people. But then, now I'm going to bring in 1001 Johnny. Here he is. And here you are. You're on the show. You're live now. And,
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. So
Good grief.
Tell us, you always have great points to make. You're a very intelligent man. You know this material.
You flatter me, Rob.
What would you like to say to the folks at home?
James Gunn's Superman's a lot of fun. You should go see it. It's not my jam, though.
Really? Okay. Why is that?
Fleischer's Superman, Bruce Timm's DCAU, and Snyder's I really enjoy those, but I'm not knocking Gunn's thing at all. I don't think there's anything objectable to it. It's just not my jam. Like, I consider it more of Gunn's sensibilities more than anything else.
Sure.
I'm not the biggest Guardians fan. I can tell they're fun. And I have fun with them sometimes, but just not my cup of tea.
Now, to bring back the Kryptonian judges, the three of us, how do you feel about what Johnny said?
It's cool. God bless him, man. That's the thing. Everybody does it. Like Dave said earlier, not every Superman movie is for everybody. And that's okay.
He's got good taste. He likes the Bruce Timm stuff. I mean, come on. Look, can anyone argue that Bruce Timm, the Batman has never been better than the Bruce Timm stuff, the Superman stuff. That's still probably Batman Mask of the Phantasm is still probably one of the best Batman movies.
Yeah, and the whole Batman animated series is probably the greatest depiction of the character in any kind of media other than comics. As
their version of Superman. I don't mean to be a hater, but Christopher Reeve Superman, I really feel is overrated. I really know that's going to get me some haters.
You're about to be 86 there, buddy. No, I understand.
He's got two good
movies. I like Christopher Reeve Superman. I like Michael Keaton's Batman. I grew up with Michael Keaton's Batman. Batman Returns was a birthday present for my 6th birthday.
Oh my God!
I grew up with those movies. I love those movies, but I don't consider them definitive. Is really the thing, and that's just all it is. I've been trying to figure it out, and I see it as this. I think a lot of people today do think Christopher Reeve is the definitive Superman because it's the most accessible, easy to watch. That's just how it goes. That's how popularity goes. So in my mind, though, the Fleischer Superman is another foundational Superman because it's the reason why we have the DCAU.
Right.
Which is my jam.
I would say that. I mean, but you're aware of the Fleischer Superman. And let me
I grew up with that, too. My grandmother sent us a whole bunch of old cartoons, so we grew up with those.
Yeah, but I would ask you guys, I mean, look, I love the Fleischer Supermans, and really, the Fleischer Superman, although somebody pointed out to me today that was actually a radio show where Superman first flew. But the Fleischer, was that you? The Fleischer Superman, the Fleischer Superman was the first time you saw Superman fly, and somebody said, well, he's just punching his way to get to something, but as everyone knows, Superman was not created as somebody who flew. And what I find really interesting about pop culture characters that have endured and evolved over time, the way Superman has, or the way James Bond has, or Tarzan, or any of these characters that have existed for decades at a time, it has a lot to do with the audience in the present and the way that they think of these characters. And I think that now the primary movie-going audience, like Johnny said, Superman is old in terms of Christopher Reeve's Superman. Now, my definitive Superman was George Reeves from the Adventures of Superman series from the 50s, because that was the first one I saw. And I love that depiction, even though he looked like my grandfather. Yeah, and he was like an he was. I mean, it was an amazing depiction, but he was a badass. He was not a bumbling Clark Kent. He's like, I'm gonna scoop all you motherfuckers because I'm fucking Superman, and I'm gonna go get the story. And he was unapologetic about that, and that was my first Superman. And seeing the bumbling Clark was weird for me as an 11-year-old. When I saw Superman the movie, I thought that was an odd choice, but I understood it. But it wasn't what I was used to. I was like, why would he be bumbling? Why wouldn't he's Superman? Why wouldn't he just show up and be like a badass? How did you? I mean, so it really depends when you come to these characters. And as a James Bond fan, the difference between Connery and Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore is so far away from Sean Connery in the depiction of the character, and they were playing to Roger Moore's previous life as the Saint and as other characters that he'd played before and so you got a totally different kind of a Bond, and people have they like different flavors of James Bond. But to me, I talk to people, Bond does not have the cultural place that Bond had when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, Bond was the shit. But there was nobody else like him. And then by the time you get to the late 80s and mid 90s when GoldenEye came out, Bond is really just another action hero. He's not, he was trend setting in the 60s. In the 70s, he was following trends, martial arts movies, blaxploitation movies. It wasn't really until you got to Spy Who Loved Me that Roger Moore had his definitive, I've got this big epic fantasy film, that was repeated in Moonraker and then brought it back down to earth for Your Eyes Only. But Superman's kind of the same way. It depends where you first encountered the character as to what you want from it, and what people want from it now is, I mean, Zack Snyder was the bill of fare because it was the first.
Right.
Superman Returns was not what people necessarily wanted, and then they kind of got what they wanted with Superman or with Man of Steel, but a lot of people didn't like Man of Steel when it came out either. So
But the funny thing is, the funny thing is for me is like, I guess I'm different. I don't have a definitive Superman. I love Christopher Reeve in those first two movies, but I mean, I got the feels with Superman Returns when we were working on it and stuff. Yeah, we're biased and stuff. We're biased and stuff, and it was very strange to be editing behind the scenes material and then have Superman walk into your edit bay. It was like, okay, so you get a little extra charge that most of the audience won't get. You're like going, fuck, that's Superman. It's wild. So, but I'm enjoying all the iterations of it. I don't watch every Superman thing. So I haven't seen Dean Cain play Superman. I haven't seen, I really didn't watch Smallville. I didn't watch the TV series stuff except for the animated series. So those guys give or take or anything like that. But, I know they're very popular with certain people, and those are their definitive Supermans.
I think if I may, I think the Reeve movie was coming off of Batman 66, so there was still that element of camp when Donner made the movie, even though he tried to ground it in realism.
Yes.
And I agree with you, Rob, that every era has tried to address the moment. And again, going back to, like you said, even the radio show and the boldness of Superman taking on the Ku Klux Klan back then, stuff like that. I mean, so no, there's always been great iterations. And yeah, man, and again, as guys like us that have watched it forever and everything, yeah, we kind of accept that. And also, you're right, man, Clark Kent in the George Reeves TV show, he was an investigative reporter, and would get into Inspector Henderson's face and be like, don't give me that guff, Bill. Now, you're talking to me now. All right, Kent, let me give you the straight story. So he wasn't the milksop. But then by the time of the Donner movie and everything, we had a couple decades of meek Clark Kent in the comic.
Yeah, that's true. By the way,
it was also a great cover for him being bumbling and everything in that movie to separate himself from ever being discovered as Superman.
Yeah, it was great. Now I'm going to bring in. We've got 1001 Johnny is across the pond, the Pacific from us. Now I'm bringing all the way. We're going down to the tip of South America to Argentina, and Andy's coming in, and Andy's coming in hot with his take. Please welcome Andy from Argentina. Oh, he's.
No, I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn it up a little bit? Turn up your sound a little bit.
Oh, yes.
Just a bit. Because a
moment, please.
Andy, it was in the member call earlier today and had a lot to say.
Oh yeah.
I tuned in and I missed the call. I was so mad when I heard it actually happened and I wasn't there.
I was on for 5 hours.
I know.
Today.
That's why I'm more mad.
I think my bladder. I feel like I'm not going to ever have a problem with my bladder and prostate because I sit so long and drink so much liquid and hold it for so damn long, like today. But it was.
As long as you're still shooting ropes, Rob, you're okay.
Yeah, it's all good. I practice the Wolf of Wall Street. Oh. You got to get those numbers up.
I think that's more of you doing like the Bears, Chicago Bulls, hitting your chest to make sure you're alive still.
No, I'm not doing that. So, Andy, are you?
Yes, I'm trying. Oh, here it is. Yes, I'm trying to lower the. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're still a little low.
Yeah, I'm low.
You're low. You're low.
Now, can you hear me better?
More.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Even
can you make it a little loud? It's okay. We can still hear you.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. It's just
shout.
What about now?
You're good. Now? Just get. Right. By the way, I'll just get you ranting about the movie, and it'll be plenty loud.
Yeah. Everyone will be quiet for this.
I will. Now, here's the thing. I was kind of in a place of I don't know if maybe I was a little bit too worked out about my experience because I have never worked out of a movie in my life, and it happened with this Superman.
You actually walked out. You actually walked out.
I walked out of the movie, but not because I hate the movie. All right, I need to be very clear that I thought the movie was not for me. I felt old watching the movie. I thought the movie was either for really, really big comic book fans or little children. That was that's what I thought when I was watching it. And at the same time, I didn't like that every time the movie had a serious moment that you could feel something that had to be some stupid joke in the background, or maybe a few seconds after a few, back and forwards. Maybe I could have felt something if there's nothing. I mean, always a joke. James Gunn with his James Gunnisms. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, it's always the same shit. But I want to be here because I didn't want to just talk negative shit about this movie. I saw some positive things. It's not like it wasn't for me, but I saw good things in the movie. Like, for instance, the cast, I think it was perfectly cast.
Yeah.
I mean, David Corenswet is a great Superman. I didn't like the marketing for the movie because one time in one member call, I said, Rob, that I didn't like that James Gunn was in the front of the marketing of the movie and not Superman or David Corenswet. And he said that James Gunn was the biggest selling point in the movie, which I get. I know he is. Nobody knows David Corenswet.
But they changed that closer to release.
Yeah. But that's the thing. If they would have just start with that, if you give David Corenswet a chance, the guy is lovely. If you see the interviews with that guy, the guy's perfect.
Yeah, he's amazing. He really is Superman.
He can sell the movie on his own. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even need Rachel Brosnahan, even though she's great too. But the guy's perfect to sell a movie. He didn't need just James Gunn always in the front saying, "Yeah, I'm James Gunn. I'm famous." We don't know who is this guy. He will be Superman, but don't be a patron. I'm James Gunn. I'm the important one. You're the director. I don't give a shit that you're the famous one. The other one is Superman. Let the fucking actor to sell the movie. He will sell the movie. I didn't like that. You know
Okay,
what I
hang
mean?
on.
Well,
wait,
let's far be it from us to accuse James Gunn of having a healthy ego.
Wait, Andy, hold on. We got someone else I want to bring in. Jason, it's sci-fi for me. Jason, welcome to Midnight Metal. And you are live, sir.
Well, I appreciate you opening up and taking the risk with all of us coming in. And
Oh man, can you better
can
bring
you
your volume up too?
Goose your volume a little higher.
Yeah, how is that?
Oh, that's
much
that's
better.
dull. Listen to those dulcet tones. That's what I'm
Wow,
talking
that's
about.
a nice shiny dinosaur behind
I'm
you.
going to use my radio voice.
Yeah.
Now, I liked it. I've seen it twice. I think Corenswet is an excellent Superman, but he's not Chris Reeve. But to Andy's point, I do think on the marketing, I think there was a little bit too much emphasis on James Gunn. But I think that some of that is because he's in charge of the studio. And
Sure.
I think they're trying to build some confidence there of this is the guy who's in charge of all of it, and he's doing a great job. Let's rah for James Gunn.
But he's
So
arguably he's the most known too, out
Yeah,
of all.
he is.
Yeah.
because
of Guardians and everything else, he's the most known.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting setup with him and Peter Safran in charge. He's the face. Safran's the numbers guy. And it's a choice to put Gunn out there. It makes sense to do it, but he's, you know, your mileage may vary on James Gunn. You either like his stuff or you kind of don't. And, you know, he's an acquired taste for some people. So that, whether that hurts in the long run, hard to say.
You guys, everyone has to remember too where James Gunn came from. I mean, he's a trauma guy, and you know, those low budget worlds never leave you. You know, that sensibility and that type of stuff never goes away. He's still a punk rock trauma guy, no matter what. I know several people who have worked for Trauma and have written those movies, and they're still that way. Their sensibilities are still that way. So it's like, yeah, of course he's going to be a polarizing person. You know, again, it's a different era as far as like knowing directors and everything else. You know, you sort of get more of an insight of directors more than you ever have before. Because I'll tell you, if you knew everything about Richard Donner, you probably wouldn't be a big fan of him.
Oh,
he was a complicated guy who had several issues that he had to deal with. That, you know.
Well, he also came from a different
different era.
Now, now everybody, I'm getting us all into the same frame here. I mean, it's live, so you got to bear with me. But so we've got 1001 Johnny, we got Andy. We're all together in the same frame now. I'm slowly but surely getting everyone in. We got John Suntress up there in the middle. We got Dave Parker. We're all here, and so all of you we can now talk amongst ourselves. As I'm slowly but surely putting us all in. Sorry, it doesn't look as pretty with the overlays, but all you gentlemen we can now all interact, all six of us, and here we are. So please feel free to chime in.
I understand the people like Andy that, you know, had an issue with, you know, Gunn being in the front, but he is the brand, and that is the brand that DC bought.
I understand that.
So, you know. But also, I would say that I don't know how much Reeve did prior to the movie coming out, and you know, wanted to reveal Corn Sweat in the movie, and you're right, Rob. I think as the movie got closer, we saw more of Corn Sweat and Rachel and everybody else. But you know, yeah, I just kind of think that, you know, like they want the character to be there before the actor. But I agree with you. I think he's an excellent ambassador for the character, and I expect great things from him moving forward.
I kind of feel like the reason why Gunn puts himself up there is because with all the Snyder stuff.
Hang on. Go ahead, Johnny.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what?
No.
Okay.
Go
with
ahead.
The Snyder stuff, there's no leadership at Warner Brothers. So, like, by Gunn putting himself out there, he's assuring the fans, because the fans know, because of the whole release the Snyder Cut movement, everybody knows Warner Brothers' dirty laundry of leadership in the whole franchise. I think Gunn was just simply trying to reassure fans that you have one person to know is behind everything. That's the real reason why he's been putting himself front and center so far. If he keeps doing it, he's been doing it too long. But for this first outing, maybe the first few years, I think it's not a problem, at least for the normies. That's the real issue. You need normies to know what's going on.
By the way, Scott Bartholomew points out that the interdimensional imp is actually Mr. Mixelplitic. I don't know if that's true, but that would be cool if it was. He does say
calls it. He says it's an interdimensional imp.
But that could also mean that there's many interdimensional imps.
Right, and it's just one of them.
And wasn't that move of, and I love that because it goes back to here filmmakers Jacques Tati, where stuff is happening in the forefront, but really what you're watching is in the background, and it's always. And I mean, Rick and Morty does it. Even Lower Decks even did it, and I love that. I just think that is so clever, and it really makes you pay attention. And wait a minute, we're paying attention to what's happening in the background. Who cares what Clark and Lois are saying right now? I thought that was great.
By the way, to all the people saying there's not enough Clark in the movie, Clark's right there. He's just wearing pajamas.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting because it says a lot about the character of Superman. It's like I don't have to be everywhere at once. This version of the character, it's like there's other people to take care of it. I can't save the world. I was like, that's kind of interesting.
Agreed. Well, I agree with what you said too, Rob, about Batman. And it's like, no, this isn't a Batman movie. It reminds me of comic books where it's like, well, Green Arrow would never beat Solomon Grundy. It's like the name of the book is Green Arrow. Just relax.
But also, I always thought it was interesting. Like people talked about, okay, if the X-Men exist in the MCU, how come in the first Avengers movie the X-Men don't show up? And it's like, if you think about the Battle of New York, it's almost played out in real time, in that the Chitauri forces show up and what the Avengers are dealing with. By the time the X-Men, they're in up Grey Malkin Lane, and they're at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. They don't even know what they're walking into. They watch it on TV just like we do. I mean, it's not like every armed forces member rushes to New York during 9/11. I mean, it's such a weird. Oh, go ahead.
They're teenagers.
Yeah, of course. Yes, yeah, they're teenagers, and they're watching the Avengers are the adults in the room. And I've always thought it's such a weird thing. Like what people are talking about, like when you see everything that happened in Metropolis, again, when you're watching the climax of the movie, it's almost like it's real time. So what is the Justice Gang's already there? They have a base in Metropolis. The Hall of Justice they've now established in the DC universe is in Metropolis. So that would be the headquarters of the JLA, which makes sense when it becomes the Justice League instead of, which will be a great moment, when whoever renames the, and I think that what I find so interesting is people's own identities are caught up with Superman, and when the thing is the James Gunn, universe is not cool the way that Zack Snyder's universe is cool, and
You're trying to speak my language, Rob.
Well, yeah, there you go.
You mean that things don't just pause to go into super slow?
Well, no, but I mean, look, everybody in the James Gunn world is handsome and strapping and beautiful, and I mean, if Ma can't look like Diane Lane, I would have an Oedipal complex like you couldn't believe.
Batman did too in another movie.
Yeah, well, that was the interesting thing.
He's always Lois named me. So.
I mean, no, but it was like everything about that movie it's Zack Snyder's movies. They're cool, and they have a cool factor to them, and I understand why a large number of people are captivated, and their own sense of identity is wrapped up in those films because the depiction of everything is how you want to be. There is a cool factor to that, whereas. When you're watching Batman Forever, or like, I never wanted to be Adam West in watching something from the 60s, but I certainly wanted to be Captain Kirk, and I definitely wanted to be James Bond.
Hey, Rob, I just want to speak to that just a little bit. Off on a whole tangent, but my dad grew up with Adam West, and he wanted to be Adam West. So when my dad became a dad, we were Robin and he was Adam West.
Of course. See, there you go. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, it becomes whatever look, I wanted to be Race Bannon in fucking Johnny Quest when I was a kid. I mean,
and look at you are now.
Yeah, really, man, you got the look down. Johnny.
Dreams do come true, everyone.
There you go.
Look at that white hair.
I gotta get his haircut. Yeah, I gotta get the haircut.
Let's cut it, man.
But Race Bannon was badass. I didn't want to be, when I was a kid, I didn't want to be Johnny or Haji. I wanted to be Race fucking Bannon.
Come on, secret agent, absolutely.
I have a...
I kind of feel like, I hear a lot of people, they will criticize shows for having annoying kids in them or whatnot. But, I mean, I've gone back and watched some of those old cartoons recently, trying to explore Alex Toth.
Yeah,
like how much of it, because all going back to Fight Your Superman, him being a fan of those cartoons influenced his designs, and Space Ghost influenced the design of Batman the Animated Series. Like, I can't believe 100%. People don't know this. So, and it was cartoons, because all these action cartoons had kids in them, like even the Musketeers, Hanna-Barbera's Musketeer. It's because those kids watching it on Saturday morning are supposed to feel like those kids, even if they don't want to be those kids because they don't want to be what they are. Those kids represent those kids at that moment.
Yeah, but as a kid, I never wanted to watch shit with kids in it. Even as a kid, I hated that shit.
That's because you hated your childhood, Rob. You hated that you were stuck as a kid.
No, I didn't. I loved my childhood, but part of being a kid was looking at people I wanted to grow up and become.
Yes,
other kids.
What I mean.
I already knew what other kids were thinking because I was that kid. And I'm like, they got in the way. They got in the way of me seeing the people that I really wanted to see, which was James Bond, which was Dr.
Rob was
Quest.
much more a Goonie when he was a kid than
Oh,
James Bond.
don't call him that.
Why do you got to do that? By the way, Andy, you wanted to say something. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
cut.
I want to just to ask a question because I've been watching many other people talking about this movie with different takes, and I want to say up front, because what I'm going to ask all of you, I am not a Snyder bro. You know what I mean? I like Zack Snyder. Man of Steel is one of my favorite movies. Okay. But I love Christopher Reeve. I love the first two Superman movies. So it's not like because I'm going to ask something very particular, all right? So I don't want you to think that I'm for Zack Snyder against James Gunn or this, all right? So this is my question. I like the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I didn't like that much the second one. And the third one, forgive me, I forgot. Remember the third Guardians of the Galaxy that much. I haven't seen Super or Slither or the other James Gunn. I'm sure they are great movies.
They're fun.
But
Did you see Scooby-Doo?
Here's the thing. No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. He was offered Superman. I think back in 2018, I think, when he was canceled from Disney, and he took the Suicide Squad. Now, that was a very interesting and very weird iteration of the Suicide Squad because we already had the David Ayer, which was a mess, of course.
Well, they took that away from him. The Ayer's Suicide Squad is one of the worst edited big budget films I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, it could have been great. It could have been great.
It could have been great. And I am a big release the Ayer cut guy.
I
love his stuff.
Here's the
You
thing.
still got a point to make.
When I saw the Suicide Squad, James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, it's pretty the same like Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, we are talking about a group of superheroes who are some anti-heroes, very quirky, and each of them have a very particular personality, and they are all together against a common ground. It's kind of Guardians of the Galaxy. I know it's different. Following me here. Now, we are in Superman, in 2025 Superman, and we have the chance to have a core solo Superman movie, and James Gunn is directing it. Now he is directing it, and he needs to put the gang and the Green Lantern and Hawk Girl and all these characters. I know he's starting a whole new universe. I understand that. He wants to do a few things at the same time, which I believe he worked against the movie. Why does James many characters in the same movie? And here's my question. Some people are calling James Gunn a one-trick pony because he always does pretty much the same stuff. We have a lot of superheroes. Many of these are misunderstood or anti-heroes or whatever. They have a quirky jokes in the background, jokes that go for a long time. All the movies are pretty much the same when it comes to characters. Do you think that James Gunn is pretty much doing always pretty much the same? Really off base, or maybe there's something there? What do you think about that?
I don't think you're off base at all. It's part of the reason why I'm not that big of a Gunn fan. I like Gunn, but you've seen the first movie. It had the best songs. All the other movies, the songs just don't hit as much. But yeah, I felt like the only reason to continue to watch Gunn stuff is for the character writing, but they're all doing very similar stuff. And I think it's just because if it's a one-trick pony, it's working because it's enough for normal people to want to come back for more.
Now.
It's at least the young people.
For now.
Well, look, I
It's something like
You can make that argument about a lot of Sorry, you can make that. You can make that argument about a lot of directors, right? But he does a lot of similar things with his
And
things.
Wes
I mean, yes,
Anderson
he's done.
Nolan,
He's
I
done
know.
a couple
Wes
of
Anderson.
different. But you know, it's like, yeah, Gunn found a formula that works for him, and it's been profitable. I'm not saying for the fan and for the individual movie that it's always the best
But
thing.
you know what's my point? This was a Superman movie, and Superman is like on the side of the story, and he's part of the story. I didn't find Superman to be a focus center of the movie. One thing that made me walk out of the movie is that I was bored with the movie, and I don't know if I need to feel embarrassed or old because I'm saying that, but the thing is, I was watching my watch, you know, and it was an hour and 20 minutes, and I thought I was in the theater for 3 hours, and I said, how long is this movie gonna take? And I was already watching all this James Gunn and a half almost. This is a Superman movie. Do we really need to waste our time with Mr. Terrific and Hawkgirl and Green Lantern and this guy and that guy and the other guy and this guy? Why don't you just make a Superman movie? We understand your Superman and stop wasting time with the other characters. Mr. Terrific is a great character. He probably stole the entire movie for Superman, and I don't think that's fair. You know what I mean?
Okay, I would say that, look, you're watching Superman from the very beginning of the movie when he falls out of the sky, you know, and you're seeing and the Lois stuff. Look, my whole thing is I think the movie was cut down. I think a lot of the human interaction was truncated from the film. It's clear to me that it was because James Gunn's character interaction, the way he built. Look, I'm a huge fan of all three Guardians movies because they do different things in them. The Guardians 2 is, I think it's you're dealing with broken families and people finding, every one of those characters finds the family they didn't have. And if you look at that, it's a pretty brilliantly structured film. It's just not as overtly entertaining, but I found it more heartfelt than the first. I was affected by Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And I thought Rocket's story in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 with the High Evolutionary was amazing. You know, and what was going on there. What a great villain the High Evolutionary turned out to be. And
best part of the movie.
Yeah, in a different way.
I remember about that. That was a great villain. Now that I remember.
Yeah, I mean, he was an evil motherfucker. And I think that here's the funny thing. I mean, I agree with you in that this film is doing a million different things. And I would have watched it, when it was over the first time when I saw it on Tuesday at the Amazon screening. I looked at my watch and I'm like, it felt like it was 90 minutes long. It's a tight 2 hours. Just shot. I would have watched that movie for a half an hour. I would have spent a half an hour with all those characters just to watch those actors act because I loved, like Dave pointed out earlier, the scene with Rachel Brosnahan and Superman, that interview scene where you actually see people interact. And you know, like I said, as much as I like Denis Villeneuve's Dune, there's very few people ever talking to one another, and when they do, the scenes have been cut to the bone. The written script, knowing the source material, it's frustrating to watch these probably the most convincing science fiction movies ever made is what Denis Villeneuve was able to create with Dune 1 and 2. But the people in them are almost. It's almost like it's a tone poem. It's not, and they've got all these great actors, and he cuts those scenes to the bone. And I felt that we got the same thing from Superman. The movie had to do 25 different things. It had to work on so many different levels. And
that's my question. Did it had to? I mean,
no,
why?
it had to because this is a brand new studio. Remember, this studio, DC Studios, didn't exist. This is them planting a flag. We already had Creature Commandos. They folded in Peacemaker to this universe, but this is the first thing with them planting their flag. And by the way, what's really interesting is the jury's still out. It had a good first weekend, but the real telling thing is, will this get and here's the key to Superman that look, whether you liked Superman or not, let's put that aside. But from a business perspective, this film is launching a new studio. This studio has already shot Supergirl. They've already shot the Lanterns TV series. They're folding in Peacemaker Season 2, which is already done. And so if this didn't work, this is the Titanic. It's going down, and it's taking a whole studio that they've already spent hundreds of millions of dollars behind this movie. So what they had to do was they had to hedge their bets. They couldn't come out and go full James Gunn. They had to cut this down and make it, if nothing else, foreign will like all the action and the zip zap pow, and it'll translate. What's going to be really interesting is I think what's going to save this movie, the secret weapon of this movie, and I saw it in the theater, is kids.
Yeah.
The kids are going to see this movie, and they're going to go.
That's
And
what I was going to say.
And I'll tell you something. We're like, as a man who is closing in on 60, I am not. I look at this film as I have been a student. Somebody asked me the other day, what am I? I'm like, I think of myself as the Jack Ryan of entertainment, in the sense that I'm an analyst. Jack Ryan was an analyst. He read books. He's an analyst. I've spent my life analyzing the entertainment business because I love movies, but I also love the business of entertainment. And I've read countless books on the subject, and we are at a really interesting point in the history of entertainment, in the sense that streaming, they went all in. That was kind of a mistake. The theatrical business is trying to hang on. Home video is dying out. There's all of these things happening right now. And what this movie is actually doing is beginning a new studio, and they have a 10-year plan. They've laid it out. We'll see if it works. But Warner Brothers needs this to work. And the thing is, we are analyzing this based on what we've loved our whole lives. But we should be thinking about, what does this movie mean today and right now? Forget what you think about it. Try and think of it as a moment. I thought it was a wildly entertaining movie. I watched it for 2 hours, and twice. I've seen it twice, and Elizabeth loved it. And aside from Rachel Brosnahan, which was, you never know, people I loved her, but so I was wildly entertained by these films. Is this movie going to resonate? Superman 78 still resonates with me. I still think about it. Luther, you diseased maniac. I mean, I could probably recite the entire film because I've seen it so much, and the music, all of it. This movie is not going to do that because I'm at a different time in my life. But there were kids in the theater that they had more fun than they've ever had in a movie theater before.
I'll tell you,
in this movie.
What I thought, for every negative that I found in the movie, I thought, and I forgot to say this in the member call because I was so worked out about the negative, but I want to say this because it's a positive thing about this movie. I think that even though I think this movie is not for me, maybe because I'm not a comic book fan or because of my age, I'm 45, maybe I'm too old for
No,
this
I
movie.
don't think you're, it's not, I think you have preferences, and that's okay.
But here's the thing. What I think a positive about this movie is that even though I think it's not for me, they did the right choice to cater to children, even though it has stuff for grown-ups. And I know comic book fans like Rob will like the movie or love the movie, but there are so many things for children and for Gen Zs, I think, in this movie. That was the right call. Even though I was going to feel alienated, I think that was the right call. If there was going to make, again, the same stuff like Snyder, it would have bombed. It would have fucking bombed. Yeah. They needed a win. They needed to cater to comic book fans and to children, to sell toys, to sell more movies, to sell Supergirl. They needed to do what they did. Even though I don't like it, I wish it would have been different, but they made the right call, in my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you, I would say the jury is still out on that. The movie's only been playing. It opened Thursday night for previews. It's played Friday and Saturday. I think the jury is totally still out on that, and we should watch what's going to happen. I think the one thing this movie has going for it is it'll do big business during the week. And because kids will go and parents will take them, and even though it's got somebody being shot in the fucking head while they're playing Russian roulette, I mean, it's like fucking wild, man.
Just one scene.
That's the one that shocked me, honestly, and it kind of flies in the face of what Andy was just saying, and I was like, wow, I kind of feel bad. That is my one qualifier of there's a kill shot to the head. I don't know if that's good for kids, and again, I'm all for R-rated superhero movies in the right context. But that did concern.
I just have to say,
I think kids need to be scared sometimes. Like that's what movies can do. Like Superman still saves the day. That could be good as well.
Apropos of nothing, I just want to say in the live chat, Apocalypse Cow says Tenebrae is awesome. I don't know what you guys are talking about in the live chat, but Tenebrae is awesome.
We're talking about stilettos. And I said,
oh. Okay.
You need to see Tenebrae, and you'll get what I'm talking about.
Tenebrae is one of Argento's favorite. I love it.
One of the greatest. Rob, also Kevin Rubio wants to come on.
Who does?
Kevin Rubio.
Oh, he can come on.
I'm just letting you know, so you probably need to send the link out again.
I'll send the link, but I want to ask Jason. Hang on, but Jason, you haven't said much. I want to make sure you got your chance to speak your piece.
I don't know if anybody can hear me now or not.
They can. You sound great.
Okay, good. Well, let me ask you this, Rob, because we're talking about the whole studio thing. How much do you think, in your analysis of things here, how much do you think that this 2-hour runtime is a studio mandate more than it is James Gunn saying it's got to be 2 hours? I know he did in the interview on Times of London. He said, you got to trim the fat, or one of the interviews. But it seems to me, I'm with you. Another 20, 30 minutes to let this thing breathe, I think would be better. I want to see a director's cut now, and I don't know
which he's never done.
I think it was his call, because I don't think the studio would have cared if it was 20 minutes longer.
No, but I do think. Look, I think that there was a lot of people. I mean, James Gunn's running. Him and Peter Safran are the heads of the studio. And John Campea says a lot of the time that they get to call their own shots. No, they don't. They have somebody above them. And whether it's David Zaslav or the money people or whatever, this movie was probably the most, I mean, they'll never say this, but James Gunn was made to, and look, he himself as a studio executive had to follow conventional wisdom. The fact that this is a 2-hour movie, to me, that alone says, and the Guardians movies were not egregiously long, but this man was thinking first and foremost. I've never, to be the head of a studio and be he's an auteur. He wrote and directed the film. I can't even imagine what that's like, but it means that your artistic inclination is in direct opposition of you as a businessman that has to run a studio, and unfortunately, the studio must take precedence. Because they have other things that isn't your movie coming out, so you can't sit there and go, "This is not my vision." I would imagine, James Gunn was fucking Gollum in this movie. My precious Smeagol. I can't do Andy Serkis' voice, but that's what James Gunn is doing. You have to imagine that he was Gollum and Smeagol talking to himself, going, "What the fuck do I do?" And the fact that this movie turned out the way it did, and it's as entertaining as it did, and they're leaning into crypto and all that stuff, they gave the movie, they made it the most entertaining thing possible. And what was sacrificed was the resonance and the mythology. What we got was it was like an amusement park ride. It was a great roller coaster. You're in, you're out, whip bang. It was awesome. And if it works,
Silver Age comic book.
Yeah, that's what it was. And there is a 3-hour version of this movie that I certainly would watch, and I hope they will put it on Max. I don't think James Gunn will do that because it sends the wrong message. No. He has to say that this is the movie. He's not going to come out and go, "Well, I would have loved to have had it, the way he would." Blah, blah, blah. He's not going to say that because that is counter to the narrative that a new studio needs to be promoting. At least that's my opinion.
Marketing is
funny
more important than
that's
ever
the
as
case.
well. Excuse me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Please stop. I apologize.
No, John, go. Go ahead, Johnny.
I was just thinking, like, Snyder has built his career on director's cuts. So, and James Gunn's philosophy now being this, it's just funny because they're friends. We all saw Rick and Morty, so we know that they're buddies, and it's just their approach. Snyder's director's cuts apparently thrive because of the DVD market, but this is the streaming market, so we'll see. It might be bonus features, deleted scenes. That's all stuff that streaming service could take advantage of.
Perhaps.
All those things are disappearing from the physical media. I want to see it somewhere.
Look, I mean, what people don't realize is the physical media precipice is much closer than people know, because there's only two more retailers on Earth that matter: Amazon and Walmart. And if one of those companies decide to not distribute physical media anymore, physical media will become a boutique. We'll still have the boutique world, but if the studios are out, the clock will be ticking, and it's going to.
You scared the crap out of me there, Rob. I hadn't realized how close it is.
Isn't it interesting too that marketing is so important in a very different way than ever before, and merchandising is more important than ever before. And think of all the merch that they've already sold for this movie. And God, I think of guys like Brian Volk-Weiss and all the different action figures, and yourself, Rob, that have statues and action figures and stuff.
Well, Brian Volk-Weiss started his own. They started his own toy company. They're doing. I love the fact that he's doing the anti-Star Trek action figure line. You know, his 6 scale, his 12 scale Star Trek figures are like the characters nobody would make. He's got a few anchor characters, but he's making Valeris from Star Trek 3.
Agree.
That's insane to me.
You said the words you can't say on the show.
I'm sorry. No,
God damn it. I have a question, Andy. I'm curious because, again, everyone else might know you, but I don't and everything. I know you like Man of Steel, but what are some of your Argentina?
Yes, I'm from Argentina. Yeah.
So, what are your films? What are the things that you like? And there's Argentinian films too.
Yes,
we haven't heard of that you really like, or
Andy got me an Argentinian film I was looking for.
You know, Rob, I hear you with an echo. I don't know if you touched something.
It's only on this rendezvous thing. We're here and you show feedback, and that's it. It's not in the.
It's not in the live chat. Yeah, because we have all of our in the rendezvous scene.
Let me tell you, a few weeks ago, Netflix talking about Argentinian films and all that, and productions. A few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, Netflix aired a pretty interesting series based on a graphic novel in Argentina.
It's amazing, by the way.
Called The Eternaut. Now, Roberto Suarez mentioned that in a member call, and I was too busy with some other subject that I needed to talk in that member's call, so I didn't talk about that. But here's the thing. I know the graphic novel because it's very, very well known here in Argentina.
It's from the 60s, right? Isn't it from the 60s?
56, a little bit before that. 56. But the thing is, that graphic novel is very well known, and it needed a decent budget so it could be made. And even though, listen to this, even though they spent I'm not talking about $15 million to make that series. It's a 6 episode, first season, and $15 million. Then you think about $650 million for 2 seasons of Ender, whatever. But my thing is that even for Argentina, $15 million of production budget for something made in Argentina, not in Los Angeles, is too expensive. Here in Argentina, it's much cheaper. So $15 million goes a long way, you know what I mean? And they hired Argentinian actors, and everything is done in Spanish and everything. With fairly decent special effects, we can't ask for much with $15 million. But in other example, they made Godzilla -1, I think, for $15 million.
Yeah, they did.
And that turned out great.
He said he wished they had that much.
You don't need that much money if you have the right people and you're not working in Los Angeles with all those expenses. So in this case, they made a season, and I haven't watched it yet. Please don't scream at me. I haven't watched it yet because I knew they made half a story, and I knew they were going to continue on a second season. And sometimes in this era that we're living in, that every time they make a season, they need to wait 2 or 3 or 4 years until we get the second season. It's like I'm getting nervous for that. I don't like that. I like the old ways when you got one season and the next year you have a second season. Even for something like Games of Thrones, you have one season and then another one. You don't need to pay $250 million, so then you can wait until maybe successful or maybe not, and then they greenlight like with One Piece. They made a great first season for One Piece. Now they have to wait like 3 or 4 years until this. That's ridiculous. Those kids are going to be 57 years old by the time the third season comes out. And I thought that because I knew that was half the story of the Eternaut, I didn't want to see it until the second season comes out, and then I can see the full story.
By the way, I'm dropping into the live chat the Wikipedia entry on the TV series and the history of it's really interesting.
I know the story. I know how it ends. I know the story of the author. I know everything about that because it's very well known here in Argentina. But I was very curious about watching the whole story. So that's an example. You can go to Netflix. You can watch the first season. It's very good.
On American Netflix.
Yeah, it's on American Netflix.
Oh, cool. Great.
Any Netflix. You can go to Netflix, you put The Eternaut, and you have the first season there available. There are, I think, 6 episodes. Now, the main guy, the protagonist, is an actor called Ricardo Darín. Now, here in Argentina, he's like Quentin Tarantino said that he was like the Argentinian Al Pacino. And if Quentin says that, we have to believe him. So he's a very well-known actor here in Argentina and in Latin America and in Spain. He made a few movies with Javier Bardem and Penelope Cruz and Antonio Banderas. In America, he's not well-known because he was offered to be the bad guy in Man on Fire, you know, the Denzel Washington movie, and he rejected it because he was offered to portray a drug dealer Mexican.
Hey, I just want to, Andy, I just want to bring us back on track only because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's
I was the one who brought us off track. I was just interested to see what was out there. It's all my fault.
I know.
Midnight Metal, but we were music.
No, I just want to say because it's a really the Eternaut story of production is a really fascinating tale.
We need to talk about that some other time in length.
Yeah, because I do want to turn because we have a lot of audience members here right now. We have 456 people watching this show. And there's so many people that want to opine. I do have a few super chats that I would like to read that I have not. First of all, Happy Sanja wants to know recommendations for Criterion's 50% off sale. I mean, that's hard to say because all of Criterion's titles are there. But if you're talking about recent releases, I would say Sorcerer and Barry Lyndon are the 2 things that I would buy. And Yojimbo and Sanjuro. There's a lot of great stuff. Mano of the Spring and Jean de Florette came out in the double disc as a 4K. Hell, Alan Rudolph's Choose Me came out. Those are great.
I Walked with a Zombie and Seventh Victim.
There you go.
That's a great one. I picked up Lynch Oz earlier today.
Nice.
A documentary about David Lynch and the Oz connection.
And you can get the Wes Anderson box set that hasn't come out yet for I think only 30% off, but it's it's like a $500 box set. You can get the money off of that. Assistant Professor X says, I immediately read Alien on your shirt and then I zoomed in and there are no letters. Any non-fan wouldn't know why you have 5 lines on your shirt. I know, and I had to explain it, and it was not going well. Daniel Villarreal says, Tyler Hoechlin's Superman and Lois pilot episode is beautiful. I agree. He nailed both Clark and Superman to perfection, and the finale was equally as beautiful. I totally agree. That show was great. Did you guys like Lois and Clark, or Superman and Lois?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I saw the first season. I liked how they reinvented what's his name, the inner gang leader.
Yeah,
that was first introduced in Jimmy Olsen's Jack Kirby's Jimmy Olsen. I liked that way. That was a neat twist. It was fun. It was very Dragon Ball Z by the end of the first season.
Hang on,
they stuck the landing at the end too. That fourth season, it really they did a hell of a job.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah,
but I just want to give Jason a time to speak because we haven't. He's been very patient.
Yeah.
Jason,
Well,
I give you the floor.
No, that's okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and bow out because part of my problem, I can't hear everybody. So I'm just like, I don't want to speak over people because I don't know that anybody's talking. So I'll make room for other people too.
I speak over people all the time. No one cares.
That's
Actually,
weird.
they do.
It's weird that you should. Are you watching the? You should be able to hear all of us speak in the rendezvous.
Yeah, I hear right now. I hear everybody except Johnny.
Except me?
No,
1001 Johnny.
Johnny.
Yeah, and I'm getting a little spinning wheel of death on his. It says connection problem, so I think that's part of the problem because I'm on Chrome. Rob's making me use Chrome, but I don't
That's
normally
weird.
do this.
I don't know.
It's a very strange thing. I've got all sorts of error messages here, so I'm going to get out of the way and let somebody else have.
Well, hang on
spot.
before you leave. We can hear you. You sound good on the show.
Right,
I would love to hear you just opine a little bit about. Don't worry about any of us, but I want to give you the floor to talk about what you thought of Superman.
I thought all the characters were great. I had a little bit of quibble on Jonathan and Martha and what they did with his Kryptonian parents, although that's left open. It could be something that's going to get resolved later.
I think it will.
I'm concerned about Supergirl. I'll admit it. I think Corn Sweat and Rachel Brosnahan have great chemistry together. I agree that Mr. Terrific stole every scene he's in.
Yep.
I think Nathan Fillion did a great job as Guy Gardner, even though I still think that he was miscast, but he did great. And I'm watching. I see Guy Gardner. So all of that. And everybody talking about Luther and the story and the structure and all of this. They got to remember this is a Silver Age comic book. I've seen a couple of people writing in their reviews on Rotten Tomatoes on the audience side. I'm watching this movie and I feel like I'm reading a comic book, and I think that's a specific thing that James Gunn was going for. That is the antithesis of Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder's grimdark, based in reality, grounded type of thing, and you can't do a superhero movie like that. So I think it's going to be, and I agree with you, week to week it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the box office. I think it's going to do well. Is it going to hit $1 billion? Probably not. My original thought was like 925. But I think this is a good start to the DCU. I think that a lot of stuff is still left open for more story to be told.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing all of it. So,
and we're getting that. What people don't realize is I think we're getting Peacemaker Season 2 in August. And then the Lantern series is coming. And
when is Waller going to hit?
That is it's still in development.
Okay. All right.
I got a question for you all. How do you think Fantastic Four is going to affect the performance of this movie?
Ooh.
It's going to be interesting.
I think, maybe it could become the new Barbenheimer, the superhero Barbenheimer. I'm seeing a lot of fan art on Twitter with the Thing petting Crypto and people people recreating Alex Ross paintings with Corn Sweat and Pedro Pascal. I think the kids, if this is a children's audience that we're getting, the kids are going to vibe with it, and the kids are going to want to drag their parents to watch the films as many times as possible.
Herbie is their Crypto.
Well, what's funny is Kirby in both of these instances has some say.
No, I've heard that Herbie. I said Herbie,
the robot.
Oh, Herbie.
The robot is their Crypto.
Yeah, I thought it was the curve, but
Herbie was introduced because Hanna-Barbera couldn't use the Human Torch.
yeah,
Right.
That's right.
And by the way, I've heard that Fantastic Four is quite good.
Good.
So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. I mean, I'm very, very, very curious. I mean, I think one of the frustrating things about this space, you know, the YouTube, the social media space about analyzing all of this is so often it becomes about something other than the actual material that we're talking about. Yeah. And a lot of people have great points to make, and I'm all for that. But as a student and a like I said, the Jack Ryan of entertainment analysis, you know, I'm not writing fucking Puck. I'm not Richard Rushfield, but I've been doing this. I've been looking at this stuff my whole life, and I find let's take the culture war out of it, but let's look at the what's actually happening from a business standpoint, a global export standpoint, because movies are still something that one of the great exports the United States has, and what it means to our cultural moments, because that's what movies do, and the superhero genre, like the Western, has been dominant for 25 years, a quarter of a century. And the real question is, why is that the case? What does that mean in relation to the rest of American culture? Because these are uniquely, Johnny, don't talk about Ultraman, I understand, but there is something, I mean, the Super Sentai genre came later. I mean, the superhero genre, and you could talk about Gilgamesh and Beowulf and all that. I get it, but there's something uniquely American. I mean, Superman being one of those first. You could talk about the Shadow and the Spirit and all that crap, but there's something uniquely American about this flavor of superhero. That's not to say that India doesn't have great superhero movies, because they do. You know, and other countries have made great stuff, and of course, I'm a huge lover of Asian science fiction. You know, and look, one of my favorite heroes when I was a kid was Jet Jaguar in a shitty Godzilla movie. But Godzilla versus Megalon, I fucking love that shit.
I'm still waiting for his redemption.
There's boobs in that movie, Rob. You should have liked it.
And Jet Jaguar was a ripoff of Ultraman.
No, not a ripoff. There's Red Baron.
It's an homage.
Okay, an homage. Okay, you know, but no, I'm just saying that it's really interesting that in this point in history, the comic book film beginning, I'm going to say 2000 with Bryan Singer's X-Men, only because Dave and I did the special features. But I mean, yeah, you could say the Crow and Blade and all that, but it was really
Blade.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man came afterwards. Spider-Man came afterwards. Spider-Man came out.
Yeah, X-Men was 99. Yeah.
No, X-Men's 2000.
I know X-Men was 2000, but I'm saying Spider-Man was the one that really...
I think I know what Parker means, because X-Men was making jokes about comic book movies not being serious. Spider-Man was the first one to embrace the superhero.
Celebrate it.
No, X-Men was a serious attempt to take the comic book movie and turn it... I mean, the movie opens in Auschwitz.
Totally.
You know, and
they're wearing Matrix leather suits. You like the Matrix? You like our movie?
Well, but that was something where you know, the yellow spandex of Wolverine. What was brilliant about that is those were operational suits. Those were uniforms.
I agree.
That they
the
went out.
verisimilitude is perfect. It's just simply like X-Men eases the main audience into the superhero film.
Yes.
And then Spider-Man is superhero.
Can't you just try not being a mutant? But yeah, but Spider-Man truly was Sam Raimi. The first Spider-Man movie exploded. It created a comic book version of New York.
Yeah,
and it was amazing. X-Men was anomalous.
I mean, I think more than X-Men. I think Spider-Man 1 defined more of what the Marvel universe became.
100%. No, 100%.
Than X-Men did.
Yeah, because they never knew what X-Men was. X-Men 1 and 2 were one thing, and then Brett Ratner took over. Brian jumped ship and went to do Superman Returns, and the X-Men universe was. I mean, look at Wolverine, X-Men Origins Wolverine. You know, I mean, it gets nutty. But listen, I know that one of our guests wants to go. Jason, before you leave, where can people find you?
Well, we have a channel. We are amongst the YouTube new media. We're also on Odyssey and Rumble, and we've got a regular show called Live from the Bunker that's on middays about 1 p.m. Eastern, and we talk all sorts of things. News, commentary, interviews. We just talked to Allie Walker about her new book a couple of weeks ago. Paul DeGarabedian from ComScore is a regular, so we talk all sorts of stuff, box office, and marketing, and PR, and whatnot. So anybody can find us there. Sci-fi4me.com is where we've got some reviews that we post. I'm working on my review of Superman now, and we're on tons of social media.
Nice, great. I want to thank you for coming in tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna bounce. Have a great.
You
night.
bounce, John.
Good night,
do you
Jason.
have to bounce too? Is that what you?
Yeah, I mean, no, and also I feel guilty taking someone else's space, so I'm happy to bow out.
No, you can hang out. I mean, I would say
Okay,
that.
hey, man, I'm a night owl, man.
Andy, Johnny, I'm going to see. I don't know if anyone else is going to come in, but let me.
We got Ray.
Do you see Ray? You see Ray right there? He's been waiting.
Has he been?
Ray's been waiting for a long time.
Well, he was there and did disappear. We'll add him. So we'll add Ray Studios to where, because he was there and then he wasn't there. Is he there?
He's been there for a while, and he's just through his.
All right. Well, I will add him to the mix. I have to do
while you're doing that, guys. Can I ask? And I'm forgetting what country it's from. I thought it was Argentinian. And that's what I was going to ask Andy. A movie about, is it Savior? A new movie? Because I had a guy on, a filmmaker, a couple months ago, and I was trying to find it on my phone, and I've been doing so many shows, I can't find it. But it was a really great movie that is partially in either, I believe, Portuguese and English, about a superhero that emerges, a new concept. And I thought it was terrific. And I'm kicking myself that I don't remember the title of it or the filmmaker. But I was very impressed with it. And it's a low-budget movie.
That's a good question. I do not know the
Shame on
answer
me.
to that. No, that's good stuff. Hang on, I'm just trying to bring in Ray.
Can I answer one thing that Dave just asked a few minutes ago? I
Yeah.
was going to say that answering Dave's question about the box office, I believe that if you, Rob, have some guy that told you the Fantastic Four is going to be great, that's going to be the key. Because if Fantastic Four is a great movie and everybody turns his head towards Fantastic sense of how good Fantastic Four becomes. So, and also, remember we have some other two movies. The Jurassic Park movies always get good box office. Internationally, most of it, like the Fast and the Furious, and F1. I know it's slowed down, pun intended, but I think that F1 also took a little bit of international box office. So we have F1, Jurassic World, now Superman, and now Fantastic Four. We have four big movies there. Chasing the same rabbit, if you know what I mean. So,
well, we've also got How to Train Your Dragon is out there,
that's a little bit older now.
But it's still look. July is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah.
Look, what I love is we have a lot of diversity in terms of storytelling, in terms of movies. One of my most eagerly awaited films of next month is Weapons. Zach Kreger's Weapons. The following up Barbarian. I will see how that goes. But yeah, look, it's an exciting time. I've had a great time. I really loved F1. I had a lot of fun with that movie. I thought it was terrific. I really enjoyed it. I've seen Superman twice. I liked How to Train Your Dragon. I thought after the first 20 minutes, which I was like, it wasn't clicked in, and I'm like,
I just find How Do You Train Your Dragon is so but again, I'm an old fuck because I guess I don't get it. I saw the cartoon versions of this. Same thing with Lilo and Stitch, and I'm like, It's the same fucking movie. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like,
but remember, How to Train Your
really
Dragons. You have a new generation of people that haven't seen the anime.
I know. Same with Lilo and Stitch, but it's like, for me, there's no surprise. It's exactly the same movie.
Of course.
I gotta ask. I've been really thinking. There's been remakes of movies before that follow even the same script. Sometimes it's by the same director and it's a shot-for-shot remake.
Oh, Psycho.
Yeah, well, that's a disappointment.
Psycho's the only until we get to How to Train Your Dragon. Psycho was the only shot-for-shot remake, but that's what it feels like.
How to Train Your Dragon's not a shot-for-shot remake.
I found this video that talked about when directors remade their movies. Prime example was a lot of foreign directors making their films in English.
Yeah,
a lot of times it's shot-for-shot remakes.
Funny Games and Hitchcock did that, or his Silence
Hawks
remake.
too. Hawks kept remaking his movies.
And Ben-Hur.
All that is to say, I mentioned that because How to Train Your Dragon, the animated film was directed by two fellas, one of which was the original director of Lilo and Stitch, but now the current live-action one is directed by the other half of that duo.
Yep.
So, just as in, like, looking at it as a meta thing, like, sure, there's no surprise, but I don't know.
But
I don't like it. I don't believe in spoilers. I think a movie's got to stand on its own, and the surprises, they're not all there is to the movie, is all I'll say.
No, and I found, like, the live action How to Train Your Dragon, like, it was charming, just like the cartoon was. There was just no surprise. I was like, I know everything that's happening in this movie, and maybe that's on me because it's like, well, I saw the cartoon.
but look, for all three,
the animated film is not that old. It's weird.
Well,
to Andy's point about Gunn being a one-trick pony, I felt like I knew everything that was going to happen in Superman before I saw it, and it felt like Gunn for sure. So it's just a flavor, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Look, I'm going to do there's a really interesting article on Deadline a couple days ago. And it was from a Swedish, think tank about American soft power culturally around the world. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that was interesting, it talked about movies. It was about movies. It used to be that American films, say, let's go back to the 70s or 80s, we had an incredibly diverse slate of films that were released by the studios. Whether it was rom-coms, whether it was satires like Network, whether it was legal thrillers like And Justice for All, whether it was Romana Clefs like All That Jazz. What our movies were doing for the rest of the world was they were talking about American culture. And people were learning about the American mindset, even through movies, whether it was satire, comedy, rom-coms, because people who'd never been to America look at it, we still had all of this power. America was the place everybody wanted to go, and people looked at it, even in the tumult of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, people still looked at America as being the leader of the free world. And part of that was people were fascinated by our day-to-day existence. And movies spoke to that. Well, this article was talking about how our export movies, our great export, is no longer about our culture. They're about fantasy realms. They're about, no one's making legal thrillers. No one's making political satires. Nobody is making any of these things anymore. All of our movies are no longer about America. They are about product that is designed to appeal to the global diaspora of everybody that lives out there. We have to make them simple-minded so everybody can figure them out. Comedies don't travel. So like the rest of our culture, half of our people don't even believe in the American dream anymore, which still the rest of the world does believe in. And the rest of the world is completely perplexed by why is our president tweeting about Rosie O'Donnell taking away her citizenship. They're thinking to themselves, is this part of a movie? Did Patty Chayefsky write this? Is this Network 2, Electric Boogaloo? And we might laugh. I mean, we're caught up in weird culture wars where people are talking about, oh, Rob, you're just a libtard. I'm like, okay, first of all, if you're thinking that way, this is exactly what the rest of the world is looking at going, what the fuck are you people talking about? Now, to bring it back to movies, our movies used to be reflections. They were about our culture. They were about America. You watch Woody Allen's Manhattan, or you watch Annie Hall that beat Star Wars for Best Picture in 1977 at the Academy Awards. These were movies about our day-to-day lives. Kramer versus Kramer was about a husband and wife having a divorce and who got the kid. And
those are Lifetime movies now.
Well, yeah, but
also though, don't you guys think that the streaming shows and the better cable shows have filled that void that used to be predominantly the place for movies?
Yeah, but here's
the drama movie,
but
and
here's
the political movie. Yeah, you're right.
But here's the thing, absolutely. But the movie, the format of a film, as Quentin Tarantino has pointed out, he's like streaming shows, and he's absolutely right, are soap operas. The thing is, the paradigm of a film that takes you in a 2-hour, a 90-minute, a 2-hour, 2.5 hour, if you, longer, Lawrence of Arabia or Ben fucking Hur, whatever. The paradigm of a motion picture is it took you on a journey with a beginning, a middle, and an end that resonated. You don't forget. What was the last time? I mean, I've watched Squid Game. I thought season 2 and 3, or whatever. It's really just season 2. I watched it. I was entertained. Thought it was. I couldn't tell you one fucking line from that, even though it was in Korean, so I don't speak Korean. But the paradigm of movies, that structure, that 2-hour structure, you go in. I can tell you more about what happened in Superman or F1 or whatever. Still, movies are king. And the thing about streaming, it's all disposable. It's all the same. It doesn't matter if they spent like Apple are making, which by the way, Foundation, I've watched 9 of the 10 episodes of the 3rd season. Terrific show, beautiful writing. I will go back and watch that. There's things I will remember. It's a great. Apple knows what's up. Apple is the stealth new HBO. But the thing about the world that we live in is that our exports, what America used to do so well, was tell the rest of the world about America. And we're not doing that anymore because we as Americans don't know what America is. There is no collective. We don't know. We don't know what the fuck we live. We don't know. We're screaming at each other. You libtard, you this, you that, you MAGA monster, fuck you. We don't even know what America is. We're so lost and adrift in our. We don't even know what our own culture is. So what are we doing? We're making movies that are not even about us anymore. They're about other movies. F1 I loved, but it's Top Gun, it's Le Mans, it's Grand Prix. We've seen these movies before. People are looking at Superman going, why didn't Superman make me feel the way the last Superman movie that I really loved made me feel like? I mean, we're criticizing sequels to sequels to sequels to reboots. It's insane. And what's happened to our culture is it's gone because we don't even know what our own culture is, much less how can we export that. You know what? India, they know, if you look at their movies, they know exactly what they are. Korea, they know what they are. The Japanese know who they are.
We know too.
You know, the Argentinians know who they are. The only country on earth that does not know what it is the United States.
I'm with you, Rob.
And it's fucking nuts. It's
why do you think
crazy.
it is? Like, sure, the culture has gone, the monoculture has gone away, but why do you think the monoculture has left?
Because the rest of the world has spent 25 years, social media being their actually, social media is a weapon of mass destruction that has been employed against the United States by bad actors around the world that has systematically dismantled, you know, whether you want to you want to laugh about Qatari money going into the academia, you want to talk about all these professors that hate their own country, you want to talk about all the people that talk about America's the most oppressive, racist country in the world. Really? You guys are you're draping yourselves. People are Iranian flags where they're burning women on the streets. I mean, it's so insane what's happening in this country, and we're all like, whatever.
Is that social media, or is that the people?
No, social media was
social media gives a voice to everybody.
No. Don't even think of it that way. Social media is a weapon of mass destruction. It was used against America, and it's been used against America since its inception, since really, 2007 was when the first iPhone came out. 2012 is when it descended into the youth culture. America has been fighting a war that it didn't even know it was fighting. It still doesn't know it's fighting. An ideological war that is being waged by bad actors around the rest of the world that know they can't defeat us militarily. So what they have done, very smartly, by the way, which I admire because we are too fucking we've missed it. We missed it because we are too navel gazing. We missed it. We let the people come into the hen house, and they are fucking killing us, and we don't even know. And what they have, every other country in the world, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, whether it's Iran, whether it's North Korea, the rest of the world has.
Because Rosie O'Donnell was on a podcast, and she's like, "It's the people in control, the real people in control. It's the royals."
It's not the Royals. It's not the Royals. You know what? No. The thing is, you know who's really destroying America? Americans. And Americans have been turned on their own country. And look, I'm no conspiracy theorist. I'm not. It's like, if you were given an opportunity to take apart your enemy, who doesn't use social media to go after the person they hate? I'm going to smear this person on social. Fuck them. Fuck that guy. Fuck that girl. Fuck that person. Social media is the easiest. It's the easiest. There's no consequences.
To that point, though, other countries are doing that too. In Japan, you can go online and insult someone and all that, but they still agree who's Japanese.
Yeah, but you know what the thing about the thing about the Japanese have going for them? They don't litter. There's no one in Japan who throws shit on the.
That's their culture. That's how they're raised. So my thought here is social media has amplified the culture.
Of course,
so in that way.
But here's the problem:
what is wrong with the American people if social media is causing them to implode?
Well, it's not causing them; it's just exacerbating it. It's exacerbating it because America has been a long, slow. And by the way, whether you want to believe that or not, the fact is nobody hates America more than Americans these days.
Certainly. On
every level. And if that's the case, you have to ask yourself, what happened to the foundational principles of this country? What happened? The Constitution of the United States is being, people are, we don't even have to, our administration. We're going after the administration now is getting rid of the three branches of government. The executive branch is now is infiltrating and trying to stop Americans. Like, yeah, whatever. Like, no, not whatever. We forgot. Americans don't even know what the three branches of government are or what they do. And nor do they realize why they're important. And we're watching the last 6 months. If anybody looks into history, and if anybody looks into why were these things established in the first place, you know what happens? People are like, those guys were slave owners. So they're bullshit. They don't have anything right to say. So fuck them. We don't need to listen to what they said.
Who told them that they were slave owners, that they should say fuck them?
Well, no. They're professors, whomever, lots of people. Go anywhere.
And what ideology do the professors have?
Well, the professors have the ideology of fighting against, or they believe everybody is oppressed. And no one's
Marxist.
Better. Well, you could say that. I don't want to say just Marxist because that gives too much credit that people have actually read Marx.
Sure.
Which they have not. The problem is what people are monumentally dumb in this country now. And I love this country. I love everybody lives here, but people are dumb about fucking Superman.
Rob,
They don't even know if we're talking about our own pop culture. The
Rob,
ignorance.
I'm out. One, send the link out so Kevin Rubio can join. And can we please get Ray, who's been waiting here for over an hour in?
I agree with you, Rob.
He's
Ray.
in us. Ray's in us. Ray's in here.
Hold on.
He's in the thing.
Can I not? Well, he hasn't gotten to talk yet.
Hey, wait, Dave. Here's Ray. Ray's on. Ray, you have the floor.
The floor is yours. What did you think about Superman?
Well, can you guys hear me first?
Well, you got to turn up the volume. Bring up the volume. By the way, your set's amazing.
I mean, the Ghostbusters coffin is pretty amazing.
It's amazing.
1 second. My audio's messing up.
Yeah, it's just you're just low. I'm gonna go back. Look, I just went off on a rant.
And get Kevin Rubio the link.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got a little caught up in the moment.
You make all very good points. I'm not saying that this whole thing wasn't very good. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying.
You don't have to butter me up. We've known each other for 30 years.
Sexy. I'm just trying to veer it up back towards Kevin Rubio a little bit.
Can I say something?
No.
Please, you're all good. Everybody can say everything. Go ahead. You're on. It's not like you can't. You're on camera.
Not going to be long, I promise. First of all, we have a very good example of what Rob ranted about in this movie, because I haven't heard in a Superman movie, and I know it's not an obligatory thing that needs to be there, but what about truth, justice, and the American way, not the human way or the whatever the fuck they wanted to invent.
By the way, did they say that? Like,
no,
they didn't.
They never said that. It's never said in the movie.
But the thing is that I believe that, and this is not something that has been said by anybody, but I think that movies in America changed in the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years. And it's like, nobody's saying this, all right? This is just a feeling that I have. It's like American...
Is it a feeling you get when you look to the west? Is there a bustle in your hedgerow?
No, what I think is that it's like Americans are embarrassed of being American. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm from Argentina. I love American movies, and when I see a movie like, I don't know, The Siege, you know, with Denzel Washington.
Fucking great, man.
Yeah.
Bringing up a movie that no one remembers from fucking 20 years ago now.
Everybody remembers it because that was the first time the Phantom Menace trailer played in front of a movie.
I know the Phantom Menace.
That's an American movie that's not afraid to be American. At the same time, it's dealing with a very delicate issue with, you know, the Arabs and all that. And it's just an example. I mean, remember that we talked, Rob, about Red Heat, that because I'm a very Arnie fan, and that
as you should be.
Yes, and even though that movie, someone could say is just forgettable, I love that movie, and it balances being American and at the same time paying respect to Russians, even though it was '88, and maybe they should have been the bad guys all around, but they paid respect. They handle a balance in, we are not afraid to say Americans. We are not afraid to show our culture. We're not afraid to do anything as Americans. And now I think they're always apologizing about being American. They're always apologizing about something of your culture, and you shouldn't. You should not.
But
it's still the greatest country in the world, and I'm saying it being an Argentinian. So if I think that, you can hell of a sure that many other countries think the same way. And if we see an American movie, we want to see an American movie. I don't want to see a Hollywood movie that is an American movie, but we need to cater to the Indians and to the Argentinians and to the Spaniards and to the Italians and all that. No. use your culture. Your culture is okay. You're not bad. You don't need to apologize. You don't need to forget that you're Americans. Use truth, justice, and the American way. That's not a bad
But what
word.
I'm telling you is we don't believe that anymore.
Yeah, but that's a problem. That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know if that's
it's
entirely true.
It's a huge problem.
There's so much. I mean, it's divisive. I don't want to jump into it. I really want to let Ray have his time in the sun.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, but look.
Yeah, Ray, did you get your audio fixed?
Yeah, this is as high as it will go. I'm sorry, guys. It won't let me go any higher.
Good God.
That's unless
maybe there's this though. Let me try this.
Yeah, because I can't control your volume. It's I get the volume what I'm getting from you. And I love your set.
Also, since we're talking about people not being proud of America, Rob, I see an American flag in that bedroom.
Well, yes, I think he's very proud of America. It looks like he's wearing a Punisher T-shirt too. So
I see an American flag in Bill Murray.
You know, Hollywood is actually selling these movies like it's afraid or embarrassed of America. And I hate that because I love movies that are about America, that are very proud to be Americans. And I want to see that again. But maybe Hollywood is thinking, no, we need to sell this movie to China. Why?
Well, you know, it was interesting. What was great about
look, it's money. It's the why. The why is money. The why is always money.
But America,
you want to hate it. You want to hate it. The movies, the cinema is not. Cinema is not noble anymore. It's all about money.
Look, one of my favorite movies of all time is The Verdict with Paul Newman, Sidney Lumet.
Great movie.
The Verdict is a movie about corruption in America. It's about the evils of capitalism, the evils of religion, the evils of covering shit up. But it was Americans criticizing other Americans. And one of the great things that we used to do is we were smart about the fact that we could look at ourselves, recognize our problems, and our art would confront it head on.
You don't have to look at The Verdict. Sinners is about money.
Well, of course, I'm not saying The Verdict. I'm just telling you what a movie was that I loved.
I'm just saying.
But yeah, Sinners is a legitimate piece of cinema, and look,
right, but it's about the corruption. It's about money. Money makes everything.
But they had to take the Nazis out of Captain America so they didn't offend the German market, or at least that was the thinking of the studios.
Yeah, that was fair.
No, David's right, man. It's always by a calculation of this movie needs to play globally. And it doesn't.
The Nazis were replaced with Hydra because that's what Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. Well, actually, Joe Simon. Jack Kirby and Joe Simon.
But again, that was back then, man, when it was okay to do that.
Sure.
Hydra was created to be the Nazi analog because they were still wanting to criticize that idea. Everybody knew what it was. It wasn't inoffensive. Everybody knew exactly what it was. It's a fictional thing to still talk about this idea that we hate. Everybody knows what it is. It's not offensive. Everybody knows it. And Jack Kirby, like, that guy would not keep his mouth shut. Jack Kirby,
fuck.
No, but it's funny. I mean, you talk about Sinners. I watched Sinners last night. You know, I just wanted to watch. There's a scene in Sinners when one of the characters wants to get back into the juke joint, and why you want to do that? You know, why you want to do that? You've been coming in here, out of here all day long. I love this scene so much. I love the way it's directed. I love the way it's acted. I just love this scene. And I'm like, and then when I hit play, it was playing from the beginning of the movie. And I started watching Sinners again. And I ended up watching the entire movie. And, but what's so funny about that movie is you had a bunch of friends, Ryan Coogler, who his now wife, his producing partner, they worked together. They've been building themselves. These are people that got together young and created, and the fact that they called the fucking shots when they made this movie. And whether you love Sinners or not, it is one of the great American success stories of right now.
Yeah.
Where you had a multi-ethnic group of people that believe in each other. I mean, the music alone if you know, goes to South Africa. I went and saw Black Panther perform. The music performed live at the Hollywood Bowl for the movie. The music, I mean, they all met when they were younger. They've created this film company, and they're making what they wanted to make. And you know, Sinners to me is a marvelous example of the power of where America is. I'm not saying all America is terrible, because it's not. America is still fantastic. But Sinners is a great example. They made Warner Brothers bend to their will. They made them give them an unprecedented deal. The whole industry was up in arms about it. Do you know why they got that deal? Because they deserved to get that deal. Because everybody had proven themselves. Where everyone else is running around in Hollywood, the people that run Hollywood, like, I don't know what to. I've got to do the analytics. You know who doesn't have to do that? Ryan Coogler and his team. His team knows what the fuck they're doing. And you know what? No one in Hollywood will step up and go, I know what I'm doing. And they told the studio, they said to Warner Brothers, here's the deal we want. We want to own the movie after 25 years. We want to do and the whole industry is up in arms. The reason that Hollywood fails is because very few people that work here know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah. Ryan Coogler and his team, you might not love Sinners, but they made the movie they wanted to make. When you saw that Kodak reel come out, when Ryan Coogler's explaining the different aspect ratios and all that shit, those people, that team, made the movie they wanted to make because they knew. They knew. And you know what? Everyone's like, it's not going to make that much money. People were second-guessing that movie. That movie is the single highest-grossing non-IP movie that's come out in, I think, decades.
Yeah.
And it's like...
since the 90s.
They knew. They knew. You know who didn't know? The rest of the fucking town. And everyone's like, if you give them that deal. No, you know what? If you gave everybody that knew what they knew the deal, you'd get rich. The problem is nobody knows anything. It's the William Goldman rule that he delineated in Adventures of the Screen Trade back in the 80s. The problem is now that nobody in this fucking business knows what the fuck they are doing. It is not hard. The people that know, you know who knows what he's doing? Zach Krieger, who made Zach Kreger, I think is how you pronounce it, who made Weapons. Do you know who knows what he's doing? Roy fucking Lee. He might miss a few, but if you look at what Roy Lee has done in the last 25 years, always bet on Roy Lee. That motherfucker is amazing. And you know what? I love that guy. And what does he have coming out? Let's look at what Roy Lee has done this year. He did Companion, which the studio fucked that one up because it's a great movie. How to Train Your Dragon, Weapons, The Long Walk. I mean, Roy Lee is killing it. He's an executive producer. He stands back, but that guy has the best taste in screenplays of anyone who works in Hollywood. He was playing Lego video games and thought, these are great characters. I wonder if anyone's bought the rights to make a Lego movie. Everyone laughed at him. Lego movie. Produced
one of the greatest decisions ever made in Hollywood.
Dan Lin and Roy Lee. I mean, it's like these guys, there are people that know what, and we have to deal with all the morass of idiots who don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then, look, Pam Abdi and Michael DeLuca, people were betting against them. By CinemaCon this past year, people were like, they're out the door. They're losing, blah, blah, blah. Hello, Minecraft. Hello, Sinners. Hello, F1. Hello, Weapons next month. I mean, finally their strategy paid off. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I get all upset.
Yeah,
about this.
can we go, all right.
And now they got Superman.
So you can stop.
Is my audio better now?
It's better.
Yeah, it's a little loud now. But
hey, Rob, stop.
Too loud?
I'm putting
a little bit.
You're good, Ray.
You're great. I'm telling Rob to shut up for 2 fucking
okay,
seconds.
I'm going to let our new guest go on. You have the floor, sir.
Oh,
it's
can you-
all
can you-
about
can you-
you.
Yeah. Oh, Rob, I forgot to ask you one thing. Have
Oh,
you got
God.
your Galactus popcorn bucket yet?
No, but it's fucking badass, dude. That shit is awesome.
I can't wait to get mine too. Yeah, but yeah, to be
Ray?
honest, yeah.
Give me a primer about who you are. I see the Ghostbusters coffin. I see Muhammad Ali. I see shit. Tell me who you.
To everyone who doesn't know me, like I said, my name's Ray.
By the way, you might want to just back off your mic
Rob,
a little bit.
Shut up.
I run multiple podcasts, a personal podcast, and I also have a culture podcast that I run with one of my buddies, and that's where I post a lot of my videos on there now, where all I talk about is just culture and stuff. Movies fall under culture, so I talk about that all the time on there. Recently, I started doing that too. And the podcast it's called Prestige Culture Dynamics. It's on YouTube. Me and my buddy Osiris.
We just lost your sound.
Oh my God. Okay, this is classic. This is perfect. We finally get Rob to shut up and.
What do you mean shut up? I've let everyone else talk all night.
Oh my God! You went on a 20-minute fucking rant, motherfucker.
Yeah, so it's my show. What the fuck?
Watching,
it's not your show. It's our show.
Fuck, goodness.
It's our show. This is what
let them fight.
This is what happens, man. This is what happens, Johnny, when we get going. All right.
We've known each other for 30 years.
Now we can't hear Ray. Now Ray's audio is
Ray, we don't know what happened, buddy.
Okay, I know what I'll do now.
It was coming back up. But so, Dave,
right.
you have the floor. Go ahead.
Better?
So now it's
that was better. Yeah, you're back. Okay, let me return the floor to you. You go ahead.
Back to you.
Like I said, me and my buddy Osiris run a podcast called Prestige Culture Dynamics. All we talk about is culture. Basically, this entire room is basically just culture stuff, anything that I love and willing to talk about. And yes, before you ask, this is a real casket, actually, a real Ghostbusters one. It is real. It is real. I bought, and
so how do you weigh in on Ghostbusters Afterlife?
Well, actually, this was made to promote Ghostbusters Afterlife. It's one of a kind, actually.
Wow, that's I wouldn't have made a coffin to promote my IP. I don't know.
Well, you asked. Well, you should. Well, the people who made it, they're a company called Nashville Casket Sales. They literally said the tagline under it says "Made for only die-hard Ghostbusters fans," and he says it was intentional.
Shouldn't a coffin with Ghostbusters say "I ain't afraid of no ghosts"?
Well, I don't. Yeah. First of all, I would never get in there because that thing actually latches. Like, it's real. It's not some play thing. It's real. I actually use it as a guitar case. So for my guitar, yeah.
You carry a coffin to all your gigs?
Well, no, I don't. I'm not a musician. I just like playing the guitar. Oh. And you mentioned Pantera earlier. I believe Parker.
Yes.
It's a dime bag guitar that I have in there.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. And you know what the thing is, people get really.
Is there a dime bag in the dime bag guitar? No.
Wow.
Never mind. Right. Never mind.
Nice.
Forgive me for not looking good. I'm doing some touch-ups to it.
It's all good, man. I love your set. That's amazing.
The thing is, people give shit because Zach Wild is now in Pantera and everything, and people go, "Oh, well, he's taking over Dimebag's fucking spot," and everything else is like, if people look, it's like Vinny and Dimebag are both represented in Pantera still. On the drums, on the bass drums, their images are on there. So it's like it's kind of crazy. It's like it's not Pantera's fault that their guys are dead, So it's like fuck,
I'm still. It's for some reason. It almost. My dad told me this. It feels like it's a money grab by Phil and Dime's girlfriend. That's what he told me. It feels like because Pantera is nothing without Dime and Vinny, and it really is nothing without Diamond or Vinny.
100%. It is.
Okay. It is midnight.
I don't feel that way. It's like they're still keeping it alive and they're still paying respects to those guys.
Agree.
As they play.
That's just what my dad told me. So yeah.
No, I get it. But
so hey Ray, did you see Superman?
Oh yeah. you finally want to get back on Superman?
I think Rob needs to mute his mic, but I think you can for a little bit until
I need to mute my mic.
Well, we
you
don't
just
want
went
to
on a
go
rant for like an hour and a
you know,
half.
the Underground Railroad. You know.
Rob's the reason why I come to these shows.
Oh yeah,
I know. It's
Well, I've been a fan of Rob ever since I first saw him on John's show. I've been a huge fan.
Oh, wait, that's really kind. I appreciate that,
Rob
man.
because I wanted to hear more coverage of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Not you, John. I'm talking about John Campia.
Oh, excuse me.
I know, John Campia.
I thought it was me.
No offense, Rob on John Campia. I found him because of Zack Snyder, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I apologize.
Yeah. because Rob always gives the best takes on any movie show, regardless of who show he's on.
I agree.
It's like I've been looking for this my whole life because Rob was such a. He laid it out so well, and I've been waiting for someone to champion Snyder for what it is for so long. I love those movies. Rob was the only one.
Really?
I like the Snyder movies. Well, I like Man of Steel. I just don't like Batman v Superman. I mean,
okay.
Well, the
I
Ultimate
love that
Cut is
Ultimate
definitely
Cut.
better.
Superman, because I will talk your ear off about DVS. I love that movie.
It's great. It's great.
We would be here all night. We would be
Right,
here all
so let's
night
just
if you
stick to
wanted.
James Gunn.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a lot of opinions on the Superman movie. Actually, almost 9 out of 10 of them were actually positive because I gave the movie a 9 out of 10 for real, and a lot of people were laughing at me when I did that. And like Andy, I think you mentioned earlier that this Superman movie was meant for the younger audience, and as someone who's Gen Z, I can attest to that because it was targeted towards me because we're at a stage now in like our world and stuff like that where it's a changing of the guard where the next generation is coming up and replacing the older people. And like because I'm not trying to talk bad about anyone, but most of the people that I've seen criticize the movie are older people. And I think it's more of a generational thing in my opinion. That's what it comes down to.
It is 100% in my opinion.
Yeah. But like I saw the movie on opening night, the first showing I could get to.
By the way, can I just interrupt you for a minute? I want to give some big love to Nerd Cage Live when he says, I found Rob because of Godzilla King of the Monsters. Let me just tell you, I think one of my finest moments on YouTube was after I came back from a special screening of Godzilla King of the Monsters. I was a little lit, to be honest. I love that movie so much, and I was screaming and yelling. I wasn't screaming and yelling, but let me just say, I love Godzilla King of the Monsters so much because Mike Doherty understood the assignment. And I want to say thank you for finding me on YouTube for that because I'm very proud of that moment. A lot of people thought I was insane. I do not apologize. I don't apologize for falling asleep on a live stream. I don't. I never apologize.
We know, Rob. We love you too.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But yeah. And when I'm saying about this new Superman movie is more targeted towards younger people, here's an example. My first experience with like Superman in a theater was Superman Returns, and I love that movie to this day. I mean,
as you should.
And here's the thing: my dad grew up with the Christopher Reeve Superman. That was his Superman. And when I was a kid, he took me to see Superman Returns, and it's one of the earliest childhood memories I have. One of them, and I just love that movie so much. It doesn't get the love it deserves. Like, Brandon Routh is so underrated as Superman, in my opinion. I was glad that he came back in the CW crossover. So, yeah.
I think Ralph is really loved by the diehard fans. It's the normies that don't know how to appreciate him.
Well, and I don't think this is up for debate. Brandon Routh has the best Superman costume out of all of them, and it's not even close, in my opinion.
Wow. A lot of people would beg to differ with you.
I could agree about that.
Yeah, because his is Christopher Reeve's costume, but just modernized. That's what I love about it so much.
Or actually not modernized, but turned back into Art Deco.
Yeah.
It's a fair point, but I never looked at it like that. I mean, because Superman Returns is kind of a weird continuation of the Christopher Reeve Superman. That's what I'm just trying to refer to it as. That's how I view it as. Basically the only complaint I have with the suit is just the red is just too dull, and if it was just more darker, it would be much more cool. And also if the patch was a little bigger too. But otherwise than that.
I love the 3D trimming it had, the logo. And that S was on the belt. I always loved that.
Yeah. Yeah, let's
But
get
Ray,
back to...
did you have fun with the new Superman movie or not?
Oh yeah, I was laughing so much in the movie theater, and I had a great time. The moment I was truly locked into the film, well, after Crypto showed up, because I was already in it when Crypto showed up. I just loved Crypto. Crypto was the best part of the movie, in my opinion, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But something that no one is talking about that really hooked me, the title card was the Richard Donner title card. At least the format it was in. That brought back so many memories because Christopher Reeves had it, and also Brandon Rouths had it, and I was just so locked into the movie the entire way. And then on top of that, all throughout the movie, we kept hearing the John Williams score, and to me, it's the second greatest score in all of movie history, in my opinion. I just love it that much.
What's the first?
Star Wars.
The Imperial March.
Interesting.
Yeah, American fandom, can't escape it.
What do you think?
Let me ask you guys something. So if you were gonna have a composer go on to the second movie, because my feeling is that the score for this movie was more of a detriment than a positive on it. So if you could get someone living to do the score for the next one that wasn't these people, who would it be?
Well,
Michael
it wouldn't be.
Giacchino, if you ask me.
Does it have to be someone who's like who's like full time doing it, or someone?
Yes.
So John Williams is out of the conversation.
Yeah,
then.
he's out of the conversation.
Well, I love the Hans Zimmer's score too.
Yeah, I like Zimmer too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So probably the Hans Zimmer score.
Because the Nolan stuff I really appreciated what Zimmer did and everything.
Okay, so it's not going to be something that we've done before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Who would you guys? I like Johnny's Michael Giacchino.
He already did the Batman. There's kind of a pattern here. Like Danny Elfman and John Williams are kind of shown to be the outliers of not following the track, but
right,
a lot of the composers that start doing this being brought in, being used to just the guys you want to get.
And should a modern Superman still be beholden to John Williams, or
yes,
or like Man of Steel, carve its own path, make its own
really
theme.
like that question because Tim Burton's Batman theme became the Batman theme for the animated series.
Yes.
And then they brought it back for Joss Whedon's Justice League. That was one of the only good things I liked about that movie was Danny Elfman coming back to do the soundtrack.
Yeah.
I hated that.
Part of what made me love this movie is that they brought back so many memories from the Christopher Reeve era by bringing back the theme music and stuff, and bringing back the fun to Superman. Where I enjoyed Man of Steel, I just don't love it. But Henry Cavill, I adore as Superman. But
what I'm asking is also, are we beholden to everything that's gone in the past and trying to remind people of it, or should it carve its own path, be its own distinction?
Well, should is
identity.
a very different word, because really look at it, Hollywood is continually to cling to the past because they can't generate new fans. They have to cling to the past for fan service.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
By the way, a performing artist sends
creative people.
A performing artist says in the chat he's still trying to get over the harem comment. Superman creating a harem.
Yeah, that's a Jimmy Olsen. That's a Jimmy Olsen Superman's pal plot there.
Yeah.
Is it though? I mean, I was saying earlier, I was in my member call. I was laughing about that.
I'm thinking that's more of a Urusei Yatsura, Rumiko Takahashi sort of plot, but Jimmy Olsen would fit right into that sort of scenario. I think it would do gangbusters if Americans decided to introduce people to that style of situational comedy.
Yeah. Well,
but again, I'm curious because I think the score is so important, and maybe everyone's bored about this. So we're like, what are the modern composers that are, besides Giacchino, who are doing sort of classical, sort of traditional type scores? A lot of people have either been taught by Hans Zimmer and they're going in that way, or but to me, it's like what's missing out of this film is that sort of the gravitas of it. I would say another person potentially is like Steve Jablonsky, who's done some pretty big epic scores for this stuff. But
I can tell you something. I was ranting on the member chat earlier today with Rob with the
It was great though.
Yeah, with the exact same issue, because I said in this live stream that they made the right choice to cater to comic book fans and Gen Zs and children. I'm saying they made the right choice. Having said that, I'm tired as fuck of nostalgia. I want new things. We have thousands of composers in this fucking earth, and nobody's doing anything new anymore.
That's fair.
Always.
I would say
not.
I'd say the other person who would be really good for it.
Deadpool and Wolverine. We have to see the past. Everything is nostalgia. Why don't you just let the past?
Hey guys,
be the past?
hey guys, we have a new
something new.
We have a new player on the board, Cyan.
He's trying to connect. He's trying to connect.
There you go.
Oh,
you know what? I just
hang on,
just
Dave. Wait, he's here.
To close this conversation, I'd say Bear McCreary.
Oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Turn it up a little bit. Can you turn it up a little
I
bit?
was just about to say I might rejoin in a second because I can only hear Rob. Just now I couldn't hear anyone else talking.
Sorry, we can't hear you yet.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. You're live. We can hear you.
What's going on?
No, we can't hear it.
Everybody, just stop for a second.
Let's hear it.
You have the floor. Say if you can boost your sound a little bit, just a little bit.
Got it.
That's good. Tell us, first of all, introduce yourself. Where are you from? And tell us what you thought of Superman.
So, I'm out here from Long Beach, California. And what did I think of Superman? I thought it was awesome. I thought it did everything it needed to do, like you and John have been talking about. This didn't have to be freaking Citizen Kane of superhero movies. This just had to kind of set the stage and make people excited for the DCU going forward. And it did that. I'm fucking pumped for the future movies and the future projects.
Nice, dude. I like to hear that.
Yeah.
So if we could get you to be a little louder, that would be great. I
got you. Sorry.
No, it's all good because we could hear that. Now I'm going to put the fellas back in so everybody, and I'm going to put you into the mix. But you're all back, gents.
Well, I would just say Bear McCreary would be another good choice as a composer.
Yeah.
He does epic and traditional and new stuff really well.
Yeah, West Wing guy. Absolutely. I know that was 25 years ago, but yeah.
No, Bear McCreary is Battlestar and Walking Dead and the Power of the Ring.
Yeah. Well, I have a question.
And also did Godzilla King of the Monsters for Doherty.
Yeah. Should the future Superman movies should the score be more godly like this movie was in like the past movies, or should it be more like modernized music?
I think it should be more. I think it should be traditional. I just think that I don't think you need to be beholden to John Williams' theme.
Hey Ray, to your point, we were saying about like godly and this and that. Like, what was John Williams' Superman theme? Like, what made it what it was? Do you think the musical identity he was following?
It was the mystery and the mystics that added a lot to it, and that's what made it godly. Like that bum 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 bum. Like that, it's so iconic. I love that so much.
It's American military march music. Like John Williams made it march music. Like that defined the superhero theme. Like there's a really cool video by the YouTuber Sideways. He breaks down what's a musical identity, and like Danny Elfman is like the anti-superhero theme because his Batman theme sounds like a march, but it isn't, according to him. And then Michael Giacchino based his Batman theme off of John Williams' Imperial March.
Yeah.
So there's this military march music like that. This is meant to hype a soldier up. This is the boy with the drums getting people ready to go into war, the Minutemen, all that.
But I will say that I just want to say, sorry to interrupt everyone. The Captain Deadpool goes, they should keep the John Williams score, just like the way they use the James Bond theme. It's like,
Yes.
okay, that I'll agree with. It's significant enough, identifiable enough, like the James Bond theme. That yes, okay, there you go.
And if they do, I want them to keep the Danny Elfman theme. Or
For Batman? For Batman.
Yeah, only if it's a new Batman and not Pattinson, because people wonder if Pattinson's going to come in. I don't think he is.
And he's not going to be connected. I agree with you. Yeah, right. There you go.
Pattinson's going to make another Batman movie.
Yes.
He is.
Yeah.
And if you think about it,
I'm not saying he wasn't. I just meant Pattinson's not going to be in Gunn's universe. Keep it separate. It's an
No, he's not. But the thing is, the Penguin was too good. The Batman and the Penguin and the Batman 2, those three things are going to stand alone as an epic trilogy of a certain look at Batman. I mean,
totally. I'm only talking about the music. Like, just make sure you have an identity. This is Chiquino. That's the Elseworld Batman.
Batman had a great. The Batman had a great. Again, people get mad. I get yelled at on Twitter by people that talk about the pussification of Batman and Robert Pattinson's Batman. I'm like, guys, you know what? You don't have to like it, but you can't sit there and tell me that The Batman wasn't a good movie. It was beautifully made, and like, remember, the reason that Christopher Nolan's Batman movies were so good is they were crime thrillers first, and if Batman wasn't in them, they would still work. You know, if Batman, you could still have Ra's al Ghul, you could still have all those things. It could be just a normal dude that wasn't Bruce Wayne. And the reason people love those movies is they are down to earth, and people look at, like, you know, The Dark Knight's basically Heat.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of people don't quite understand that. And Christopher Nolan's a huge fan of Michael Mann and all that. And I think that a lot of people look. I would ask, I just implore people to pick your very favorite thing that you love, whatever movie franchise it is, whatever film it is, and one day just choose to do a deep dive. And if you love something, I want to read, go to Grok or whatever and go, give me all the bad reviews of my favorite thing. And read them. Read them. And by the way, read them with the don't, you already said they're going to be bad reviews, so you know that you're not going to like what they have to say. But there will be ideas in those reviews that you will find compelling. You'll be like, oh, I understand. I mean, the funny thing that I find strange about fandom today, when I was growing up, I've been a huge fan since I was a little kid. And I would voraciously read anything I could find about whatever it was I loved. And what I wanted to do was, I wasn't interested in people that thought the way I thought. I wanted to know about people that thought differently, thought better.
Dialogue.
I wanted to know, because I already knew what I thought. But I wanted to know, where did all of this stuff fall in culture? Like, I didn't know. When I saw Planet of the Apes for the first time in 1972 on TV, I didn't know what it meant. I was 5 years old. And it blew my fucking mind. It changed my life. War of the Worlds, Planet of the Apes, Star Trek, Twilight Zone. I saw them all for the first time when I was 5. And I was obsessed, because as a little kid, these ideas were so far beyond me, but I knew that they were important, and I knew that I wanted to understand them. And so at the time, there was no internet.
People grow. That's like why we even come together and are asking questions. What's everyone's opinion? That's how you grow one mind. That's how you grow as a person.
But fandom used to understand that our baseline was we loved all this stuff. We loved it.
It's all tribalism now.
Well, now it's like, but you love this, I love this. It's like, no. I love all. I'm interested in the superhero genre. I will watch anything in the superhero genre, and I will opine on it because I am interested in that particular that genre of literature, that genre of graphic storytelling. So to me, my baseline is I love comics, I love superheroes, I love whether it's Art Spiegelman's Mouse or whether it's
Bill Watterson.
Bill Water, whether it's, of course, and which I have that whole book. Whatever happened to Bill Watterson? Why did he? But all of the graphic storytelling, Max Allan Collins, if you go to his house, his collection of comic strips, actual newspaper strips, oh my God, he's like the fucking Louvre of comic book strip. His collection is unreal. And you look at this stuff, and our baseline is to love it. And yet nowadays, if we were put in pits or put in the Coliseum, we'd tear each other to shreds, arguing over the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
And I wonder, why has that happened to us? Why is that a thing?
Because we're too comfortable in today's society and we have nothing else to complain about. So we try to find something to complain about.
Fucking man.
Yeah. No, the truth is most people don't have lives. Let's just be real here. I'm just being honest. Most people don't have lives. And so they just try to find something to grab their attention so they have something to do.
Yeah.
And that's like, because you're so comfortable today, you're so coddled today, there's no, like, you can't even climb a tree without somebody complaining that you are, they'll won't let you do it. And then people throw an iPad in little kids' hands just to keep them from running around or annoying them instead of actually being a parent.
Engaging with them.
Yeah. I would wish my kids would try to use an iPad and just be distracted all day. That wouldn't happen. I wish that would happen.
Well, gentlemen, listen. We are approaching 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Dave and I.
It's 2:56 here in Iowa.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come.
Amen, Rob.
So I think it's time to end this amazing show, this 4-hour show. I have to get up. Let's Get Physical Media is an hour earlier. It's starting at 10 o'clock. Dave Parker and I are going to our friend Dave Scow's 70th birthday. The luminary that is Dave Scow, who wrote the movie The Crow, who wrote Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, the first movie I ever worked on, who wrote The Hills Run Red that Dave directed and I produced. We went to Bulgaria and made that movie in 2008. Right, Dave? You're reading the live chat. Look, he's so...
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'm reading the live chat where everyone goes, fuck off, Dave, stop talking about soundtracks, fuck off and let Rob just talk.
That's not what they're saying.
It's very easy, guys. All you have to do, say with your words. I can fuck off, and you can have another.
Dave,
show
please,
with Rob talking, and just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking.
Dave, that's not.
That's what you want. You're all good.
No, that's not what they want. This show is it's our show, Bear or Dave, if you were a talk radio fan. Remember that? Come on. One of the great. It's your show, Bear. That was one of the greatest things ever. Talk radio is one of the greatest unsung movies of all time. I'm just saying.
Eric Lorgosian also in the video That's Love with Jim Capaldi, which always blows my mind. Same guy.
Michael Wincott in talk radio.
Yeah, it was the great best thing ever. By the way, Michael Wincott in Barry Levinson's What Just Happened is one of the greatest. If you haven't seen What Just Happened, it's the most realistic portrayal of modern Hollywood that's ever been committed to film.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Rob, I know you're a huge Star Trek fan, so am I. I got a Gorn head right here with the cowboy hat.
Yes,
on.
he does.
Wow, look at that. By the way, did you pre-order the Exo 6 Gorn?
No, I have not actually.
It went up. It's okay. First of all, I want to thank this esteemed panel. 1001 Johnny. I want to thank Andy from Argentina. My God, totally international, different sides of the world. I want to go all the way to Iowa. And I want to thank you for being here because, thank you for coming in. Race Studios, and that was amazing. And, of course, John Suntress on the Great Word Balloon podcast. John,
Yeah.
it was great to have you here. Thank you so much. And, of course, my fellow co-host and Dave Parker, you know, the Castle Grayskull's, all of her affections. All of her affections.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't stick up a finger when I'm talking about the affections of a woman that has for you. And apparently she's 6 feet tall. Which I didn't know.
Climb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rob,
I would say that's worth the dive, not the climb.
I just wanted to ask real quick, like, Ray, you got a podcast? You got a place we can follow you? I want to hear your podcast.
It's Prestige Culture Dynamics on YouTube. Make sure to look that up. Prestige Culture Dynamics. I actually got the idea. I actually came up with the idea from watching Step Brothers, because you know how they had that Prestige Worldwide thing. I came up with the idea. I pitched it to my buddy, and I said Prestige Culture Dynamics. And Rob, I've been watching you for so many years, and I've loved it. You're an interesting character talking to you in person, and I think I would love to have you on my show. I think my buddy would get a kick out of you too.
Twist my arm, man. You know what? I was brought into this whole crazy world by people outside. I'm happy to go on your show.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And please share it too, because it's still very small, and me and my buddy, we're trying to grow it. We're actually going to get on TikTok pretty soon and start making a whole bunch of videos. Like, we're going to be making videos all about anything culture, not just movie related, but culture, anything that's culture related wise, we will be doing.
Attaboy.
Now,
Prestige Culture Dynamics.
I love it.
Culture.
Now, I would ask the same question, John Suntress. Please tell everybody out there about your podcast.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. The Word Balloon podcast. I have my YouTube channel, one word, Word Balloon. But I'd saw wherever you can get audio podcasts as well. And really this week, obviously, we're talking a lot about the Superman movie. I'm recording with Jeff Loeb in the afternoon on Sunday. Well, I guess in about 11 hours from now. And that's great. And then Monday night, Dan Jurgens, another fine Superman writer and artist, is going to join me. And Tuesday, how about that? And Tuesday, I'll be talking to Alex Ross about the movie and other things that he's doing.
I mean, your podcast is so A-list. I mean, anybody, you get all the people in the comic book industry. I mean, your podcast has been going on. You and I have been talking for at least 10 years.
We've been talking for 10 years. We met in San Diego, and I saw you, and I told you, I'm like, man, I've been a fan since Free Enterprise.
Yeah,
and it means so much that we were both in Prophets of Science Fiction, truly. And you for me for that that you knew who the hell I was, because I'm a Chicago guy, whatever. But
Dave know, when I told him you were going to come on the show, Dave knew who you were too, right, Dave?
Yeah, I edited his interview.
That means a lot, man. That was the best time making those episodes. I'm serious.
Cool. I wish it went on. Ridley Scott produced that shit.
Yeah. And
I share an IMDb with you and Ridley Scott. That's pretty cool, man.
I would like to say, Dave, Dave Parker is one of my oldest, dearest friends in the world. I love him so much. And tomorrow, we are both going to Dave Scow's birthday party.
Together.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, it's great that we're still doing this. I love doing this podcast with you, and I'm really excited. I mean, Dave Scow was the first. He was the first writer that I ever met. The first movie I ever worked on was Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Dave Scow wrote it. He was so nice to me, and he was the first person I'd already bought books. I already owned books that he'd written, like The Kill Riff. He wrote The Outer Limits Companion. And he was like this important dude to me, and he was a scary dude. He was, with his black hair and his black leather and his black long fucking ponytail. And I was like, this guy's a scary motherfucker. And he was so nice to me as a young, I'm 22 years old. It's my first movie. I'm like, hey guys, how's it going? And Dave Scow was very, very cool. And tomorrow is his 70th birthday, which I can't fucking believe, because I met him in 1989. And, the three of us making a movie together was one of the highlights of my life, man.
And it's funny because I met him in 1989 as well for the first time.
Yeah. And isn't that crazy?
I met him before I met you.
Yeah, well, I know. But years before you met me.
No, not years. We met in 1989, Rob.
Did we?
We met in line at the Norris Theater.
Oh, yes. Okay. I've how
Your hair
quickly
was all slicked back like trancers. You were wearing an overcoat. Dry hairs for squids. That was you. That was you.
Come on, man. That was back in my new romantic days in the late 80s. What can I say? But no, I mean, and now we have a new Superman movie, and all you guys, 1001 Johnny, Andy, I want to thank you. You guys have been great supporters of this channel. I mean, talk about, by the way, let me ask you this. 1001 Johnny, tell the folks at home, where are you beaming to us from right now?
My grandmother's house. I'm visiting because I came to watch Superman with my brothers.
Yeah, but where?
Illinois.
Oh, you're in Illinois? You're not across this pond?
You're in Illinois?
Rob, if I'm with my grandmother, it's Illinois. If I'm with my mom and dad, it's Thailand.
Mm.
Oh,
you are an internet. Okay.
So you're just a short drive away from me.
You could be in this coffin.
Citrus is in Illinois. You guys can all get together and have beers.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Hey,
actually,
wait. I'll follow you on Twitter. You got Twitter? I'll follow you. You know it's me.
Yeah, okay. It's at Ray Studios 29 on X.
Okay, it's sparking drill for me.
Yeah, but
Gotta go
yeah, an idea I had for this is to make this into a beer cooler. Just to pour a bunch of ice in it and just put some cold ones in there. I thought about it.
I think that's a KISS coffin. That's actually the KISS sanctioned coffin is the one that can be a beer cooler.
Well,
I don't know if the Ghostbusters.
Well, Gene Simmons said the KISS casket can be a beer cooler.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if the Ghostbusters one follows the same line, but.
And Andy, let me ask you this. You've been watching this channel for a long time. You've been on the late night shows when we used to do them. Tell us about where you're from and what do you do? What's going on?
Well, I'm in Buenos Aires. Not much mystery there. Argentina. So, yeah. I don't have a YouTube channel myself. I have a heavy metal band. And... yeah, we play.
Don't need anything else.
Yeah, I've been having heavy metal bands for 21 years, so I really enjoy.
What do you play? What do you play?
I play the guitar.
Yeah, I play.
Try
Look
to
around.
scream/sing. You know.
What's the band name? What's the band name?
The band name is weird. It's Commando Bacterian. Now, Commando's because of Arnie's movie. And Bacterian is a Dragon Ball character, actually, from the very beginning. It's like the filthiest, dirtiest character of Dragon Ball is called Bacterian. So it's Commando Bacterian.
Now, are you on Spotify? Can anyone hear your music anywhere?
I have everything. If you go to the YouTube and you put Commando is with one M because it's Commando in Spanish, not in English.
Sure.
So it's Commando with one M. And the Bacterian is B as a Bob, A-K, Bacterian, like bacterian.
Okay.
But Bacterian, it ends with an N, all right? So
I
if you
hear
go
this
there,
music.
I have a music there. I have videos with my band. You can
That's
see me
incredible,
there with
dude.
the guitar.
That's
Good,
amazing.
that is cool.
That's so metal.
Yeah,
I mean, this show is midnight metal. You're the most metal
It
of all of
all,
us.
it all comes around, Rob. Oh, and Rob, Brendan Day. Take a look at the chats. Brendan Day. Brandon Day.
Brandon did. I'm looking at the chats. What am I looking at here? Hang on.
He gave a tip.
Oh, I haven't looked at that. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. I haven't even gotten there yet. I haven't even looked. What the hell? This is
maybe Rob will give me a cut finally.
Okay, first of all, Brandon Day. This stuff comes in months later. Brandon Day says, "Hail from Tacoma, Washington." Now, okay, let me just say that my grandfather had a furniture store in Tacoma, Washington for like 100 years. A 10-story store called Schoenfeld's Furniture. It's no longer there. It hasn't been there since the early 2000s. But my cousins live there. My aunt lived there. Gravelly Lake, my aunt lived on in Tacoma. And I saw Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. In Tacoma the night it opened. Two. When it was going, I was going to the Evergreen State College in Olympia. We drove into Tacoma. By the way, I saw Bruce Springsteen at the Tacoma Dome. I saw Prince on the Purple Rain tour at the Tacoma Dome. I saw Bowie on the Glass Spider tour at the Tacoma Dome. You know, I'm one of these people. I'm a Tacoma fan, so I want to thank you so much for supporting the channel that way. That is very nice of you. But
he wants to talk about the coffin, I guess.
Oh. Shit, man!
I don't know what that means. Tom Logan was like
does Brandon want to come on the show? Brandon, you want to come on the show? Should I send you a link?
I guess I know he called me privately and told me to tell you he wants to talk about what's he want to talk about, Thomas Logan. I mean, we're wrapping this up. Like, come on.
Well, hang on, no, Brandon. It's cool if he's from Tacoma's in my neck of the woods, man.
Yeah. I have family that live up there too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I was from Thailand. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm sorry.
You've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2? What's wrong with you?
By the way, the theater that I saw Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 and is no longer there.
People are watching Man of Steel too much. Go see Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Toby Hooper's classic with Carolyn Williams.
And by the way, Carolyn Williams still, we know her.
Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, do you really?
Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yeah.
By the way, great disc, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Great
Vinegar
disc.
Syndrome.
Vinegar Syndrome did a great job releasing that film.
And Arrow's got a new release for the UK.
Yeah. Well done. So what should we do? Should Brandon Day come on the show or what?
I don't know. Maybe we can be crazy, wipe out everyone, Rob, and then bring another rando on and see what happens.
Oh shit! Wait, hang on a second. Wait. Call me. Hang on. This could be the greatest thing ever.
What?
Wait. Uh-oh. Oh wait. Hang on. Wait. This might be the most epic Midnight Metal moment. Hang on. Hold on.
Cross some fingers.
Oh my God. Wait. Hold on.
James Gunn is calling.
No.
No,
stop for a second.
Stop. No, it's Papa calling.
Hello?
Are you there? You are there.
Hello?
It's me, man. Oh, it's me. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Dude, by the way, can I just say, you're like the greatest friend ever. So I need to explain what we've been doing. We've been on a 4-hour show talking about various iterations of Superman movies. Mm-hmm. And Superman Returns has been getting a lot of love on this channel. And I figured I'd give you a buzz. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, might I introduce you, sir?
Yes.
This is director Bryan Singer, the director of Superman Returns. You're getting you can't see this, but you're getting a lot of applause. And I've been sending you. I always send you things whenever somebody talks about Superman Returns. Dave Parker is here as well, and
remember who the fuck I am?
I think that there's a lot of reassessment going on about Superman Returns. Obviously, it's been 20 years since. I mean, back then it's July 13th. We were in the middle of production. You were in the middle of production. How do you feel about Superman Returns now, and what does it mean to you?
It's very nostalgic to me. I have noticed there's been a resurgence of interest in it because people send me clips on my phone. So it's nice to see that. There are scenes and bits of it. It always was a bitter pill because it came out at a time when I think audiences were expecting more of an action picture, and it was more of a romance. And it was in the middle of the summer, so it didn't quite perform the way that we had hoped. But in retrospect, the scenes that and the parts that are special and that really still work, I'm very fond of. And so it's nice to see, it's just nice to see other people respond to it. It's not some, I'm not the type of person who watches my films, in retro, over and over, over and over again. So it's hard for me to think about it like an audience member. But I think about it that way. It's very nostalgic, and we had, the experience of making it in Australia and growing all that corn and having, it's a lot of challenges at the time. Remember, you have to remember, at the time we made that movie, the technology didn't exist to do the things that can be done now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the flying sequences were pioneering. They were never done before. A lot of the digital sequences, there were scenes where, effects were just not working, and we had to tweak them. And so there was a lot of challenges in that movie that wouldn't exist today with digital technology. So it was a very challenging movie to be, and the water work that was done, a ton of water work. We built 3 massive tanks. So that was very challenging and fun and interesting. So, there's just a lot of nostalgia.
Well, let me ask you one other thing. One of the things we talked about earlier was that X-Men 1, which came out in 2000, was really the film that changed the tenor of what a superhero film could be. Your choice of opening in Auschwitz and creating the Magneto character. Now, I maintain that the modern comic book movie was born in the scene where Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart first meet. Are you in my mind, Charles?
Oh, yeah.
When you were doing that, did you have any inkling of what you were doing would change the next 25 years of genre cinema around the world?
No, not at all. I felt at the time my biggest challenge was to get people who didn't know X-Men, who didn't know who Wolverine was, who didn't know who Magneto and Xavier were, who didn't know these characters. My goal was to find allegory and find sequences and clarity to help an audience that didn't know the comic book embrace the movie. And so I was on a mission to just make a broader movie that could bring these lores, these incredible character lores, to an audience that might not be familiar with them. So that was my whole focus at that time. And I had no idea that, Sam would then do Spider-Man, and then I'd do X-Men 2, and then there would be Spider-Man 2, and then little by little the Marvel, thing would be born. At the time when we did that, you have to understand, Marvel was in bankruptcy. Their stock was worthless. So it was, they were ready to break up all the characters and sell them all individually.
Okay, I've got one final question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is now the 30th anniversary of The Usual Suspects.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the great things, I think one of the great talents, one of the great Bryan Singer talents that you have is an eye for casting. And I think that The Usual Suspects and the X-Men, which, by the way, your eye for casting has now lasted for a quarter century. When you look back at the films and when you are dealing with these kinds of actors, what is the secret of not just casting, but when you are getting actors together and getting them to work together? How do you as a director make sure that these actors come together and gel as an ensemble?
I try to do chemistry reads with the actors, bring them together and do reads with them together. On X-Men, it was just a lot of off-the-cuff casting. I mean, we didn't have Wolverine, and we were already shooting. And Hugh Jackman, who I really was interested in, couldn't make it. He was doing Curly in Oklahoma, I think in the West End, and so he couldn't come out until I was already shooting the Senate scene. So with Patrick and Ian. So there it was just with Hugh. who I saw actually a few weeks ago in New York in a wonderful play he just did. He's terrific, and we're still friends. And Hugh, he just showed up, and we did a screen test right there on the spot, and I offered him the role right there because I needed a Wolverine, and he fit the bill. But he hadn't, it was his first movie really. Sometimes, it's prior reputation, it's the read, or I see them in a play, or like Robert Sean Leonard, who I cast in House. I saw him in Dead Poet Society, of course, but I also saw him do Long Day's Journey into Night, and he was fantastic, so I cast him in House. Hugh Laurie just came in, just did a read, for House. Kevin Spacey, I knew as a Tony Award-winning actor, so that was easy casting. And but he expressed interest in doing the movie before we even wrote it, with Usual Suspects. So we kind of wrote it with him in mind. What else? Halle Berry I'd seen in Bullworth, and I thought she was great. And it's Alan Cumming I saw do Cabaret on Broadway, like a live show of Cabaret, and he was fantastic, so I cast him as Nightcrawler. So there's a whole list of them. Tom Cruise was obviously easy because we were developing Valkyrie for him for him to produce, and little by little he gravitated to just playing the role. So I just asked him to do it one day, and he said yes.
Okay, I got one more question for you. You've directed 5 comic book films, 4 X-Men movies, and Superman Returns. To see this genre, I would say that you were the farmer that cultivated a crop that is now benefiting all of Hollywood for the last a quarter century.
Yeah.
Why do you think that this genre has continued to resonate? And what is it you think that Hollywood needs to understand about how this genre works moving forward?
Well, I think that, I always said, back in the day, I always say that these comic books are modern day mythologies. There are mythologies that we default to, that was just undiscovered, and it was discovered a bit with Superman the movie in 1978 by Richard Donner, but it hadn't been rediscovered, until we did X-Men. So, and now with comic book, throw a rock and you'll hit one. It's its own genre. But that's not, it's not totally unexpected because, as I said, we as audience members are looking for our mythological characters. We're looking for ways to live and ways to, people to, characters to emulate. And I think that, the comic book genre offers a wealth of characters. The X-Men universe alone offers a wealth of characters, but so does the Marvel universe, the DC universe. They just there's a wealth of inspiration. So, in moving forward, the only thing I'd caution against is kitsch. So some of the films, do have a bit of kitsch, and it's hard for me to. Are you still there?
I'm still here. I'm riveted.
I thought I lost you. And sometimes they get a bit, they rely too much on, the visual effects and the action, and the heart is lost, and you don't want to do that. You really want to really stay true to the characters and their relationships and their journeys and their histories, and I think that's where they have to stay on course, and that's when you get the better ones.
Dude, I can't thank you enough for calling back, and we've known each other for a very long time, and you've hired me, and Dave Parker and we got to make great documentaries for you. And I think you are the architect of the modern age of superhero films, And without you, we would not have what we have. Your taste, you know, your collaborators, the people that you work with since you began making movies, a lot of them has spread out and made great careers in the rest of Hollywood. Your taste, so I will always remain in your service and your friend, and always admire what you have done for the superhero genre. And I don't think you get enough credit.
Imagination kind of stores.
Appreciate getting it from you.
Well, listen, man, I will let you go. Thank you for calling, and
I
can't wait to, dude. I gotta hold Excalibur, just so you know.
Yeah, you gotta come over.
I will.
With some of the toys, some of the collectibles.
All right, man. Well, have a good day. Enjoy Germany, and I will talk to you later.
Okay, have a good one.
All right, man.
Guys.
See you.
Yeah. And keep in mind, Superman Returns came out about almost 20 years ago. And
Could you guys hear that?
And I was a little kid.
Rob, the first time you heard my name was the last time you had Brian Singer on the show, and I wrote a super chat that was like $300 long.
Yeah.
That was pretty dope, man. I was just texting him. I'm like, hey, man, he's in Germany. So.
Yep.
Rob, it just came full circle for me. So I'm.
Yeah. When my dad took me to see Superman Returns in the theaters, I was 4 years old. I'm 23 now, and I've grown up with the movie. I just love it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I did not. I'm glad everybody could hear him. I mean, you know, here's the thing. Brian Singer has been a good friend of mine. I mean, we met at USC a long time ago, and he's given Dave and I a lot of work, and he's always been, I have to say that he's always given me the benefit of the doubt. But, you know, he helped us get Hills Run Red made, and it's you know, it's great that he called back to be on this show. So here you go. So that was pretty cool.
That's cool.
Awesome. I didn't think this day would get that much better.
Well, there you go.
But it just did. I always love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing because the thing is, you know, I don't ask much of him. It was funny. He would call back. He called me back during the show, and I didn't know he called back. And so, you know, whatever. But
20 years, Rob. 20 years ago.
20 years since. I mean, I was in Australia. I mean, we were in the middle of filming the movie at this time 20 years ago. And look, Dave, I would say that for those of you who haven't seen, it's a 3-hour documentary we made.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, and look, one day I've been going through some tapes of I would love to be able to do even more.
Here's the problem. Our deadline was so fast.
Yeah.
We never got to refine it. We were running and gunning so fast on this documentary. The amount of material that we were doing and stuff like that we basically I basically got one pass at it, and then you got one pass at it.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
we could have. I mean, I'm proud of what we did on it. We could have done.
Well, we were supposed to get 2 discs worth. I mean, and a lot more time.
I'm just talking about time frame of our editing time frame. We could have refined it so much better than we did. Yet.
Look, I will say this. You know,
but the thing is, I'm very proud of the work that we did. I mean, it's like because even in that, I think strangely we did like some inspirational moments.
Yeah, I mean, I cut the Superman on the farm piece. It's one of my favorite things I ever cut.
Well, you had time. You took time with that. I didn't have the time that you did. You took more time on that piece, which is what the whole thing should have been.
Well, yeah. And look,
that's not me throwing shit on you. That's just saying that's how it was.
Yeah. No, I would love to.
I have to credit a lot of the inspirational aspects, if there are any, on the other things.
No, everything is great. The whole look
that worked really well. I have to credit. It's a lot due to John Ottman's score.
Yeah,
Noir really drove so much of how we cut things.
Yeah, but I would say that all of it, I mean, look, I would love to, my life, it was a rough time running a business, and it was falling apart and being in a lawsuit with Agent Cody Bank. It was crazy.
It was a tough, look, there was
a lot.
There were tough times for me. My mom was passing away at the time.
It was rough.
Everything else we had to deal with. But,
and by the way, all the people at Warner Brothers hated us. They hated us for having. They hated us for having.
They hated you. They hated you. I was all.
Well, yeah, they hated me because they thought that I was trying to prevent something from happening. And I'm like, you guys paid me to spend a year of my life in Australia, and now you're telling me that Walmart wants to make it a 2-disc set instead of the 3-disc set that we were working on.
But we still got it out there. There's still 3.5 hours. There's an epic 3.5 hour documentary about the making of this movie, whatever the movie is. Even I think, not to throw shade, I'm really not trying to throw shade, but I think you even told me that Brian's dad said
Brian Singer's dad said he liked our documentary better than
the movie.
And I said to Brian when he told me that, I said, that's because you are the star of our documentary. And he stopped and he goes, maybe you're right. Look, I love our documentary. I haven't seen it in a long time.
I would say he's the spine. I would say Brandon Routh is the heart of that.
Brandon Routh, I mean, look, the guy let me go film his workouts. And I'll tell you something else. The one regret I have is Guy Hendricks Dias, the production designer, who I loved, who allowed me more leeway. And the one thing I wanted to do that I never got to do is I actually filmed on every set. And I wanted to do like an hour-long Guy Dias piece that I never get to cut, and I wanted to. Guy, I'll tell you a funny story. Guy Dias reached out to me a couple of years ago on LinkedIn. And there's a really funny bit, Crystal Ship or Citizenship. Guy Dias was trying to be an American citizen, and he had to fly back to America, and they were going to film the Crystal Ship scene that was cut out of the movie anyway. But so Brian says to Guy, he goes, "Oh, really, Guy? You want to fly back to America in the middle of production?" And Brian's like, "Crystal Ship or Citizenship?" Yep. And so Guy contacted me, and he goes, "I will never forget that." And he asks me, he goes, "Do you know anything about Masters of the Universe? You know, what do you think about that?" And I said to him, I think I wrote to him back. I said, well, Travis Knight, who did Kubo and the Two Strings and Bumblebee, is supposed to direct it. I go, dude, if you, because he designed, Guy Dias was not just the production designer of X-Men 2 and Superman Returns. He was the production designer of Inception.
Oh yeah, no, he's an incredible production designer.
Incredible. And then he went and had a kid with his wife, he works with his wife, amazing couple. He designed Masters of the Universe that Amazon's releasing, and they showed us some of it at CinemaCon, behind the scenes, like 5 minutes of the design work of Masters of the Universe is fucking amazing. I mean, everything they've done, no one's seen it. They showed it to us at CinemaCon, but it was a behind the scenes thing. All of Eternia, the swords, the vehicles. The one thing they didn't show, by the way, is Battle Cat. And I asked a guy, I'm like, Battle Cat's in the movie, right? He's like, of course Battle Cat's in the movie. I'm like, well, they didn't show it. I'm like, okay. I don't care about Cringer, but Battle Cat, you gotta have Battle Cat. And it was, and Brian tapped. They first, by the way, Guy Dias and Brian first started working together on Bryan Singer's reboot of Battlestar Galactica that got derailed because of 9/11.
Wow.
So, by the way, Robservations, the Burnettwork, come on, we bring you late night excellence. You never know what you're going to get watching this channel. You never know. Not that it's going to get me any more subscribers, but it's fine.
When people go back and watch and listen, they'll get it. But
I'll clip it out and put it on YouTube.
I mean, the nice thing is that what happened tonight is a nice reminder of. It should be a nice reminder for all of us connected here.
Yeah.
In this, who are on screen and everything. It's like, whatever you do, if it seems trivial at the time, it all means something to someone.
You never know. You never know.
And you don't know. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's like what we were, like Rob, you and I, and John, in an extent, and we've all been very lucky. We've all been very lucky in the things that we've been able to be a part of.
Very lucky.
And yet we're also very lucky to have everyone who's on the channel.
Just taking a selfie
now.
to send to Brian. Like, here we are.
I'm just saying the fact that we're all very lucky to be here debating what what we like about the Superman or that, and sharing our opinions and having people go, shut the fuck up, stop talking about score or whatever it is. We're all very lucky. We're all very lucky to be able to, and the fact that we have people watching who give a shit about all of us, about what we all have to say.
Yeah.
They give a shit about your fucking Ghostbusters coffin, man. It's
one of a kind.
It's fucking awesome.
And this isn't the only one they have. They have a whole bunch of other different caskets too.
I'm just saying, like, we're fucking lucky. I mean, that's what makes this. This is why we do this. It's like, Rob's the only one who gets money. He takes all our money that we've all earned for him tonight, and he takes it all and buys a fucking hot toy. He doesn't share it with us.
I got my Darth Vader hot toy right here.
I heard you say it's like I can't remember what it was. I caught one of your guys' shows, and you were saying,
I am here every single day.
So I sent in a super chat that said, "This is for you," and Rob never read it because he took it for himself. Sorry, Rob.
He just—that's what he does. Rob, we all work, but again,
it was. I did say, Mr. Parker, this is for you, and I never heard you read it live on stream.
Well, half the time you send in things when I'm going off the air.
Oh, here come the excuses.
I know, but still.
How much was it? I'll give it to Dave tomorrow at Dave Scow's birthday party.
Yeah.
And I'll meet.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna buy you a drink. 1001 Johnny bought you this drink. You can make it the most expensive. And Dave will give me like a $50 liquor.
No, Johnny, it's top shelf. Whatever it is, it's top shelf. But
by the way, I'm gonna make a video of this. I will film us.
Absolutely, yes. My point is
that, please post at Sparking Drill because I bought the drink.
Oh, dude, I will send you the video. I'll send you the thing, and you can put it wherever you want. Yeah. And because, by the way, can I just say something? 1001 Johnny here is a great friend of this channel. I have adored his commentary. I've learned so much about the Ultraman franchise, and you've actually taught me a great deal. That every time we have a conversation, I'm doing Google searches, and I'm like, oh my god, that's very interesting, and I'm a common writer, and you are one of the people that has made this channel for me very gratifying.
Yeah. And Rob,
and like we're all look. I'm just saying we're all super lucky. The fact that I've gotten to meet all of you and interact, even in a limited way.
Well, Andy, by the way, Andy's been here for years too. Years. Andy's been here for years. He sent me a film. I was looking for a film called Mobius.
Yeah.
About this science fiction movie about trains disappearing that I'd seen a thing for. Andy found it for me and sent it to me here in these States.
The first time we talked was 5 years ago with the first Midnight Metal, actually.
Wow.
Fucking long.
Yeah. Rob, next year when Doomsday comes out, you got to throw some huge event for that because that's going to be some freaking awesome thing. I got to hop in on it.
I hope.
Fucking metal.
Rob, when the 1000th show came out, and I was like, I'm waiting for my entrance, and I found the next day here's the link to the 1000th show. Please have a better day. And I was like, I fucking missed it.
Yeah, but you're still here, man. You're. By the way, you missed today's member chat.
What made my day, finding that after missing the 1000th episode, but looking forward to it for so long, and I was preparing a whole thing because we were all doing something special. And just because you said have a better day, my day got better because I was so bummed.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's going to be a 2000.
It's so easy.
And I'll be here.
But you know what? I have to say that one of the great things about this community, like John Suntress and his Word Balloon podcast, during the pandemic.
I mean, he's a legend. He's a legend.
But during the pandemic, there were online conventions. And John hooked me up, and I was part of the. I got to talk to Howard Chaykin, and it was amazing.
Did you do like like our dinner with Harlan Ellison? Where you
I didn't know, but no.
Have you guys heard that story yet?
Oh no, I have not.
I'm not going to share it tonight. But the Harlan Ellison dinner story is fucking legendary.
By the way, Dave, you hang on. Let me go full frame on you. You should tell this story.
No, I'm not going to tell it tonight.
Okay.
We're going to save for this.
Just for another medal.
Okay. I mean, I just brought Sign back in. I don't know if I can get him into the conversation. But
I can hear him now.
Yeah, it was. Look, what's funny is, by the way, I can't believe Brian called me back. It's sexy. Yeah. I'm like, I never know where Brian is. He could be asleep. He's in Germany, so that he's awake. And he actually called me back, and I didn't see it. What a douche I can be. But I mean, but I would say, I would say this. One of the great things about what people don't get is that us living in Hollywood, everyone gets a bad rap, you lib turds or whatever, but for the most part, like Bryan Singer is a guy that has been a friend of mine for 35 years, and I don't ask him for anything except come on a show. I'm calling him, I'm going, hey man, I'm always texting him shit, and we're always texting us around the world. The fact that he called me back right now shows to me this is why I'm ride or die with Brian, and Brian's misunderstood. Bryan Singer has always been exactly who he was at. He tells the world who he is, and people like, I'm friends with him because he's employed me, he's been honest with me, and he's been completely above board. He is not hiding anything. And a lot of people don't get that, but Brian has been a friend of mine for 35 fucking years. And the fact is, he calls me back and he spent time talking live on a show like this. I'm like, that's all you need to know. And although I would say I asked some good questions.
Oh yeah, you certainly did.
Wait, everyone, pat Rob on the back.
No, man, come on, dude.
Hey, man, this is like live radio. No, truly, as someone who did broadcasting for 30 years in Chicago, when you have that kind of surprise, you were very composed. You asked good questions, and I even sent you a message saying you better cut that and make it a solo. In addition to this medal and everything, because it's a worthwhile conversation that you have.
Because no one else is going to hear it if they just wait for this.
Oh, look, man, you know what? I can only do what I can do.
Hey, Rob, I want to just because Superman Returns has come up. wanted this. I'm wondering if I should share this because it's not the most flattering memory for Superman Returns.
No, you should say, look, we're all about honesty, man.
Now you have to.
Okay, so what it is, my mom did not like Superman Returns, and I asked her why she didn't like it, and she goes, he's a wuss. Superman's a wuss. He's whining about his baby. But he ran away to a Krypton for how many years, and she's surprised she moved on. What a wuss. And she's like, he's not Christopher Reeves or whatever.
Wow.
Okay, I have to tell you,
she's right.
I've been talking with Brian about this a lot. The original version of Superman Returns, the Friends and Family screening, was about 30 minutes longer than the theatrically released film.
Because Luthor tempts him and gets him into space. That's why he goes in the place,
yes,
right?
Luthor and Cal Penn They trump up a version of they. And by the way, it's a worldwide thing that, oh my God, Krypton is still there. And so Superman, out of an obligation to, if Krypton is still there and he can create a crystal ship and go, he has to do it.
Of course,
he has to do it. And what was missing from the film, and by the way, the whole crystal ship thing, you can see the deleted scene on the Blu-ray. It's online. You can watch it. I think it was missing 2 shots that I would have added to tell people. So here's what happened. When that version of the film was screened, there were kids, there were family members. Brian doesn't test screen his movies to normal audiences.
Ooh.
And the problem was a lot of the audience members didn't know what the fuck they were watching because they had not seen Richard Donner's 1978 original. And so they're like, what is this? What is happening? And there was no dialogue in the first 20 minutes. And you had Luthor going in, and you had Lois Lane from the original TV series, the George Reeves, Noelle Neal, who was, by the way, a delightful woman. She was amazing. And so all this was going on, and there was a whole opening credit sequence that I stole for our documentary. It was never finished. Nice. Of all of the Daily Planet headlines. It was a beautifully, it was never fully rendered, but you can see it in our documentary. It was a beautifully open credit sequence that showed the history of him leaving the Earth and Lois Lane writing Why the World Doesn't Need a Superman, and nobody, when we were doing our documentary, nobody cared. I had all this stuff. I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to have this. I'll just put it in the documentary anyway. And the movie opened, by the way, with the same curtains that the original Superman, the movie, opened with. And we use that in our documentary.
Oh yeah.
Because and then we had Brian. If you watch it, Brian recorded with Tristan the kid opening of
who is now performing at the Troubadour. He's in a rock band.
Dude, that guy, and he's fucking awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
That kid, I mean, we put it all. If anyone wants to see the stealth version of what Superman Returns is, our documentary, we use a lot of shit in that was supposed.
And the things that they don't know is the influence we actually had on the actual movie.
Mm.
The release.
I will never speak to that.
The things that we had an effect on.
Hey,
you
Rob.
and I, which is insane.
Rob, David, if anybody deserves another release the Singer cut movement, Snyder got it like you guys certainly.
Much better.
Well, I would say this. I have spoken to people about that release of the film, because I do think that is a very superior version of Superman Returns. And the problem is, you've got the fact that Brian and Kevin Spacey have been controversial figures, even though Kevin Spacey was exonerated, and Brian is just pillory because he does not hide who he is, and a lot of people are uncomfortable with that. But you know what? Brian has never lied, and he's never he's who he is.
I think it has more to do with what happened with Bohemian Rhapsody than anything else at this point.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, unfortunately, some people 2 weeks in. By the way, Brian worked on that movie for years, and John Ottman, Bryan Singer. John Ottman won an editing award for that film. Look, I'm a huge fan of all these guys. Love them. And have worked with them and have known them for 30 years. And I ride or die with them, be what it is. Brian did not have to call me up when I said, hey, I'm doing a live YouTube show. Hey, bro, what's up? Not only does he call me, he goes, hey, man, I called you. And then I call him back, and he comes on this show.
Yep.
And by the way, I didn't even know what the fuck I was going to say. And I was not going to ask him if he'd seen the new Superman yet.
But guess what? That's what Rob does. That's you guys saw it live. The genius of the things that I've seen for 30 fucking years The gift of Rob is not knowing what the fuck he's gonna say, and yet shit
Pulls it
comes
out.
and shit comes out of him, and it's fucking good.
Thank you,
Amen.
Dave.
Truly.
Well, look, man, the secret to that is being genuinely interested.
Yeah.
Look, I've learned from you. And
Authenticity, boys. Absolutely. Yes.
You know,
Currency.
and also cutting through the bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would say, Dave, you know, one of the great things about our friendship is, you know, we made The Hills Run Red, and The Hills Run Red is a movie that does not exist without the vision of Dave Parker. Because we were given a script that was
it doesn't exist at all for most people.
No, hang on. No. You know, these guys came to me at this company, and it wasn't vibing with me. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to produce a movie. And the thing is, I had a guy working with me that this was perfect for him. You know, it was, and then he and I both knew we had our friend Dave Scow. We could get to rewrite the script. But here's the thing: the movie never would have been made, and we had to. The company asked us to make a trailer, and I said to Dave, "Okay, we have to do it like a commercial." And Dave Parker, this man right here, diligently designed, created, the man had a fucking vision, man. And he went and I told him, I was like, we have to do it like a commercial. We have to have every shot script. You know, he went and made first of all, a storyboard that he turned into an animatic and added animation to it. Fucking incredible. I mean, it was amazing. The vision was on point. And here's the thing. So we had Dave Scow rewriting the script. So we had this great script written by the guy who wrote The Crow. And then Dave Parker had made a visionary, like it was, I do not use this lightly, a visionary trailer that he had cut together with animation and all this it's incredible. You can see it on the disc.
Look, if you can find the now out of print Scream Factory.
Okay, wait, hang on, stop, hang on a second. So because of Bryan Singer didn't grease the wheels. He just got us a meeting.
But it was only natural we would do.
Okay, Bryan Singer. I was visiting him on the set of a Football Wives, a pilot that didn't go, and Bryan was listening to me talk about it, and he goes, "So you and Dave you're gonna try and make him?" It's like, "Why are you trying to make this movie an independent movie at Sable Ranch for $350,000?" He's like, "Why are you doing that?" He goes, "Why don't you take it to Warner Brothers?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I'll just knock on the fucking doors at Warner Brothers and say, okay, Dave and I want to make a movie." And he literally walks out of his trailer. He's directing this pilot. He makes a phone call. He walks back up and he goes, "Okay, you can have a meeting with Diane Nelson, who Dave and I had worked with before." And he goes, "You have a meeting. Like, don't fuck it up."
And we didn't.
And that's, by the way, that's all he did. So we walk into the meeting.
It's show business, but your show friends sure come in handy.
Well, but that's the thing. The thing is this:
we'd already done business with Bryan for years.
It only happens because of who you know. You have to back it up. You have to like back it up.
We had done 4 documentaries for him.
The only way you get the door open is someone in higher power opening the door for you, and then you have to back it up.
But we had already done Usual Suspects. We've done X-Men 1, X2, and Superman Returns.
Backed it up with the fucking the pitch and the script and everything else.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the door that you can get someone who's in the higher power to open the door for you, but you still have to earn it.
And by the way, all Bryan did was make a phone call.
Right.
It's not like he said anything. He just got us a meeting.
No guarantee. He made a phone call, opened the door, but we have to land it.
So you and I go to the studio, and all we had to show was your trailer, dude. The trailer you made was your vision,
which is 100%. Online, guys. You can see it online. It's not. It is what it is.
Okay. No.
Look,
when they saw, not only did we have your trailer to show, we got to back it up with Scow's script. It was amazing. And 2 weeks later, they said they greenlit it. Do you remember when we were in the meeting, they said to us, they're like, how would you feel about making this with Joel Silver's Dark Castle Entertainment? Remember that?
And I walked out. I walked out with you and said, this is never going to happen. This movie is never going to happen.
And what did I say?
I know. I freely admit it, but I said it was never going to happen.
And look, you know what?
And it happened.
The fact is, okay, so we make it. We and by the way, Warner Brothers. I said to Warner Brothers, when I wanted to take it to film festivals, they're like, "This is a direct-to-video movie. Why would it?" I'm like, guys, I know some people. Dude, you got to go to London. We went to Sigis. My dream of having a movie at the Seattle Film Festival. We got that done. It was pretty amazing. And then comes out in 2009. It's 11 years later. 11 years later in 2020. During the pandemic.
And look, we're lucky. We're lucky. People still talk about it.
We got to make the most self-indulgent Blu-ray disc of our movie, of any movie ever made ever.
That's out of print, guys. It's out of print.
Well,
now.
that's because it's sold out. Sold out
for now. Yeah. For now, because I'll never say never, because we never thought we would get a Blu-ray. So, is it out of print forever? Who knows? But we did.
But Scream Factory did us right, dude.
But we got a lot of good fucking extras on it and stuff like that.
Okay, listen.
It's great to have that.
I need to say to all of you lovely people still watching this stream. By the way, let me just check for super chats and tips, and I don't want to leave anybody behind.
Before we wrap it up.
Yeah.
People are going, yeah, goddamn.
If there's any dead air, could I ask Ray questions?
Yeah, please. You guys go ahead.
Sure.
Hey, Ray, I really wanted to ask you, aside from Christopher Reeve's Superman, do you have any other favorite incarnations of Superman? And what do you think about Superman 3 and 4?
I'll actually say, I said this in my review for the new Superman movie. David Cornsweet is now my second favorite Superman, only behind Christopher Reeve.
Nice.
Cool. Like, Henry Cavill was my second favorite, solidly, but David Cornsweet, he just brought something special. It brought back memories from the Christopher Reeve era that just made me like him, love it so much. He just is. He just is my second favorite. I mean, Christopher Reeve will never be topped in my opinion. That's just me. Sure. It's not fair. It's not fair, but it is what it is.
That is what it is.
Yeah. Now, getting to Superman 3 and Superman 4, The Quest for Suck.
Hard.
Where do I begin? Superman 3 is I'll test to this. The Christopher Reeve Superman films, also the Batman films, the original ones, and also the Jaws films, they all have a similar pattern. The first film the first film is great. The second film, it's good, just not as good as the original. The third one is just completely horrible, and then the fourth one is just horrendous. Like, if we look at it, go back and look at what all of those things I just said. It just is. That's just how it is. I'm like, how Superman 4, The Quest for Suck, how that movie even got greenlit is beyond me.
Well, okay.
Have you heard of the fandom behind Superman 4 and the fan recreation?
But here's the thing. Let me just chime in on this. So the rights to the rights to Superman changed, and you had Canon, Golden Globus got the rights.
That made that arm wrestling movie.
Yeah, but okay, yes. But they also made things like the $24 million Life Force. I mean, so here's what we don't.
Masters of the Universe.
But the thing that we need to remember is that the Superman rights at the time were very tenuous, and it was all weird, and it was all strange. So Canon acquired the rights from the Salkinds to make a Superman movie.
Yeah.
And the movie they wanted to make, Christopher Reeve wanted to make a film about nuclear disarmament and all this. There was a lot of stuff going on at the time.
Yeah.
The Canon Film Group was not somebody interested in spending a lot of money. They thought that they could make... So they had Christopher Reeve because he had to input into the script. When you have an actor... The film was let down. Harrison Elishaw, who worked on Tron and Star Wars, was the visual effects supervisor, a wonderful man. He did not have the money to pull off what they wanted to do. So Superman 4 was not, I don't think it was a failure. And Sidney Furie, probably the wrong director. Superman 4 was not a failure of creativity. It was a failure of financing. And it was a failure because the story was sound. The problem was the people making it did not know what they were doing, and it's like so.
Universe too, right?
And
back to back.
Well, but people have to remember that in the world that we live in, people are judging Superman 4 against Superman the movie. And I get that, because how can you not? But the fact is that Superman the movie and the Salkinds making Superman 1 and 2 and all, they had all the money in the world. They were probably having lobster every night for dinner. Superman 4 was a movie made by a bunch of shysters who got the rights to make a Superman movie, and they convinced Christopher Reeve to do it because he got to contribute to the story. And he said, "I want to make it about," and so here's.
But then he nixed Wes Craven to direct it.
Okay,
So-
okay, maybe
So fuck him. So fuck
But you know
him.
what? But hang on. Sidney Furie was an incredibly accomplished director, and Wes Craven was not. Wes Craven did not in the late 80s. If you look at their filmographies,
I know. He Christopher Reeve said, "I'll never let the director of Nightmare on Elm Street direct the Superman movie."
yeah, and it was, and also Wes Craven did Last House on the Left and Hills Have Eyes. Sidney Furie made.
Don't forget Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get. Look, I get Canon didn't have the budget to pull off what they wanted, but how does that lead to Lex Luthor taking a strand of Superman's hair and sending it to the sun?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, if you go online, if you go to YouTube, there's a new cut of Superman 4 which uses more John Williams music and everything else. It actually makes it like it helps a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the extended version of it with the Bizarro version of
Nuclear Man
and everything else that is a lot better. It's a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still suck.
It's still not good. It's still not good. It's better. It's better.
Also, how is it a criticism to, like, how is it a con to say, oh, Luthor did a science experiment and made a new Superman by sending it into the sun? It's thematic to the story. It's about nuclear disarmament.
Yes, you're killing me.
The sun is full of energy, all that. It's you could say it's comic book magic. The problem is they don't have the budget to give it the verisimilitude that idea would have had.
By the way, I will be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Couldn't they have at least been a little more creative, though? At least a little more creative. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I really don't know. Like how much more do you need than to send a science experiment into the sun? That just sounds balls to the walls awesome.
No, it doesn't. No,
Totally it does.
We must have very different perspectives because I don't know how that is even remotely cool.
Well, how is it stupid, for one thing? Like, how is it not awesome to bring something to life with the power of the sun? Frankenstein was brought to life by being lifted up and being struck by lightning. That wasn't in the book. That was the movie.
At least lightning kind of makes sense. And at least it's sort of believable.
How does it make sense? How does it make sense? It's just energy. It's just energy. It'll fly you either way.
There's just something about it. I don't know what the word is, but there's just something there.
Verisimilitude is what I think the problem is. Like,
because I didn't buy it for 1 second in Superman 4: The Quest for Suck. Not once.
How old were you when you saw it?
What?
How old were you when you first saw it? Since you saw Superman Returns when you were 4?
I was 4 years old when I saw Superman Returns. Yes.
And then for Superman: The Quest for Suck, how
I don't. I mean, my dad watched it. Watched all the Superman movies, so I assumed I probably watched it before. Before I even saw Superman Returns, I just don't remember. But I do know I saw it multiple times after Superman Returns.
Yeah, I grew up with those movies, with the exception of Superman 3. I've only seen that film once, and I watched it for the first time this year. I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. Like, Richard Pryor was much more of a delight. I couldn't believe it. Like, I know what everybody says, but I was just charmed.
Yeah, I mean, with how Richard Donner was treated on Superman 2. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, like the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2 is far superior to the regular version, in my opinion. Far superior.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact they didn't keep Richard Donner on is like a crime in of itself.
Yeah, that's like Rob always says. It's not show friends, it's show business.
Yeah,
I know.
The more powerful people just close the door, like how they were just talking about how Bryan Singer opened a door for them. Whatever those Italian guys' names were, they closed the door on Donner.
Yeah. The fact that Donner wasn't there was the reason Margot Kidder was barely in Superman 3.
No, it's because she spoke out, is why.
Yeah,
because she was loyal, and also Gene Hackman wasn't there at all either.
Oh, Hackman refused to work with the Salkins after they got rid of Donner.
Yeah, they pulled around his scenes.
It's like, no, I'm not. The fact that Superman 2 works as well as it does, given all that shit, is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Superman 2 is a really fun movie as it is. Forget the Donner cut.
Neil before Zod.
And the thing is, I kind of like the
No.
More than the Donner cut. I'm sorry, guys.
It has its fans. It has its fans.
It's the scene in the Donner cut when Clark gets his powers back is one of my all-time favorite scenes.
That might be look. The scenes might be better, but ultimately, I don't know if I would say the Donner
greater than the sum of its parts.
Exactly.
And Marlon Brando brought something special to it as well. That's
he did.
And he phoned it in.
Yeah,
exactly. I sat with Sarah Douglas, and she literally admitted, "Yes, his lines were tapped on my head."
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, that's what happened in The Godfather, for that matter.
Exactly. Yeah. It's real. That shit ain't fake. It's like, we had to put his lines on our fucking bodies.
Yeah.
In a world where Rob is finally released himself and is back to wrap this up.
Dave, let me ask you, for Prophets of Science Fiction, did you do the whole series, or did you just do the Verne episode?
I did the Verne episode. I did the Mary Shelley episode. I worked throughout it on parts, but those were the Jules Verne and the Mary Shelley were my two ones I did specifically.
I'm hip. That's cool. No, I was on the Asimov episode, the Verne episode, and everybody was on the Lucas episode and stuff.
It was a really good series. It was really fun.
I'm very proud to work on. My God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rob, we gotta.
All right, kids, we gotta wrap this up. I have to drive an hour and a half to a party tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go ahead, wrap it up, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, listen, first of all, I want to thank all of you all for being here. I want to thank everybody. By the way, if there's super chats and tips, I will get to those. But I want to thank my esteemed colleagues and our randos. I mean, my God. Okay, 1001 Johnny. I thought he was across the seas.
These are not randos. They can't be. They've been here too long. They can't be considered randos.
Okay, well, we didn't know who we were going to get.
These are significant contributors to this show.
Yes.
Yeah?
I agree. And Andy, of course, and 1001 Johnny have been here for a long time. Andy has been here for years. And, of course, it's been amazing. And all of you guys, it's been fantastic to have you here. I thought, honestly, this channel is about great discussion, great hearing everyone's views. John Suntress, it was a real pleasure to have you here. I mean, you've had me on your show so much. I think this was an epic show. We had a great a great celebrity guest. And I think we had a lot of really great discussion points, and Andy, always great to have you here, man.
Thank you, man. You too.
Yeah. And Rob.
6 a.m. in the morning here in Argentina.
Yeah, well, and I would...
Andy, Ray, Johnny, thank you guys so much. I mean, I know...
Ray Studios, great to have you here, too. Amazing.
Yeah. Rob, you got to tell Campy about this, because I think he would laugh his behind off about it.
Well,
you wish that Canadian doesn't give a fuck about your fucking coughing.
Look, all I can tell you is that this channel, we're kind of like the stealth YouTube channel.
Oh.
Look, I just want to get my 100,000 views.
Which means he doesn't make any money.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that.
It's all about money. Come on.
It's really not. If it was about money, I'd be cutting short things and putting on TikTok and all that.
You're too old for that. No one cares.
Well, they do. If you want to make money on YouTube, you play the algorithms. I don't do that. What I do is I try and provide.
Should be doing.
I try and provide entertainment or things that resonate with people. And at the end of the day, it's like I talk about what I love and what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
If I want, YouTube is not a business for me. I'm not going to say that making money on it is a great thing. It helps me like pay for the Robservatory, which I'm always on the edge of losing. But the fact is that this channel is all about what we did tonight. Every person has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And look, I don't call Brian Singer every night. I don't. I haven't called him in a long time.
We know.
Yeah, so you guys know. And I called him tonight, and he calls back. And all I'm saying is that that's the channel we have. We can do things no one can expect, no one else can do. And I'm not saying that you should subscribe or whatever. I'm just saying that that's what we do.
Yep.
We offer something that's unique, Dave. You and I have made movies. We've made movies. You've directed, I've directed, we've made films. You can buy our shit live. And by the way, you have to buy The Hills Run Round in the secondary market because it's out of print.
It's out of print, but the thing is this, for my part, thank you all, because out of all of you, I'm the least informed as far as this stuff goes. So I really appreciate hearing, whether I talk of you or not, I appreciate hearing your perspective and learning more.
By the way, Dave, this show is your idea. This show is your idea, and
but I'm saying it's really, really cool, and I appreciate everyone in the chat, even the people who give me shit, who are sitting here watching. I mean, it's amazing. So it's like, give me shit. Come at me. I don't care.
Dude, there's still 384 people here.
That's part of the business.
Yeah, that's great.
And the thing is this, I appreciate you all. You've all, I mean, it's I don't know what time it is wherever you are. It's
4:13 here in Iowa.
It's fucking early. It's fucking early in the morning.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. This Rob has given me this opportunity to even be a part of this, so it's really cool.
Dude, the show's our show.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave, I'm happy to finally meet you. I mean, I send in super chats, Rob reads them, but this is the first time I've actually been able to say hello. Pleasure.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet you guys. I know we'll get to do this again.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah, it's great.
And I'm happy to finally meet you, Rob. I've been wanting to have a conversation with you for years.
Hey, Ray,
Well, thank you. I
Ray.
appreciate that.
Hey, Ray, you know what? We can't tell.
That's not true. I mean, come on, man. Ray, it's great to see you, and I want to thank you for that. And you know what's really cool here? I mean, 1001 Johnny and Andy are two guys that have contributed to this channel immeasurably for a long time. You know,
Andy,
for a long
I'm
time.
gonna listen to your fucking music, pal. I'm gonna.
Yeah, well, Andy, I think Andy's like, we should have, I mean, maybe, if I wasn't going to get, copyright struck, maybe every Midnight Metal should begin with one of Andy's band's songs.
That would be cool.
Why not?
As long as I wouldn't get a copyright strike, why not?
You just have
Who's
to
going to copyright you, Argentina? They don't watch American YouTube, do they?
We can make this happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's not about that. You might have, but that would be cool, man. I mean,
algorithms.
Yeah. A lot of the iconography, I have to say, the opening Christopher Roberts.
We need a refresh.
Well, no, Christopher Roberts, ZVS, who opens this show, he passed away.
But we need a refresh.
And I would say that the guy, I love the art that will never go away. The art he did. He was storyboarding a movie for me, and he made the Midnight Metal logo. He drew us as the hosts, and Christopher Roberts. He's younger than me, but he called me up one day and he said, "I went to the dentist, and the dentist found a hole in my tongue."
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah, and
you're gonna end this on this?
No, I'm just gonna say this show opened with his artwork.
I know.
And yeah,
celebration.
Yeah, and the fact that Midnight Metal is a show that I didn't know Christopher. He found me, and he offered to draw stuff and draw us and do the thing.
Believe in us, yeah.
And he's no longer with us, man. But this show continues on.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool. I mean, I think Christopher would have loved that, and he was, by the way, a total punk Canadian. He got it. He would love the fact that he's dead and we're still having his artwork on this show. He would love it, love it. As a matter of fact, he's probably in the afterlife right now, going, "Yes,
fuck yeah,
fuck yeah, man." And if there's nothing more fucking Midnight Metal than that, it's having the artwork, the iconography of this show, who was created by a guy who died of cancer last year. Christopher Roberts is the most fucking metal motherfucker ever, and we celebrate his life every week or every 2 months or whenever we do the show.
Whenever we do it.
By the way, I also have to say, he also did the artwork for Let's Get Physical Media. Not the modern artwork, but the artwork that's the iconography of tomorrow's show. That was also Christopher Roberts. And he was a great man. And I miss him.
Cool.
Miss him.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. And Rob, like I said earlier, next year when Doomsday happens, you got to do a big event, and you got to invite me to it.
Dude, my event is going to be the end of our world, because the entire multiverse is going to. I mean, I will invite you to it, but we're going to have to the world's going to end. What do I? How do you buy hors d'oeuvres for that event?
I don't know.
I would like to have canapes or whatever. I would like to have great hors d'oeuvres. If the world is going to end, the multiverse is going to collapse. I want to make sure that. The great thing about it is I'll never have to pay my bill. I can order the greatest food ever. The multiverse collapses. It turns into one thing. No one will remember I ordered $100,000 worth of prime seafood. Nobody will know. And I'm going to walk around because I will have, of course, been reincarnated.
All right.
Yep.
All right, everyone. We're out. Dave, John, everyone, Johnny, Anthony, and Andy. You're not Anthony. You're Andy.
Yeah, I'm Andy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and of course, Ray. We are out. I gotta go and by the way, I will be back up and running in less than 7 hours. Let's Get Physical Media, which I'm gonna have to set up right now.
Yep.
So thank everybody for being here, and I'm gonna. It was
Thanks,
amazing.
Rob.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, you guys.
Thanks, everybody. Great seeing you guys.
Take care,
I'm
everybody.
disconnecting now.
I've got 2.
You know, I did that without actually stopping. What is Brett Pie? I don't know. All right, everyone. You know what? A great episode of Midnight Metal. Thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate everyone who supports this channel via super chats, tips, and such generous people tonight. Thank you so much. $100. Thank you. What can I say? I think that, you know, it's nice to be able to celebrate what we love with people we like. It's amazing. This channel is dedicated to imagination connoisseurs and people that love flights of fancy and, you know, understand that there's all kinds of different iterations of things we love. Some we like, some we don't, which is great. And to be able to debate that is fantastic. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen. Thank you all. Thank you to everyone who watches this channel and all the new people who have subscribed. Thank you so much. We will be back tomorrow for Let's Get Physical Media at 10 a.m. as opposed to 11 a.m., 10 a.m. Pacific time. The German and I and Max Allen Collins will be back. Thank you all for being here.